Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning. Who got the belt today?
Everybody.
Russ Dog gets the belt today. Congratulations.
You say it better be
Oh, no,
Russ
Matt,
Dog.
Mrs. Matt got the belt?
Oh. You would think the
I
Russ
did not.
Dog got the belt.
My first message is Russ Dog. But shout out to Mrs. Matt gets the belt today. We love to see it. Morning, Zabo. What's up, y'all? Good morning.
Oh, I do have Russ Dog at
Hey, that's it. They went out. They're good.
All right. Facts.
What the? Oh. I can't click on any more messages because Jonathan has taken over my computer.
Oh.
Nah, well, let's hope this goes okay. Hopefully no one needs anything from me.
Oh.
This is weird. I don't like this.
You don't like what?
That I can't see the stream right now.
Oh.
All right, here we go. Oh, good morning. Hello, hi. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. And we are, as you just heard the voice guy say, the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. I hope everybody had a terrific holiday, and hopefully you got some time off for the holidays. If you didn't, we appreciate those of you putting in work and keeping society rolling while I sit in bed all day. It's been so great. No, it's very, very, very busy, very active. And we had a bunch of sports to talk about. And I can't wait to get into it because I am afraid that the Sacramento Kings, who lost last night to the Memphis Grizzlies, 115-107, have become the worst thing a team can be.
Yeah.
They're boring. And not boring in the San Antonio Spurs of the mid 2000s boring.
Utah Jazz 90s.
90s
Pick
Jazz.
and roll you to death. Yeah.
New England Patriots boring. They're boring and also not good.
Yeah, this isn't your boring as in you have a 6-point lead that feels like 12.
Right.
Yeah.
This isn't not good, but hey, there's 3 or 4 players you're kind of excited about and one guy that you're really excited about. No. We're just cruising along. Their 2-game win streak, if we can call it that, feels like it was a month ago. That feels so long ago to me. Because those were 2, and I don't want to, we could talk about effort or whatever. I think it's been there. I think they're playing hard. I think they're trying. Would they close 20-3 to close the third quarter last night?
Something like that?
Like, it's really clear that they want to win these games. It's just also really clear they just don't have the dudes to do it. I've said it with the 49ers a million times. We'll talk about the 49ers win yesterday as well. But I've said it a million times with the 49ers this year. Like, hey, they just don't have the dudes. Like, do I like the coaching staff? Do I like some of the players they have? It's a little different in football because there's so many more players.
Yeah.
But I think at some point when we talk about what's their ceiling, I just go with the 49ers. I say, man, they just don't have the guys to get past maybe the first round of the playoffs. And with the Kings, obviously the expectation is different, but nothing has changed. No matter how hard they play, that's not going to make them a better constructed roster. That's not going to make Precious Achiuwa be a 25-10 guy.
Yeah, there's just something missing from this team. And, I had a conversation with Zach LaVine in the locker room on, I think it was Wednesday night.
Talk more about Zach LaVine later. Go on.
Yeah. And he was like, look, like we don't know what's going on. Like if there was something, he literally was sitting in his locker and he's like, if we could just knock on the wall and everything would be fixed, we would have already done it.
Right.
Like, but he's like, don't think that we're not trying. Don't think that we've quit. Don't think that like we don't want to be here or anything else. He's like, we're just kind of like, we're not figuring it out. And he's like, it's very frustrating. And you could see the level of frustration with him. And it's like, he's made a living playing basketball. He's an incredible basketball player. We talk about all the time. Hey, that guy is horrible. And then we have to caveat it with, oh, well, he's horrible for an NFL player, not horrible.
Right, totally. Right.
Yeah, but no, Zach LaVine isn't horrible for like by any standard. He's like an absolutely tremendous basketball player. He's a 2-time All-Star. But there's just something missing from this group. And you're right, man. Like I've covered a lot of bad teams in Sacramento, but they were usually interesting bad teams. Like call him what he is, but like DeMarcus Cousins was always entertaining.
Sure.
There was always something hiding just around the door. You're like, uh-oh.
And if he ever figured it out, it was a foundational piece for your franchise.
Exactly. And so you're waiting for this team to actually figure it out, and that's what's not happening. They're not only are they not fun to watch, but they're old as far as NBA standards, third oldest team in the league. They don't have a bunch of young players that they're bringing up, and the young players that they are bringing up, I think there should be some excitement with some of these guys, but it's time. It's time to just pull the Band-Aid off and play these guys. Play the young guys as many minutes as possible. And I know it may not lead to anything different, but at least there would be a potential for some sort of future for somebody that isn't just kind of playing out the streak here.
Yeah, I have so much on this. We'll dive into last night's game with 6 quick thoughts coming up in about 15 minutes. But one of the things we always heard early in the year was, you got to give it 20 games. No, let's wait. Yeah, they're 3-7 or what? However, they 2-7, 1-7, whatever they started. Yeah, but give it 20 games. All right, we're at 21 games.
Oh yeah,
and there's not that much. There's just kind of, it's what it is. And have the injuries played a role? Yes, absolutely. But also, it's what this season is.
Yeah,
it's just expedited, I think, what we were always going to reach, and their win total is probably going to be below what many, many people, not all of you, but many, many people thought it would be. Even if you thought they would win 38, it looks like they might come in south of that.
Oh yeah.
And I like I said, I think the injury stuff has just kind of expedited that process, and we'll talk about that. I do want to talk about some of the young players, but Malik Monk had a really interesting post-game press conference yesterday.
Yeah.
Not press conference, a media scrum at his locker. And I want to grab this one quote, and this is from you, James Ham, who boots on the ground at Kings games. I wanted to isolate this quote because you could tell during, and I encourage everybody to go watch it at James_Ham NBA on Twitter, NSFW, as Malik Monk interviews always are. So don't watch it on loud at work. But it felt like, and James, I want to know before I play this clip, it felt to me watching it like it's what you were just talking about with Zach LaVine, saying like, we're trying to figure it out. Like we're not just showing up to games and throwing our jerseys out. Like we want to win. We don't like to lose. We want to. It felt a lot to me like Malik Monk was also in that space of like, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know how many times I can say, got to do this on defense. And we talked about this with Doug in his press conferences earlier this year. Like at some point when you keep running into the same problem, like that's just your team.
Yeah.
And it felt to me like that was kind of what Malik Monk was getting at. And we'll hear it a little bit in this answer too.
Okay.
Did you feel that way? Sorry, I let it.
Oh, yeah. No, I thought
bad.
you were about to hit
my
play.
bad. Did you also get that vibe?
Yeah, like I think they're just confused and they're frustrated. And, I think just adding to it is fans yelling at them. Adding to it is having to talk to the media and having no answers for what they're asking. And I don't mean having no answers as in like they're being evasive. I just mean they just have no answers, and
Yeah.
that's tough.
Yeah, listen to so this is where I wanna go. So you asked Malik Monk because in the latter stages of that game, it became the thing we talked about all of last year. Like, man, when things start to get a little messy, this team uh, uh, defaults to ISO ball.
Yeah.
Defaults to, we're not going to pass. I'm going to go one-on-one. I'm going to be the one that gets a bucket here. And so you asked about that. How do you make the ball not get stuck for these portions of the game?
Yeah, because he brought it up. The ball gets sticky.
Yes.
Like, he brought it up, and it's like, okay, well, how do you not have that happen?
I don't know, man. Pass the ball. Simple as that. Easier said than done, though. A lot of guys been in here, been in the league for a long time, been making shots, making plays for a long time. So we just got to figure out when to take the shots or when to play off each other.
I feel like he's calling somebody out. Because I'm trying to...
I don't know if he's calling someone out or if he's just being honest.
Yes, right.
Yeah, and in being honest is calling someone out.
Because you could say, I want to say real quick, you asked a question. You said, hey, okay, following up on that, how do you make it so the ball doesn't get sticky in those situations? There is a 6-second pause. And again, I don't know because I'm not inside his head. I don't know if that was a 6-second pause of like, okay, how do I word this without being like, player X needs to pass it, or players X and Y need to pass it? Because he does later say that in the second part of that answer, he does say, like, it's on me too.
Yeah.
Like, we've all got to figure this out. But I couldn't tell if it was that or if it was just he's trying to come up with a new answer for you. He's trying to come up with a different answer than the one every Kings player has been giving since last year. Like, and it sounds silly when the first part of the answer is, hey, how do you make it so the ball doesn't get stuck with one player? It sounds silly to answer.
I don't know, man. Pass the ball. Simple as
pass the ball.
It is as simple as that. No, I mean, like, their default settings on half of the players on this team is isolation ball.
Yep.
I mean, this is not like 1995 NBA basketball.
No.
Like, I mean, you understand, they took 8 3-pointers in the first half. They went 3 of 8 from 3 in the first half. They shot more 3-pointers in the third quarter than they did in the first half.
That's so crazy.
Move the ball.
pass the ball.
It's so frustrating because the problem that you have is that they have done it. You know, we had a game a couple of games ago where they won, where they had 32 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just do that, man. Just do that. Like, why are you not doing that?
That's what I would love to sit down because again, these are professional basketball players. We're not. Again, the caveat is always, I'm not comparing them to the average person. I'm comparing them to the NBA.
Yeah.
I would love to sit down in a film session, whether Doug Christie or Mike Woodson or whoever is running it. I would love to sit down and watch as somebody explains why the ball doesn't move. Is it something a defense is doing? Why do they sometimes, and I know that sometimes the defense is going to be different. Sometimes like the defender they're throwing at your point of attack is going to be not as good and you're able to get in the paint and then the ball's going to move, and sometimes it's just easier than others. But we've seen the Kings do this 2-3 times all year. And when they do it, it's like, oh yeah, just do that. I would love to know the answer to why don't you just do that? Why don't you just pass it then? If it's as easy as
pass the ball,
just do it. Why does it get?
I understand what you're.
I'm not trying to criticize as much as I am. Like, I just don't know why it's not that simple.
And that's why I think a lot of the players, they're just very confused why this is going the way it's going.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you're watching, like, you do understand the defense is giving you that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're playing into the hands of the defense every single time you go ISO.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what they want. And the Kings, just so you know, they haven't done the work to get the worst defender on their best offensive player because they don't have a number one option.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have one person who's stepping up and saying, I'm the guy.
Yep.
And when they do, a lot of times it's, again, God bless DeMar DeRozan for going out there and trying to have moments and take over games. But Like, it's not that difficult to defend. It's not. I mean, yeah, there's a good chance he's either going to get to the free throw line or he's going to hit a mid-range jump shot. Okay, big deal. You're getting threes on the other end. He's getting twos. Or they're going to the basket. The Kings can't stop anyone at the basket, and they're getting fouls. So they're getting the 3-point play the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
And that's just because that's this Kings team. It's really difficult. But whatever shot percentage the Kings are getting, let's stick with the mid-range. An average mid-range jump shooter shoots 45% from the field. An average guy at the rim shoots like 65 to 70. 3-point shots in the corner, 40%. It's a math equation. It's not that difficult. So when you're taking shots that are 45% from the field, and other people are taking either 40% shots that are worth twice as much, or shots at the rim that they're shooting at a much higher percentage, there's no way to keep up. And that's what I keep looking at this team like. All right, like it's offense, it's defense, it's everything playing into one giant puzzle.
Yeah, no doubt. It's not. We're talking right now about the shot selection late in the game, but like you just said, there are so many other factors.
Oh yeah,
we're just honing in on one thing right now. The other issue with this is we've talked about this before. You hear with the word that we'll just use Golden State as an example. Steph Curry and his gravity. He's not the only player in the league with gravity, but every team who has a player who's a bona fide number one uses that gravity for the betterment of the offense.
Yep.
The best teams use that player's gravity to collapse defenses, to get mismatches, to get defenses in rotations where you're finding open shots, you're swing, open corner three, the shot you're talking about. And Zach LaVine, awesome player, but he feels like the kind of player that teams are like, yeah, sure. Like we've got to defend him because he might go for 60.
Yeah.
But hey, we're going to defend him because, man, he might also go for 13 on 12 shots.
Yep.
And cool. We're cool living with DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, we're going to cover DeMar DeRozan one-on-one. We might get in some foul trouble. He might knock down some shots, but we can live with that because they're not going to defend us on the other end. And we're going to just let this guy blaze away from the mid-range.
Well, that, and on top of it, that at some point the Kings are just going to go away from him because, again, it comes back to they're not passing the ball. They're not realizing when somebody is like starting to simmer, and they're not playing to him. And so
not with any consistency.
Yeah. So as an opposition, it's like, okay, well, we don't need to shut the faucet off on that guy because they're going to shut it off themselves.
Right.
That's the bigger issue. It's like they'll take care of it for us. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Make a little bit of an adjustment here, hedge a little bit one way or another, take that, whatever they're doing specifically on that play away.
Yep.
And this team, they regress to the mean every time. And it's a bunch of ISO players, and it's hard to blame guys that are doing exactly who they are and exactly what they've always done as players.
Yeah. It's, for the most part, guys are playing at about the level you expect them to play. And it's what you and I have talked about. And anybody who watches this team closely has talked about, like, hey, this just doesn't work.
No,
this team just doesn't work.
And the box score,
and they are bad and boring.
They are bad and boring, and the box score lies to you every time. Yeah, it's tough.
We'll talk about last night's game. We'll get into more than just the shot selection late in the game. We'll dig into some of the minutia there, and then we'll also spin it forward. Like, okay, what do they do now? Is there a trade on the horizon? Are we just waiting? Is that what we're doing? Are we just in a holding pattern as we await what's next for the Kings? We'll dive into all that. Plus, the 49ers got a big win yesterday in a game that I wrote on the board that they were going to lose. How did they come up with a big win? What does it mean for them going into the bye week? We'll dig into week 13 of the NFL and the 49ers win over the Browns. Over the next couple of hours, we got plenty of Kings coming up as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders, and this is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. There we go.
What's going on?
You said what?
I said, what's going on, everybody? There was something going on last night. Devlin Carter. There was something going on last night that I didn't understand, and I don't think I have it in my 6 quick thoughts. For some reason, every time Jaren Jackson Jr. got the ball early in the game, Drew Eubanks would go double team Jaren Jackson Jr. and leave Zach Edey wide open for a dunk underneath. And they did it again and again and again. And then they pulled him out of the game, and Maxime Reynaud came in and didn't do it. So I'm like, okay, so that's not what they're doing. Then they put Drew Eubanks back in. First play, he's got Edey. As soon as Jaren Jackson Jr. started backing down, he goes in double teams, and they just threw right over the top to Edey for a wide open dunk. And I'm like, is somebody telling him to do that?
Dude. I don't.
Why would you double team and leave a 7'4" dude who doesn't even have to leave his feet to dunk?
I get.
I was so baffled by what I was watching.
I get. I get wanting it out of Jaren Jackson's hands, but at the same time, like,
then run a guard at him.
Yeah, right. Like, you double. There's different ways to double than having your 6'8" center go try it, because that's just not. I don't know.
Well, that and Jaren Jackson Jr. is not good enough as an offensive post player to go double team. Like,
I'm totally with. If Zach LaVine, or not Zach LaVine, if Jaren Jackson wants to start cooking, like, all right, and if he beats you, salute. That's a
very inefficient player.
He's one of those guys that if he makes his first 3, you feel good about it.
Yeah,
because it means he's going to keep checking, and every once in a while he'll go 7 for 11 and kill you. But
yep,
there's a much higher odds he's going to go 3 for 10.
Yeah, I had no idea what to make of that. Like you guys can go back and watch the video of the game. I was so taken aback. Like, why is he doing that? Like, what you have to do with a player like Edey is you have to get into his legs in the first 5 seconds of the shot clock.
Yep.
You cannot let him go down and establish post position. And then you just have to sit there on his hip, pushing him out the entire game.
The other thing Malik talked about was you got to do that work early, and they're just not.
No, they're not.
I think I wanted to say this during, and I might say this again on the radio side. Sorry, guys. But I feel like saying they want to win, they're trying, would be like, I could go into a college chemistry class right now, and I could really want to get an A. I could really be trying my ass off to get an A.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I'm not going to get an A in that chemistry class.
Well, they're not going to get an A in any type of chemistry barometer. Like, there is no, like, way in which chemistry can... this team just doesn't have any.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can be like, yeah, hey, we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, well...
It's a make or miss league. I know you hear that all the time, but it just feels like this is an entire team of make or miss players.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Get to the Kings' loss last night with 6 quick thoughts here in a second. 49ers beat the Browns 26-8. I thought they were going to lose.
I know you did. It's right there on the board.
I wrote it on the board.
You wrote it?
Yeah, it's just bad weather. They haven't won in Cleveland in 41 years. The Brock Purdy coming off a 3-interception game. Shedeur Sanders as the Browns starter, and they got some momentum there. It's the Browns pass rush against the 49ers offensive line. It's like, man, it's just a lot of things that are stacked against San Francisco. And then you watch them with 39 seconds left in the first half. They're down 8-7.
Yeah.
And their touchdown came because Sky Moore, to salute my guy, never doubted him.
Never.
Has just become a weapon and put them at the 16-yard line with a punt return.
Mm-hmm.
And it just felt like, man. And then they punt on 4th and 4 from the 40, and they give up a 90-yard touchdown drive. I was like, oh my God. Like, God, they're going to do it again. And they get the field goal to end the half, and then they scored first in the second half, and it was just kind of over. They took advantage of a bunch of Browns miscues. But overall, and we'll again dig in a little further to the Niners win yesterday, I was pretty impressed with how well they played given the circumstances and given my expectations going into the game. Like, it wasn't perfect, but they took advantage of all the Browns' mistakes. They didn't make their own mistakes, and they walked out of there with an 18-point win.
Yeah, to me, the biggest thing was you walked in. I mean, you just described like Sanders and the 49ers coming off a bad week and
Mhm.
Brock Purdy. They were also going up against a team that had just sacked a quarterback 10 times the week before.
Yep.
That was where I was so impressed. The game plan right away you could see was to get to do a lot of play action, so Brock Purdy wasn't just standing there like a statue.
Yep.
But then the way that their offensive line just held up. I mean, not only they got like 7 quarterback hits on Purdy, but 1 sack.
Yeah.
Like a great job by the offensive line. Like very rarely.
And a great job by Purdy too.
Yeah, and a great job by Purdy. I think Purdy was like alert and moving and firing the ball. And again, it wasn't perfect, but in that situation with the cold weather and everything else, he didn't expect it to be perfect. Yeah, I thought just a gritty win by a team that's more and more looking like a good team, not just a team that's like playing it out.
Yeah, we'll I want to talk about that more later when we get into the rest of the NFL, because they don't you don't get to 9-4 going into your bye week by being bad. And then you see them beat the Panthers 20-9 and you go, well, God, it's not that impressive. But then you see the Panthers go beat the Rams.
Yeah.
And intercept Matthew Stafford twice in 3 throws. It's like, I have no idea what to make of the NFL this year. What I do know is you brought this up with Brock Purdy last week, and I think it was the right thing. It felt like he was aiming when he was trying to push the ball down the field.
Yeah.
It felt like he was really trying to guide the ball exactly where it needed to go instead of just letting it rip. And then yesterday in the wind, you saw him, whether out of necessity or whether this was an actual adjustment he made, he was actually like throwing the ball and getting it where it needed to go. And I can't remember a single throw yesterday. There's 2 to 4 of these a game with Brock. Sometimes they get intercepted, sometimes they don't. But you're like, ah! Like, oh no! Like, like that, a throw that hits a linebacker in the hands.
Yeah.
That just gets out of the reach of a safety. Like, there's 2 to 4 of those a game. I don't remember one yesterday. He threw the ball away. He was decisive. He was actually putting some oomph on his throws. I thought it was the stats don't match it.
Yeah.
But I thought Purdy was really freaking good yesterday.
No, I thought so too. And like watching him play last week, he has this thing that he does where he just looks too calm. And you're like, and it almost looks like he's not trying.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, bro, shouldn't you be moving? Or
Brock Purdy quit on Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. And then, he starts soft tossing and you're like, hey, that's not going to work in the NFL. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
That's like a guy throwing an 85-mile-an-hour fastball and he's not a junk ball pitcher.
Right.
That's just it. That's all he's got. Sorry. That's what it felt like in last week's game. This week, I just thought he was like fully locked in the entire time. And that's what we've been waiting for. And like, look, he's not the only one that does it. Like, I've complained about this, and I know like our friend Pete Youngman is a huge Kansas City Chiefs fan. And because I've watched so many games of Mahomes as my fantasy quarterback the last decade, there are games where Mahomes just like a light switch goes off and he's just disengaged and everything is just kind of like, it's like blah.
Yeah.
And it really does feel like he's disinterested. Like, it's like if you've ever coached or taught kids, like there are certain people you have to say their name all the time and they snap to attention. That's what it feels like sometimes with Mahomes. Not this season, but in previous seasons. I feel like he's locked in and for whatever reason, they're just not very good. But with Purdy, I see him do the same thing where he kind of shifts into this like laissez-faire, just kind of, I'm just chilling back here.
Yeah.
And that's not the NFL. And so I hope that he got a little bit of a wake-up call with that last week's game.
Sure seems like it. I thought he was really good. And if he can play like that, again, I think the numbers will be better against different defenses. But how mobile he was in the pocket, extending plays, and then throwing the damn ball away. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo never did that. Jimmy Garoppolo, and it was a huge problem. It's like, man, you're forcing throws and creating turnovers on plays where if you throw it away, you just live another down.
Shedeur Sanders didn't do it.
No, he sure didn't.
He took that like 16-yard sack when they were in field goal range in the first half, and you're like, kid, that you cannot do that, man.
I am rooting really hard for Shedeur Sanders. I want Shedeur Sanders to be good. I so desperately want him to be good NFL football.
Okay.
I was not encouraged yesterday.
No.
And it was like Kevin Harlan and I forget who's on the broadcast with Kevin Harlan, but it was like they were going out of their way to just highlight the good things he was doing. And you saw some of the good things he was doing. You saw him getting out of the pocket. You see the arm strength, taking some checkdowns when he was a little bit confused by what he was seeing down the field.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it was a
It
lot
looked
of
like
screens.
a rookie quarterback.
Looked like a rookie quarterback going against a very good defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And it was not an encouraging second start for me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Anyways. All right. We'll get more into the 49ers. Are they good? Are they they're I think a playoff team and some level of contender for something?
Something.
I don't know though. We'll dig into what the NFL standings look like because it's kind of a mess. But speaking of messes, we got to get into the Kings' loss last night with 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider
Not
James
great.
Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Yeah, here they are. Check out thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe today. Also follow James on Twitter, James_Ham NBA. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts. Number 1.
I don't know what was happening with the starting lineup, but whatever it was horrible. Like every single time they were on the court, they had no life at all.
Mm-hmm.
They were bad, flat out. The mix of players, and again, this is a trend. You can look at the Kings 5-man starting lineup and compare it over the course of plenty of minutes now. And this group is not. They can't play together. And watching it last night play out, that every single time you had your 5 starters, you were a -20. And every single time the bench came in, they gave you this huge pop and you jump right back into the game. It was the biggest yo-yo game I've ever seen. The first 6 minutes, 7 minutes of the game were atrocious. Doug Christie went to the bench. The bench recovers. They open the second quarter. They're building a lead. You put the starters back in. They go to hell in a handbasket. I don't know what to make of it other than you can't keep doing that and expecting to win games. And not having Dennis Schroeder hurts because you don't have a bunch of options here.
Mm-hmm.
But like when Russ is turning the ball over and not hitting shots, it makes it like it's a huge problem. When DeMar DeRozan isn't just a walking bucket, it's a huge problem. When it's same thing with Zach LaVine. I will say this: at least Zach LaVine's trying on the defensive end. Like he is. He's not a great defender, but he's at least trying.
Yeah.
And I can remember like 5 plays in the first quarter where it was like, hey, did you see that? That was crazy. Like Zach LaVine contested. He was, but that starting unit is just, it's not it. It's broken and it's not working. And I don't know if it gets better when Domas eventually gets back and you've got to make another change. But I can't imagine running that one out there again and again and again because it just wasn't good enough.
I understand the argument against this where you go, well, what button do you push? Because not like they're loaded on the bench, but dude, you're 21 games in, you've won 5.
Yeah.
Start pressing buttons.
Yeah.
See because what is anybody, if Doug Christie says, let's see, Precious Achua is going to start for Drew Eubanks. Nick Clifford is going to start for DeMar DeRozan, and we're going to try that. Let's say they lose by 30. Is anybody pointing at the coaching staff and going, what was the starting lineup? No.
I mean, on social media, there are people that would because they complain whether it's good or bad.
Sure.
But that doesn't matter. Like, you have to try things that are, you got to go away from things that aren't working.
Yeah, I would way rather have that than just like, well, Kings tried the same thing again. It didn't work again. Next.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really frustrating. Number 2.
The leader of the second unit. I thought Malik Monk was really good. He had 21.6 rebounds, 6 assists. Did he make mistakes? Sure. Was he perfect? No. But the one thing that you can never, ever question with him is the energy that he brings to the court. And I thought every time he stepped on the court, the entire game shifted. And he did it multiple times where he walked onto the court and everything changed. And I'm not saying start him, but what I am saying is that, like, get him in the game earlier, do something that allows him to be that player more often.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there should be no one taking minutes from Malik Monk at this point.
Yeah, man. I keep waiting for that month stretch where he just not disappears, but
struggles.
Has
Offensive,
3-4 games where he doesn't play well, then he pops one, and then another couple games where he doesn't play well, and he just continues playing with the same energy. He's being productive, and I maybe throw him in the starting lineup and see if you can inject some of that energy early.
Yeah,
but also I get if you're coming off the bench and he's playing well off the bench, you don't want to mess with it. I totally get it, but I keep waiting for the shoe to drop, and it just hasn't. Well, he's playing really well.
Yeah, he's playing really well, and I also wonder what that means if he's maybe convinced Scott Perry during this time that he's a better player than he thought, and that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's going to be. I've gone from okay, they're going to trade Malik the second they possibly can to, man, if you're Scott Perry and Doug Christie and you're sitting there evaluating what you have going into next year, like, man, is the one guy who's kind of at least playing hard every night. Being productive on more nights than not.
Pass the ball.
Number 3.
I thought they had a couple of players who fought the good fight. Precious Achiuwa and Max Reno both came off the bench and tried to slow Zach Edey. Like you let Zach Edey get rolling, and like again, Drew Eubanks, I don't know what was happening there, but like gave very little resistance. And I mean, it's tough because Drew Eubanks is 6'9", and Zach Edey's 7'3". And outweighs everybody by a ton. He's a huge man.
Just a mammoth person.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But 11.7 rebounds for Precious. Reno had 9.6 rebounds, 3 assists, a block. He's trying hard. That's all you can say. Like it's not always perfect, but he actually is growing. And listening to Doug Christie talk about him in pregame was really interesting. Not only did he say, he's just watching him grow and improve has been fun to see, but also just like how much he enjoys being around him just as a person.
Yeah.
And he actually said his parents did a wonderful job with that young man.
Oh.
Like he's one of those dudes.
So nice.
Super smart kid, but also down to earth and super fun.
Hopefully he gets to start playing more. Like
Yeah.
you need to, for young players, when they do good stuff like that, especially on a 5-16 team, you have to reward them with minutes, in my opinion.
And they have lately.
Yep. Number 4.
Late game heroics. I thought DeMar came out and tried to get things going. He scored 6 of his 13 in the fourth as the Kings kind of hung around. But then, like everyone else, he disappeared. I mean, I think they went through a 5-minute stretch late in the game where they didn't score at all.
Yep.
Just tough.
Yep. Number 5.
We had an off night from Keegan Murray. He found a way to score 12 points. And then see other stuff. 5 steals, which was a career high. He had 3 blocks. But he only had 2 rebounds. Like they had a body on him the entire game.
Yep.
They kept him off the glass, and he didn't hit his threes at all, and that was a problem.
Yeah, again, you know me, chronic overreactor. I am worried that this was more of a regression to the mean than it was an off night, because Keegan has been playing really well since he came back from his injury. And maybe Memphis is just a tough matchup because it didn't play well in his first game back in Memphis. Maybe Memphis is just a tough matchup and he'll be back on the horse on Wednesday. But with Keegan, when he goes 5 of 12 and 0 of 4 from 3 and he has 2 rebounds, the red flag goes up.
Yeah.
And I again, not saying I'm expecting the same next game, but it's a little scary.
Yeah, I think there's even a little bit of a wall here that he's hitting early because he just missed all that time. And Doug's put him out there. One game he played 44 minutes. Like he's putting him out there trying to work him back into shape. And you're going to have games where you just don't have your legs. And I mean, right now he's shooting 26% from 3.
Yeah, not great.
No, but you can see like it's not that he's off by a lot, but he's not there yet physically. And that's tough because you miss all that time coming into the season. And now it's like, hey, we need you for 40.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see it in the shooting numbers.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is you're going to get defenses that start to key on him.
Yep.
The more he plays well, the more defenses are going to devote time to him. And how does he adjust? Fascinated to watch Keegan Murray the rest of the way. Number 6.
Let him play. Man, this team is 5-16. It's time. Let Nick Clifford, let Max Reno, let Keon Ellis, let Precious Achiuwa, let Keegan Murray Just let him go out there and play. And, at a minimum, we should see 20 minutes a game from everyone not played named Keegan, and then Keegan should be playing more. Like, not only is it that time, but they were better than your starters. Like, straight up, they were. And if you keep preaching that you want a defensive identity, I tell you the defensive metrics on the young players versus the veterans, it's like they're not playing the same game. They are not playing the same game. And, Neat Clifford isn't there yet offensively. Defensively, he fouls too much. But his numbers are telling you that he is an elite defender. Elite. Like, he's holding his opponent to, like, the numbers are mind-boggling how good he is one-on-one against players. Team defense, they still have a lot to work on, but those young guys, it's time to let them start to learn because, like, what are you waiting for?
I was told early in the year that, well, they're still trying to win games.
Yeah.
Well, you still gotta try and win. You're 5-16, dog.
Yeah.
There are teams in the league that aren't going to lose 16 games all year. If this is not the point, if this is not the time, I wonder when it is.
Yeah.
Is it Christmas? Are we waiting? Do we need to give it 24 more days? Do we think something's going to change in the next 3 weeks or the next month? It makes you go, actually, no, I'm totally with you.
Yep.
You have to, whoever's not playing right now needs to play. That's the bottom line. That's 6 weeks. Talk more about the 49ers. Got more on the Kings. Let that fan back in the arena, by the way.
They did.
Devlin Carter, which really threw me for a loop at first. Like, Devin Carter got kicked out? Devlin Carter. They let him back in the arena yesterday. Should they have done it? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Oi.
Crazy thing. Looking at their stats. DeMar DeRozan he's shooting 49.6% from the field, 38.6 from three. Just like 90% from the line, 90.5. He's so close to a 50-40-90 guy right now, and it doesn't matter. It's just like the stats don't matter.
Yeah, it's impossible to get anything from the Kings out of a box score because it just doesn't.
Leezy, this might be the most random thing ever put in the chat. If we're into Panera, and you just had their chili.
A word?
Their chili's good.
Let's talk about it.
I like their chili. I do.
I've not ever had their chili, to be totally honest with you.
It's a turkey chili, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
I rock with Panera though. I got a little bit sick of Panera in college because my roommate worked there. And so I consumed a lot of Panera from October of 2011-ish to October of 2013-ish.
Okay. And it just keeps going up in price. It's not one of the more affordable.
Everything.
Yeah, but it's not one of the more affordable ones. Like, you're going to get takeout lunch and it's like $45 for two people. You're like, okay, that was a lot. So here's some stats. I don't want to go over these on the air, but right now, Neat Clifford is holding his opponent to 26% from three, which is 10.7% below league average. Less than 6 feet. He's holding his opponent to 51.1% versus 61.9, which is like typical. So he's a negative 10.8 in less than 10 feet. Overall, he's holding his opponent to negative 4.6% from the field. Like, This dude is a very, very good defender. Yeah, we're not taking calls today. We have an issue with the board, Mark. Yeah, John Poles, isn't it crazy? Like Chipotle and In-N-Out are some of the least expensive. Taco Bell too. Taco Bell's usually, although it's gone way up in price too. Hmm. I haven't looked at Keegan's stats so far. The problem with Keegan, someone just asked that, is that he's only played 6 games.
20 seconds.
I'm going to guess his stats are good, though. Solid, at least. I think he's been wonderful defensively, but I'll see what the stats say.
10 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I want to talk about a little side story from the Kings game last night. Before we get back into the San Francisco 49ers win over the Cleveland Browns yesterday. So, way back on Wednesday, feels like a month ago.
Yeah, it does feel like a while ago.
This is such a routine that when you get a couple days away from it, it feels very, very foreign. But the Kings kicked a fan out, Devlin Carter.
Yep.
Season ticket holder, sits behind the bench. Got into an argument with Zach LaVine. Got kicked out. That's the short version.
You know, I don't know if it was much an argument with somebody as much as it was he just started berating players.
Sure. Fan yelled at player. Fan was frustrated at player.
Player chirped back.
Yes. Told him to go home.
Yep.
And then, according to fan said, no, you go home. Which, like, all right. And I'm sure there were curse words and some not so nice things said to Zach LaVine. And the Kings had him kicked out of the building. He was back last night, seemingly without incident. I think I get why the Kings removed him from the game on Wednesday. I understand fan frustration with that and saying he shouldn't have been kicked out for expressing his feelings. But I get why the Kings would do it, because when fan and player interact on that level, like, hey, all right, it's to cool the situation down.
Yeah.
It's not, it is a punishment, but not like, oh man, we have to do this for Zach, as much as it is like, hey, all right, this. You just don't want it to escalate beyond an exchange of words or fan yelling.
And you have one fan who's doing it.
Right.
How long until there's 2, or how long until there's 12, right, or how long until there's 18,000?
Sure.
And then things get completely out of hand.
Right. Yeah. So you cool the situation. It reminded me of the 49ers Cardinals game last year, where Jawan Jennings got in like 2 altercations within a couple plays of each other, and the refs just decided to eject him and the other guy after the second one, even though it wasn't really ejection worthy, but it's like, hey, this is going to escalate to something beyond this, so we're just going to clear this out now. I get it. They let him back in the building last night, which I also think was 100% the right thing to do.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that they had a conversation about like what this would look like, and that that like there is a code of conduct for fans.
Yes, no
and all
doubt.
that stuff.
No doubt.
Yeah.
You and again, I was not there. I don't know what was said. But I also know that unless that fan entered the court or assaulted somebody or whatever it is, if his whatever he was saying crossed the line, cool. You remove him for Wednesday. You have a chat. Go, hey, this is our code of conduct. Da da da. See you on Sunday.
Yeah.
And that way, it's just a thing. Like, all right, he went out. He did his little media tour. He posted on Instagram, I think, his explanation of the thing. It's all out there. He goes back, and he's a season ticket holder who sits behind the bench. Like, I'm confident that he's been to a bunch of games without incident.
Yeah.
And I'm confident he's going to go to a bunch more games without incident. But I also understand his frustration.
No, I do too.
It's not the way I would do it, but I'm also not the kind of person who I don't do confrontation like that. But I get if you are like, man, I get you're frustrated with your favorite team. They're not playing well.
Yep.
You're frustrated with this player who's on your favorite team and not playing well. And you say something, just happen to be within earshot. I'm sure he's not saying anything that I haven't said on the radio that other people in the stands aren't saying. He was saying it loudly and right next to Zach LaVine, though.
Mm-hmm.
And so Zach LaVine also frustrated. Zach LaVine also not loving how the team is playing.
Yes.
Has something to say about it. And that leads to this altercation, we'll call it. But I get it. Like, I don't blame the guy. If he crossed the line, he crossed the line. You miss the rest of Wednesday's game, and you're back on Thursday. I think the Kings did 100% the right thing. And like I said, it sounds like there wasn't any additional problem yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think there was. And like, look, I think that cooler heads will prevail in this situation like this. But at the same time, like, look, these are human beings.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zach LaVine, Russell Westbrook,
Totally.
they're human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, look, I don't think that like being part of a chant or even making some comments here and there, but when it comes to like getting into a point where you're berating a player who's in a huddle, who's on a timeout, and you're screaming and yelling at that player, like that's not being a fan at that point.
Sure.
That's like going above and beyond. And like I get it, like let him back in, but also like that can't be a normal thing. And it can't be a normal thing because like you got to look at the way a basketball arena is built. It's like 10 guys running up and down a court with 18,000 people huddled around watching them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's already like an uncomfortable situation for some of these guys where you don't feel like you're safe. And the last thing you need is for someone to like lose their mind. And again, like, look, they are like Zach LaVine is a professional basketball player. He's very good at what he does. And he also has, a wife and a bunch of kids at home.
Sure.
Who are watching this play out. And like, you don't need that element right there where you're berating. Yeah. Like use social media and type in all caps for a couple of days or something.
Give it on the internet like a normal person.
To get your point across, whatever. But like there does come a point where it's like, hey, like they have to protect the player's safety.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think going any further than that would have escalated things beyond where it needed to go.
Yeah. Well, that, and I think Russell Westbrook is a player that throughout his career has been known to have fans removed for saying inappropriate things. Yeah. It's like, hey, that guy needs to go now. And I don't know that it got to that point until it like got out of control. And that's where it was like, okay, what are we doing here?
Yeah, there was undoubtedly a point the line was crossed.
Yeah, yeah.
But good on the Kings for letting that guy back in the building. Because ultimately, if you kick out every fan that gets frustrated,
you're not going to have any fans by the time this thing's done.
You'll have Mark Robertson, the tank commander.
Yeah, like cheering with wearing like a green helmet. Like,
woo! Yeah, man. Just a strange. My thing with being a fan at games and heckling players is one, there's a way to do it, right? And I appreciate the people who've done this, especially now, like on the internet, where the goal is like a laugh.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to say something absurd. I'm going to say something about this guy's food preferences that I'm making up, right? Or maybe that guy went viral for something funny years ago and you're going to bring that up. Whatever. I don't know. There's a way to do it and there's a way not to.
Yep.
I get as frustrated as anybody when if I go to a game as a fan. I'm there. I'm fired up. I want my favorite team to win. But I also me personally, I don't like cursing in public loudly because I don't know who's around.
Yeah.
I don't know. I curse publicly a lot, but in right in a setting like that where I'm in an arena, players aren't listening for you.
No.
So 99 times out of 100, whatever you're saying is not going to make any kind of impact. And if it does, it's going to be that you're going to get kicked out.
Mm-hmm.
Not a single person. I'm going to use Zach LaVine as the example here because he's who we're talking about. But pick in your own mind, pick your favorite player. I'm sitting courtside. I say, Zach, play some defense, bro. 0% of players in the history of sports are going to be like, damn, that rando sitting on the sideline? That guy who's probably had one too many cocktails?
Just called me out.
Is exactly right. I should play more defense. And so I get it. You're frustrated. You're going to yell things. I got it. But my thing with the just going over the top and yelling and cursing and going beyond it is like, I don't know if there's a child sitting near me who I just don't want to. I don't know if you just never know in that situation.
Yeah.
So I just don't. I'll try and, nice defense. Wow, crushing it. Right, like just those frustrated things that you say on the couch. I try not to ever go that far.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say bad words loudly.
Yeah, and there also comes a point where it's like, man, you got to cool down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're gonna give yourself like health problems doing that. I mean, to me, this one specifically, it felt a little road rage-ish. That's what it kind of felt like, where somebody just kind of loses their cool out of nowhere and like is going crazy. And I get the frustrations. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, trust me, I've covered this team forever. You think that anyone is like super excited to walk in the building right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that fun. It's not. Like, the job I do right now is not that fun when it's this bad. And when you got to walk up to somebody's locker and ask them about a player, about a fan berating them, or ask them about why they're struggling so bad, how frustrated they are with the situation they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not that fun. But go ahead.
Devlin Carter having a bigger impact than Devin Carter this season. Wild. But here we are.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 49ers won. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about a team that won. Did their win over the Browns change your opinion of the 49ers at all? We'll talk about it next. Some wild stuff happened in the NFL this week, and we'll dive into all of it on the Insiders. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Hmm. Anyone get anything crazy on Black Friday?
Hang on. We're back.
And we're back. Someone just asked if I was able to find Keegan's defensive stats. Overall, Keegan is allowing his opponent to shoot 1.8% higher than their average. But greater than 15 feet, Keegan is holding his opponent to a negative 14%. His offensive opponent is shooting 23.5% outside of 15 feet. Outside of the 3-point line, they're shooting 19.4%. Keegan is holding his opponent to 18.4% below their average on 3-point shots. It's when you get inside the 2-pointers, the less than 10 feet, the less than 6 feet, that he's giving up plus numbers. And that's, again, because the Kings don't have a shot blocker. Oh, see, Russ, this is a good question. Wendy's chili or Panera chili? I can tell you that Jerry Reynolds loves Wendy's chili.
A lot of people with strong opinions about fast food chili in here.
Yeah.
I have no thoughts.
I think the Panera chili is a little bit better. I think it's healthier, but how much, I don't know. When I would drive Jerry to and from the studio in the Bay Area, we would stop and get chili at, what is that, Cordelia? We'd stop at Wendy's every single time. And we have to go inside and eat. We can't eat on the road.
Okay.
Yeah, Jerry likes to sit and enjoy his food, and all he would order is a cup of chili every time. And then back on the road. One time we took my Suburban down. I knew it was going to be rainy and windy.
Rainy and Wendy's? Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the ones and twos. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Can't wait to talk to KC. He's tweeting.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I just always find that when someone posts something online, I had this problem yesterday. Because during the first half of the 49ers game, I said, this is the most predictable game ever. The 49ers are playing to not lose, and they're getting punked in Cleveland again. The first 30 minutes is squarely on the head coach or something very close to that. And with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, a bunch of people start like, wow, this aged horribly. It's like, well, no, I was assessing what I saw in the first half. The first half, they didn't play well. No matter how well they played in the second half, they were ass in the first half. Like, they just didn't. My issue was they had the 4th and 4 at the 40, at the Browns 40, and they punted up 7-0. And then the Browns went 90 yards and they get the 2-point conversion and they go up 8-7. And then the 49ers with 39 seconds left have a 3rd and 10, less than 39 seconds left. They go completion to Ricky Pearsall, completion to Jawan Jennings, big completion to George Kittle. They get in field goal range right before the half. They kick a field goal to go up 10-8. And somebody's like, why are you complaining? They're ahead. Like, man, there's so much. The point is, there's nuance. You're just posting on Twitter like, hey, here's the basics of my thought.
Well, yeah, and like I can tweet out that a player hits back-to-back threes, and then at the end of the game they go 2 of 10,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, "People, he had a horrible shooting game, and you said he hit back-to-back threes." Well, he did.
He did. That's the thing that happened.
He did. He
Yeah.
hit those, and then he didn't hit anything else. What am I supposed to say?
You're responding to this thing from an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Keep up. But anyway, so I'm interested. I'm always interested because I'll see Kenny say things on Twitter, and then you get to talking about it and explaining. And I think he has some interesting thoughts on the Kings playing young players and should they play young players and et cetera, et cetera. We both feel like they should, and we'll dive into all of that. The handoff can't wait, coming up in about 40 minutes right here on ESPN 1320. All right. The 49ers beat the Browns yesterday, 26-8, a game I thought they were going to lose. And we've, as I just kind of explained with how I thought they played in the first half, I still thought at the end of halftime, I thought they were going to lose. Did their win yesterday make you feel any different about them?
It did.
Like as some level, there's like playoff team, then there's like they can win around, they might go to the conference championship game, they could go to the Super Bowl. Where do you land with them now?
Yeah, I look at them and like I think most of the teams in the NFC right now are beatable on any given Sunday. We saw that this weekend with the Rams. The Bears are the team that's rolling right now, but Philadelphia takes steps back all the time. The Lions, who I think still are one of the better teams in the NFC, they've lost games that they shouldn't lose, and there's a good chance they won't make the playoffs. I'm watching a 49ers team that is developing some sort of like soul, some sort of mindset, and that's when you start to have something. We talk about this all the time. Whether Taylor Jenkins is a good coach or not, I don't know, like an X's and O's guy. But his Memphis Grizzlies, you knew exactly who you were playing every single time you played them.
Yep.
And I'm starting to feel that Robert Saleh might have been the greatest offseason acquisition that any team has ever had. He has created the culture that Doug Christie is begging for in Sacramento. And it's a next man up. We're going to fight. We're going to bite your ankles. We're going to punch you first. This mindset that you just don't find. And it doesn't matter what star level player goes down. Robert Saleh has another soldier ready to go right back in and pick it up for him. And to me, it's amazing to see a team turn it around this quickly on the defensive side of the ball, but also just the war of attrition that they're dealing with and how they just keep finding some other dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you brought up the guy they brought up from the practice squad that the linebacker.
Jalen Graham?
Yeah, Jalen Graham, like out of, not part of anything. And then all of a sudden, hey, bro, you got to go.
Yeah, you're in. The Jalen Graham thing is so funny because we talked about this on my podcast, Candlestick Chronicles, but Jalen Graham was a player they drafted in the 7th round in 2023. This is a little sidebar. And I read in The Athletic, Scott McLuhan, who was the 49ers GM, who drafted Navarro Bowman, who drafted Patrick Willis, who helped kind of oversee the foundations of what became the Jim Harbaugh 49ers. And he speaks with Matt Barrows after every draft and kind of gives his assessment of all these players. And Jalen Graham, he was like, this guy's a player. This guy's the one. He can rush the passer. He can do this, da-da-da-da. So that's just all in. And then Jalen Graham had a pretty good preseason. And you're going, man, that looks like an NFL player. Can't wait for Jalen Graham. Turns out Jalen Graham, not very good. But he got into the game yesterday. And I was like, it's time. Jalen Graham season. We are here, but 2 plays in a row, the Browns ran right at him, and he got wiped off the map. Offensive lineman gets on him, took him out of the play.
Tough world.
Tough
world. I'll say this though, like we talk so much about the NFL trade deadline, and it was coming up, and we're like, okay, are they just gonna do these 2 small moves? And these 2 small moves were Cleveland Farrell and Keon White, right? Was there one more?
No, they signed Farrell to the practice squad, and then they traded for Keon White.
All within 24 hours of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 2 combined for 3 sacks yesterday.
Yeah.
Like that's
Cleveland Farrell tied for the team lead in sacks now.
Oh boy.
He's played 4 games.
4 games. But that's where, like, again, you take a player who's not performing or not given an opportunity somewhere else. But when Robert Saleh seems to see something in somebody, he empowers them and they're taking off. And so I think it's really cool to watch because you didn't think that an offensive or defensive coordinator could mean so much. And for whatever reason it is. And, even I know after the game, Kittle talked about Alfred Collins like a million times. Just like,
yeah, it's the second time he's done that.
Just like how incredibly impressive he is. And it's something that, again, we're talking about a bunch of rookies that this season for the 49ers is very specifically about developing young players on the defensive side of the ball. And we're seeing it.
Yeah.
And, a couple of weeks ago, there was some concern that some of these guys weren't going to make it, that they weren't good enough to be these players. But, Upton Stout continues to develop, and Curtis Robinson and D Winters. And like, you just keep naming these guys that are stepping up and having an impact. And that's good.
I'm interested to see, because the NFL does do assistant coach of the year. I'm interested to see where Robert Saleh lands in that.
Yeah.
Because and I think Kyle Shanahan probably has a case for coach of the year as well. He's got this 9-4 team with all of these injuries. Here's the other thing. The prevailing narrative around the 49ers going into the year was, oh my God, look at all of the talent they lost. Are the 49ers rebuilding? Look at all the players they let go. Talanoa Hufanga, Malik Collins, Dre Greenlaw, Leonard Floyd. Oh my goodness. Javon Hargrave. All these guys are just gone. What are they going to do? How could they possibly do it? That was the narrative going into the year. Then they lost Nick Bosa. They lost Fred Warner. Brandon Ayuk hasn't come back. Ricky Pearsall missed 6 games. Mac Jones had to start half a dozen games. Where else am I?
Pearsall's not even back now. I mean, he's out there, but he's just doing
cardio. Not been super productive. They've had all of these injury problems. I say George Kittle missed a bunch of games.
Yeah.
They've had all these injury problems, and yet they're sitting here at 9-4. To me, when I think coach of the year, I think coach who has had the biggest impact. And the 49ers still have a lot of good players, but I don't know that there are that many coaches in the league, if any, who would have this version of the 49ers at 9-4 right now.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And Nick Wagner from ESPN pointed this out on the internet today. The 49ers are closer to the 1 seed than they are being out of the playoffs right now. They are a half game back of the number 1 seed Bears, and they are 1.5 games up on the number 8 seed Lions.
Yeah.
Which is a weird sentence.
They're a half game out of the NFC West lead.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right there. I think Kyle Shanahan very much should be in the coach of the year mix. And if you want to say, well, man, what Mike Vrabel has done, turning around the New England Patriots, cool. Thumbs up. You got it. I would agree with that. But Kyle Shanahan's like 2 for me. As of right now, these things always change weirdly at the end of the year. If you go out and lose 3 or final 4, that obviously changes the calculus. But as of right now, I think Mike Vrabel is the only person ahead of Kyle Shanahan for coach of the year. Okay. Or at least should be.
I think there are other coaches that are have their teams in surprising situations. Like I think, again, is it Shane Steichen?
Yeah.
For Indianapolis, like they have no business being 8-4. They're a team that, like, realistically, like, no one expected anything from. They're falling apart right now, so I'm gonna guess that they're not gonna be there. And then I'd also ask, like Vrabel is having a great season, but what's the difference between Vrabel and what Sean Payton's doing in Denver? I mean, both teams are 10-2.
Because the Broncos made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And this is where there's no specific criteria.
Yeah.
There's not this is the way everybody's going to vote differently. But for me, and this is the Sean Payton argument, is a little bit where the argument that Kyle Shanahan always runs up against. It's like, well, yeah, the team's supposed to be good and they're good and he's good. So
yeah. And that's why I think Ben Johnson's going to be in this conversation, leading the Bears to a 9-3 record. And they haven't lost in, it feels like, over 2 months.
Yeah.
They just keep plugging away. Just like really, really impressive. So I think it's interesting. I do think it's wide open. I think there are a handful of coaches this year that have really got their team to a point that you didn't see coming. And so, even like Seattle, like their head coach has done a tremendous job. They're 9-3 with a new quarterback, Michael McDonald, with all the switching that they've done to rebuild that team, getting rid of DK Metcalf and Lockett and just kind of moving forward.
Kyle Shanahan isn't even mentioned in this article with BetMGM.
That's tough.
Mike Vrabel is the favorite at minus 250. Shane Steichen is plus 475. Ben Johnson in Chicago, the 1 seed Bears, currently at plus 1,000. They mention him. They mention Michael McDonald. No mention of the 9-4 49ers.
Yeah, I think you're just looking at a bunch of young coaches who are doing things with teams that you didn't expect anything from.
That's just so crazy.
The Niners 2 years ago were a contender, and then they had just a horrific season last year. But to see them bounce back and have all these injuries and still be right in it, it's just super impressive. It's fun to watch.
I just don't understand the logic of, wow, the 49ers lost so much talent. Wow, the 49ers have had so many injuries. And also, like, they're a half game out of the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
And just like, oh, okay, well, yeah, obviously, they're the 49ers. They're supposed to be good. Like, what? No, they're not supposed to be good.
No.
Like, this team should not be 9-4.
Nope. It's tough.
I don't know. I was a Brian Daboll guy. Bad take. I was a Brian Daboll guy back in 2020. It was at 2022 he won the Coach of the Year. Guy's a Brian Daboll guy. He's like, yeah, man, he got Daniel Jones to the playoffs. Like, yeah, salute. Like, turning things around. Again, didn't age well.
Nope.
So I'm not like Kyle Shanahan should win it every year. I'm not like, that's not where I'm at. If I didn't think Kyle Shanahan should be Coach of the Year, I wouldn't bring this up. But I just, you watch yesterday and you watch the Browns with Kevin Stefanski, who has been the Coach of the Year before, by the way, and you watch their special teams just be a nightmare, and you're watching Shedeur Sanders in his second start, and you're like, it's like, oof. Like, has the development been there from Kevin Stefanski and what they're doing offensively? Kevin Stefanski doesn't even call plays anymore. And then you watch Kyle Shanahan just kind of plugging away. If the 49ers are nothing else, and this is a Robert Saleh conversation too, the 49ers are one of the best coach teams in the league.
Yeah.
Like, you just see it week in and week out. They just do a lot of stuff the right way, or even if they don't have the dudes. I don't think they have the dudes to be a Super Bowl contender. But man, I don't think they're going to get outcoached in a playoff game.
No, I totally agree. I like super impressed with the job they've done this year, holding this thing together while so many bad things happened.
Yeah.
And yeah, the schedule was light, but their schedule actually isn't nearly as bad, as easy as it looked initially. Like, there's a lot of teams that have stepped up and actually, like, become very good, high quality teams that the 49ers have played.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they've been tremendous. And like, look, that's why I think more of them, I think, hey, yeah, you get through the first, if somehow you can beat someone in the first round, then it's like all bets are off. Like, every single one of these NFC teams have stumbled and looked beatable. And so, like, why not the 49ers? That's kind of where I'm going at this point. Like, you beat the Rams once, they, trash you the second time, but like the third time you play somebody, you never know. And I think they've got a shot.
All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. I have a NFL question for you that we will ask when we get back. But I also feel like a harsh reality setting in for the Kings, or maybe setting in for the Kings. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'll be right back.
What's going on, everybody? Did anyone see the I think it was Fairbairn, like, fully missed an extra point and they gave it to him? That was wild. Yeah. Lotus, I think if I guess you guys are discussing all the OKC picks. Yeah, here we go. I think that they would give up one of their first round picks and maybe even two of their first round picks, but they're the Thunder. They're going to want a future first round pick in order for that to happen. So they're going to try to push off whatever it is that they're doing to a later date. And, so yeah, would they listen? I think so. But you're gonna have to give up draft capital to get it. So if you think this draft is that good and you think you can get another top 10 pick, then maybe you would give up a future pick, especially say like the Spurs unprotected pick in 2027. But that's risky. This question, DC never went back to the exact lineup that got him back in the game. Do you think he's playing salaries first, even though he doesn't seem to fit? Even though that doesn't seem to fit for Westbrook. Look, I just think that sometimes you're in the middle of a game and you're trying to move pieces around, and again, they should have gone back to Keon and given that same group that brought him back in the game. But just because they did doesn't mean that the same thing would have happened that happened in the first half. So yeah, I think that he should have at least tried the same 5-man lineup again. But I've never coached at, an NBA game where you've got 48 minutes and people are screaming at you the entire time, and you're trying to manage your team and manage egos and manage everything that's happening. And look, Zach LaVine had moments in that game where you're like, hey, he's really good in the first half. They would have been down even worse if Zach LaVine wasn't playing. So should you not give Zach LaVine a shot with some of the other guys to see if they can continue building what they're doing? Because, you're going to run into limitations with lineups. I don't know. I think the same thing about DeMar. I mean, you can't just throw everybody out and say, hey, that starting lineup was horrible. Those 5 guys don't get to play again.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
All right, Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch our local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Did that yesterday with the 49ers and Browns game. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, who's the best team in the NFL right now?
Oof. I don't know.
It's weird. So we talk about 49ers, and we'll get to the Kings in the harsh reality setting in for the Kings in a moment. But when we were talking just now, and I said, did the 49ers win yesterday make you feel better about where they are? And for me, yeah. For me, it did. Their special teams continues to help them swing games, which was the case yesterday. Recovering a muffed punt. You got the big punt return from Sky Moore. Matt Gay was 2 for 2 on his field goals, 2 for 2 on extra points. They continue to win on the margins there. And then I thought Brock Purdy was really, really good bouncing back and played a very different game than the one he played against Carolina.
Yeah.
And you watch the 49ers and I go, I feel better about them. But what does that mean? Because the argument that we've had all year long on the handoff with D'Lo and KC, which is coming up in about 20 minutes, the argument we've had all year long is just where are the 49ers in the hierarchy? We do the Tuesday tiers and we go, oh, well, they're tier 3 because they're not quite. But then you watch the Bears all year. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
You watch the Bears all year. They've tried to lose games to the Vikings and the Bengals, and they probably should have lost to the Steelers. They probably should have lost to the Giants. They've had all these games where it's just these miracle comebacks, and still they got to 9-3. Salute. That's where they've earned that. But when you look at the 49ers and Bears, you go, the Bears are definitely better.
No.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so at all.
The Rams. I think the Rams are definitely better than the 49ers. But also, I thought the Rams were definitely better than Carolina, and Carolina got their ass yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Bryce Young cooked yesterday after we watched Bryce Young on Monday night against whatever the hell this 49ers defense is and went, oh boy.
Yeah.
Is he what is this?
I know, because I was looking, I'm like, Denver's 10-2. I've got to look at and see what they've done on the season. Because I was thinking they've got to be one of the best teams, right?
Denver has an argument to be the best team in the NFL, no doubt.
Yeah. So they started the season, they won a game, then they lost 2, and they haven't lost since.
Right. They won 9 in a row.
They've won 9 in a row. But some of these games, man, like, again, you beat the Bengals, and the Bengals were a mess when they beat them. They beat Philadelphia. That's great.
A really good win against Philly.
Yeah, but then you barely hang on to beat the Jets 13-11. You barely
international
hang on to
game there.
The Giants 33-32.
Miracle comeback.
Yep. The Dallas Cowboys game, you thumped the Cowboys 44-24, but then you barely beat the Texans. You barely beat the Raiders 10-7
on a Thursday night.
And then you barely beat the Chiefs 22-19. And then you barely beat the Commanders, who are trash, 27-26. So
they did a batted down pass in OT to win that one.
And how many 3-point games have they won? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 7-point game. I mean, a 4-point game. So 6 of their wins are by 3 points or less in the, so
they're 7-2 in 1-score games.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And again, like, so this is, and when I say best team in the NFL, this is, if you were picking one team right now, let me phrase it this way. If you're picking one team right now that you're like, I have $1,000 to bet, and I have to bet it on one team to win the Super Bowl, who are you confidently laying that money down on?
None. Last week, it might have been the Rams. It might have been the Rams last week, and you're like, okay, the Rams are looking really good.
Yeah,
but
it feels like every team. It felt like last year the Eagles. It's like, man, the Eagles are rolling right now. The Eagles are gonna be really hard to beat.
Yeah.
The Chiefs. Man, the Chiefs are rolling right. The Chiefs are going to be really hard to beat. And you've seen that in the past. There's always like that one team that by week 13, you feel really good about one team in the league or one or two teams in each conference.
Yeah.
And you just said it with Denver, 7-2 in 1-score games, and their defense is very good. Like, don't get it twisted. I know their defense is really good, and that might just be enough to help them win. Between Sean Payton and that defense, maybe that'll be enough to help them win in January. But I'm not confident in it. I'm not confident. The Ravens might be bad. The Chiefs might be mid. The Bills are. I don't like. Josh Allen is a force of nature, unlike who can take over a game unlike any other player in the sport. But do you super trust the Bills?
No.
In a playoff game?
I don't think the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs.
Chiefs might miss the playoffs. The Lions might miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, it is such a strange year in the NFL, and I don't know if it's strange complimentary or strange derogatory, because parity is the goal. Every league loves parity. Every league wants every team to be 500. Like, that's what, if everybody could be, not literally once, but that's like you want the distance between the best and the worst teams to be as small as possible.
Yeah.
And I think the NFL is accomplishing that, but I don't know if it's in a good way. It's like, if you've created parity because there's too many games and not enough rostered players, so a bunch of guys are hurt, and it's just a war of attrition, and so you get all these teams that are really close because a bunch of them are missing some of their best players. I don't know that that's good. Like, I don't feel like this has been an awesome NFL season.
Yeah, I think the parity of the season is good. But like, taking the Lions for an example, they haven't had, at least not that I've seen, like the sheer volume of injuries that we're seeing from some of the other teams. And, now they're down Laporta, they're down Amon-Ra St. Brown, but that just happened. But their running backs have been strong. Like, the fact that they're 7-5 is stunning to me. The fact that the Chiefs, they look like they're going to win every single one of these games, and then they don't. And maybe that's because we're preconditioned to think that the Chiefs are always going to come back and beat you. But like, the Chiefs, like, win-loss record and games in 1-score games last season looks very similar to what Denver's doing right now. Remember, it's like, how many times did they win a game on a field goal in the end, or somebody missed a field goal and they won? That's what it kind of feels like for Denver this year. The Chiefs, man, I would still take them against any team in the AFC if they can make it, but they might not make it.
Yeah, man. I I think I'd probably, if I, in my scenario where I'm betting $1,000, I'm probably still betting it on the Rams.
Yeah.
Because that would have been my pick last week, and you don't want to super overcorrect on 1 week. But the Rams looked unbeatable. And they still are. Top 10 offense, top 10 defense. They look very, very good. But they looked nigh unbeatable. And then they go into Carolina, and Carolina hangs up 31 after putting up 9 on the 49ers the week before.
Yeah.
The 49ers that I think were at least 1, maybe 2 tiers below the Rams. It's just weird year. Really weird year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm buying more and more into this idea that, like, maybe the 49ers just stumble their way into the NFC title game.
That would be weird.
I don't think they will. I wouldn't bet on it. I would bet if I had $1,000 to bet on the 49ers' success this season, I think they make the wild card round and then they're out in the first round.
Okay.
Because I think they're going to have to go on the road to LA, or they're going to have to go on the road to
Philadelphia or
Philly or Detroit or Chicago. Again, could they win? Could they beat Philly? Yeah, because Philly's offense is weird. Could they beat Chicago? Yeah, because we just talked about, like, I'm not totally sure how good Chicago is. Could they go on the road and beat the Rams? Like, yeah, we saw them do it super banged up earlier this season. Yeah, they could. I wouldn't bet on it though. But I'm less certain on the idea that, like, there's no chance they're making any kind of run.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of that now. This week, like, pushed me to that side to like, man, you have a grittiness to you. You have something different to you that's making me feel like the next man up mentality. They just keep overcoming the injuries. And I don't know how you continuously overcome such dramatic, like, gut-wrenching injuries, but they do. Yeah, it's
a coach.
It's a system. It's a coach. It's a mentality that they have that I think is making me go, okay, I'm not gonna say no. They can't make it.
Just to drive this all home. The 49ers are 9-4. And in this stretch, these 4 games that started in week 11 against Arizona. So they get blown out by the Rams 42-26 in week 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then they had at Arizona, home Panthers, at Cleveland, bye week, home Titans. They were 6-4 going into this stretch. We said they need to go 4-0, minimum 3-1,
mm-hmm.
but 4-0 to really feel good about making the playoffs. And that was before the Lions lost to Green Bay on Thanksgiving and dropped to 7-5.
Yep.
I think 10 wins probably gets it done. But if San Francisco comes out of the bye week and they take care of business against Tennessee at home, they go into a tough stretch at Indianapolis, home Chicago, home Seattle, where if you can get one of those, you are almost guaranteed to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll probably know by the end of week 15, exactly what you need in those 3 games. They have started playing their best football into mid-November and into December, which is a hallmark of the Kyle Shanahan 49ers.
Yep.
And this defense that I have been out on, that I have been like, they just don't have the horses. They just can't do it. Has given up 39 points the last 3 weeks.
That's crazy.
Now, granted, the Browns stink.
They do.
But Arizona's offense, not been bad with Jacoby Brissett. Carolina they hung up 30 in overtime on the Falcons. They put up 9 against the 49ers and then put up 31 on the Rams. I'm starting to come around. I'm starting to see the vision.
It's crazy. They literally are the opposite of the Sacramento Kings.
How so?
The Kings don't have a bunch of young guys who are trying to figure it out. They have a bunch of veteran guys who aren't figuring it out. And here you have the 49ers who, on the defensive side of the ball, nothing but young guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, the entire group is just a bunch of, couple of years of experience. Some of them are rookies, and they're just going out there and playing together and figuring out ways to help each other every single step of the way. They're tackling well. They're doing all the basics, and they just keep plugging away and getting better. Yeah. And by the end of the season, this is what you were hoping, that they could reset the roster. And if nothing else. Who cares about the playoffs? Who cares about anything else? You get done with this year and you know that the path forward looks good because you've developed like 3 or 4 of your draft picks and they've become something. We're already there. And these guys just continuously get better and better and better. And that's where I think like you separate yourself with the Kings, because the Kings just, like, they're a bunch of the old guard and they're just not very good together. And like the lack of chemistry is just a problem.
Perfect segue, because this reality might be setting in for me. The way I'm coming around in a good way on the 49ers, I might be doing whatever the opposite of that is for Sacramento. And I wonder. I don't know the answer to this. I'm asking out loud. I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
Maybe the Kings aren't as high on Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud and Keon Ellis as I am / we are. Because I feel like if you're Doug Christie or the coaching staff or Scott Perry or the collective brain trust who makes these decisions, you're 5-16. I feel like it would have been a while ago that you went, hey, Nick Clifford does X, Y, and Z things well. Here's how we're going to utilize him on a consistent basis. Keon Ellis does A, B, and C things well. Here's how we're going to utilize him on a consistent basis. We're going to figure out ways to manufacture minutes and roles for them. Maxime Reynaud, same deal. I kind of, and again, I don't know. There's still a lot of basketball left. But I wonder if part of the reason those guys aren't playing is because the Kings just don't believe in them. At least yet. Let me caveat. They don't believe in them yet. And so while we pound the table and we go, why aren't the young guys playing? Now's the time. Pull the trigger. Play the young guys. I wonder if they would say, well, we're afraid that in the development arc, that if we play them, we're going to torpedo their confidence and they're never going to help at all.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, look, that's always going to be the way that you bring along young players in the NBA. I mean, Maxime Reynaud is a 2nd-round pick.
Right.
Like, is he developing? Yeah, he's developing. Like, I'm enjoying watching him get better. He's getting stronger.
Yeah. He's
going out there and rebounding better. He understands that he
looks
wasn't
less
good
lost.
He does. And a lot less, like, he's kind of all over the place. Like, his head's flying, his hair's flying everywhere. His arms are all over the place. And slowly you're watching him refine himself. And that's just the game is slowing down for him. I think the game is slowing down for Nick Clifford as well, but I think Nick is still caught in this mindset of I'm surrounded by players who I watched growing up.
Sure.
And, you know, whether it's DeMar DeRozan or it's Zach LaVine or whoever it is, like he's struggling with that. Like, how do I step up and be that guy with these guys around me? I think with Reynaud, he doesn't care. And it does help him that he's looking around and it's, you know, it's Domantas Sabonis on the bench because he's hurt.
Right.
But then it's, you know, Drew Eubanks.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't take, you know, Max is a smart kid. He can look up Basketball Reference and know exactly who Drew Eubanks is as a player. It doesn't take much to know that, number one, you're 7'1" and he's 6'9". Number two, you're playing 20 minutes some night and he's playing 13. Like, there was always going to be a handoff this season, at least in the way I looked at it coming into the year, where you're going to get to a certain point and Drew Eubanks would be phased out partially and Max Reynaud would step in. I thought Max would go play in the G League and maybe get 10 or 12 games there to build his confidence, get ready. And then you would have this transition of, you know, the backup center position, which is only 12 minutes a game or whatever, would eventually go to Reynaud. But you never know when that's going to happen, whether it be December or whether it be January, whether you got to wait until after the trade deadline, all that stuff. Right now, it's like, okay, when Domas got hurt, it opened a door for you to just say, we have no other option but for you to go out there and play. I mean, this team, like, this is so bizarre to me. Like, Dario Saric, I don't know how tall he is. What's 6'10", 6'9"?
We'll call him 6'10".
Yeah, okay. But Dario Saric is not playing. So just take him and crumple him up and throw it in the corner, right? It's not going to happen.
McDermott.
Same with Doug McDermott. But outside of, you know, like, once Domas goes down, you have a 7'1" rookie, a 6'9", guy in Drew Eubanks and a 6'8" Precious Achua. You
Mhm.
just run up against a 7'3" dude. What are you supposed to do?
Right.
Like, there's nothing you can, and not just a 7'3" guy who is just a total stiff. We're talking about a full-grown 7'3", can get to the basket, like can push his way into around the basket at any point because he's a gigantic human being. The Kings don't have anyone to defend that.
Nothing.
Do you think last night Zach Edey would have had a career night if Jonas Valanciunas was standing there?
No.
No.
No, I don't think so.
That's what they're up against. And that's where, like, again, you hear
But if only they had Jonas Valanciunas on their team.
Yeah, I know.
Can you imagine?
You hear people ask for patience and stuff like that. And I know Kings fans have, like, run out of patience. But you're now, like, being asked again, hey, patience. And it's like, patience for what?
That's it.
Because you guys, like, the 5-year plan is no plan at all type deal. Like, at some point you have to arrive. And you can't arrive for 5 minutes and then, like, fall apart 2 seconds later.
It would be a lot easier to have patience if I'm watching 20 minutes a night of Nate Clifford. I would take 18 minutes a night.
Yeah, if you're getting Keon Ellis and you're getting Maxime Reynaud and Keegan Murray and Neek and, like, whoever else guard-wise that you again, Precious Achua is only 26 years old. Like, and clearly can play. He's going out there, he's being physical, he's doing the things you're asking.
Yeah.
Like, if that's where you're going with this team, I think people will be a lot more accepting.
I totally agree.
Of what's happening here.
It'd be a lot more palatable to lose 8 out of 10. But it's like, hey, here's something to discuss with Nate Clifford. Here's something to discuss about Maxime Reynaud. Wow, Precious Achua had 20 and 10 the other night. What a game. Like that, people will have patience for that. I don't think people have patience for the guys who are playing right now.
Watching veterans turn the ball over repeatedly, or veterans miss shots, or veterans just flat out don't pass the ball. And you're like, what exactly is happening? And
Pass
again,
the ball.
The one thing I'm going to point out is that you see with the young players exactly what Doug Christie is trying to do. And then you have the veterans, and they're not doing that. And that's where it becomes, like, really, really frustrating for a coaching staff, but also, like, you can see what they want. And then you can see this other group of players that refuse to buy in on the court. And you can say, well, is that a coaching problem? Is it a player problem? It's like, well, it's probably a lot of both.
Yeah.
But it's also a lot of the fact that a lot of these players understand that they're not going to be here, so they don't really have to listen.
Yeah.
And that's just it.
Yeah.
They make big money, and they don't really have to do what you're asking.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Let's loop in D'Lo and KC into this conversation on the Handoff next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Kenny Caraway. I have the most. I almost texted you this.
That's different.
I almost texted you this weekend. Not to brag, Chatty. I also have Kenny Caraway's phone number. Hey, man. I was going to text you this weekend, but I wanted to ask you on air because this is very important for me. Your assessment of what I'm going to ask is all that matters. No pressure. No pressure. Damian Burley.
Yo.
Good news, everyone. JJ McCarthy is expected to be back next week.
Oh, dear Lord.
Can the Vikings be a factor in the NFC? We'll talk about it next. Clones.
Oh, clones. Clones. Shut up, Romy.
Have a take, don't suck.
How many, this ain't even shade. It's just something that I've learned as I've been in the business and all this other stuff and just gotten older. How many writers do you think he has? Do you know for sure?
Who?
Jim
Rome?
In his defense, he preps a lot. Like a lot.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think he's, even if they
legend.
all write him. Like the delivering is him.
Yeah.
Like that's him.
Yeah.
But yeah, how many writers? Like I think there's
Because from what I understand, they write his entire show. It's like on a teleprompter.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
That's maybe not a teleprompter, but like his show is like written. At least that's again what I understand. I've never been in studio with the guy, but that's what. So for that, I would for.
I have
5,
and it's heavily like everything is planned to the second,
right?
Like
right.
the absolute minuscule second. And I think when he was at 1140, I think he had like 6 producers.
Man,
Two were with him. Maybe it was 4 and 2 were back wherever the main studio is.
Oh, he did the show from 1140.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
That's pretty nuts. RME at haveatake.com.
Once again, people can write for anybody. The delivery is what takes it over the top. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh, totally.
He delivers everything he says at an elite level, at an all-time level.
That's most of those shows. Like Cowherd, they have a team of producers. Mike and Mike had like a dozen guys work on that show. Who's the stat guy on First Take that they always go to do the trivia questions? He came from Mike and Mike. I can't remember his name, but he always tries to. The bit is to stump somebody.
Stanford Steve.
Nope, wrong show.
The Bear.
Wrong show.
The Bear.
Tony Reale.
The Bear.
Again, wrong show.
Damn.
Do you guys think and once again, I'm not shading anybody. It's
Hembo,
just
that's
the name
what
of the
it is.
game. Who has a show
Who's on
that
Greenwood?
you don't think has that many producers or writers? Like a national show.
I think what you see on the McAfee show is what you get.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
It's a good call.
They might have a
That's
couple
like
people
4
behind
guys,
it. They
though.
might have a couple of people behind it. Do we count AJ Hawk?
No.
Can you imagine hiring somebody and they just sat here like this the whole show?
There is no more useless human being in sports media than AJ Hawk.
That's crazy.
My favorite thing is when you say that on the internet, there's just an AJ Hawk hive that will come after you. Like, no, he says stuff. He says some things sometimes.
Oh, off the top of my head, I think Florio and Sims don't have a lot of writers. I
Mm.
don't really
that's a
watch
good
their
one.
show.
Yeah,
a lot,
that's
but-
two
one.
really high quality, like
That's a good one.
gas bags, though. No, those guys are good.
Yeah.
All the Dan Patrick's writers are on his show.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s. Damon Barley and Kenny Caraway in the building.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I have the most important. I want to talk about the Kings, but I have a 49ers question that I have been waiting to ask Kenny Caraway. I was going to text him about this, and I
Is it
decided
about
not
the
to.
2025 team or like a obscure 2011?
Oh no, this year's
reference?
team.
Okay.
Oh no,
Okay.
this year's team.
Just making sure.
This year's team.
Just
No,
need
no.
to decide how engaged I needed to be in this conversation.
Yeah, I want to talk to Kenny. You remember the Browns game in 2011 at Candlestick? No. Yeah, Colt
Oh
McCoy
yeah,
signed
it was
for
cold
Cleveland.
that day. It rained.
Yeah.
And
Windy.
yes,
Definitely windy.
Breaks up the oh not 20.
No.
I
It
think
didn't beat the Braves. I think like 20-10 was the final, something like that.
Buccaneers.
A little
is all
closer than it
picking
should have
up,
been.
man.
Yeah, that's when Josh Morgan got hurt.
Yeah.
where is this
Anyways.
going?
All right. I have a very important question about the 2025 San Francisco 49ers to ask you, Kenny
Okay.
Caraway.
All right.
Are the 2025 San Francisco 49ers tougher than a $2 steak?
Did you watch Sports Sunday last night?
I didn't.
They absolutely are tougher than a $2
Let's
steak.
go.
And I said so on the rock. No, absolutely.
I didn't watch. I don't get CBS 13 where I live, so
Okay, well, no, you can get
But no one will run a saying into the ground more than my partner. Like between the $2 steak in Memphis,
it's
Bleak,
looking
and,
and I'm not talking about Memphis.
and his new favorite, Jay-Z's, what you eat don't make me.
Oh, that's been there. I be telling my son that all the time.
Well, all of these have been here for 5 years. I'm sure on the first D'Lo and Casey episode, you referenced Memphis Bleak and then a tough $2 steak that you likely had in Reno.
well,
Vegas.
or Vegas.
Now this was the old Vegas, so not the new Vegas. Yeah, this was like
There are no
so
$2.
good.
The
Yeah.
cheap steak is the $20 steak.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Tougher are the 49ers tougher than a $20 steak in Vegas? In New Vegas.
Yeah.
2025 Vegas.
Absolutely. No, they're that. They're that.
Yeah, man.
I mean, everything that they've had to endure and go through throughout this season, injury-wise, mentally, emotionally. And off the top of my head, there's one game where they weren't ready to play, and that was Houston.
Yeah.
They were just kind of in a malaise for a little while. And then they even fought back to like get into that game. They weren't like done throughout the entire game. They woke up, kind of got back into it. We're down by 7 or 8, I think it was, in the fourth quarter. Just couldn't get all the way through. But the mental toughness that these guys have shown from week to week has been $2 steak worthy for sure. For sure.
I've been waiting heavy on my mind all day, so I had to find out.
Do you think they're tougher than a $2 steak?
Yeah, if nothing else, I think they're going to be hard to beat. Yeah. I just the way they bounced back in the second half and just didn't. I think this happens in basketball and in the NFL certainly, just kind of across all sports. I think the idea of managing a game and just doing what it takes to win a game has gotten severely underrated. Where it's like, if the box score numbers don't pop, then like, yeah, but how good were you really?
Right.
And I think the Niners just, from Brock Purdy on down, just managed that game yesterday. Didn't turn the ball over, took advantage of mistakes, scored touchdowns when they needed touchdowns. They just kind of did everything. The Browns offense, I think early on, had them a little bit flummoxed, but they ran out of screens to run. And that was just kind of it. I thought the 49ers managed a weird game in a really tough spot that I thought they were going to lose. I thought they managed it really well. I think it was a really well-coached team. And I think that specifically Brock Purdy, I thought played really well yesterday. In a tough spot.
What you just said before that, but what you had just said is, I think, essentially what I've been saying for the last 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I'm starting to come around. Yeah.
But you said it differently. I think it's the same thing, but you said it differently, and it works. They're going to be tough to beat.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're unbeatable. Doesn't mean that the Rams or the Eagles shouldn't be favored or anything like that. But it feels like to beat the Niners, no Trent Dilfer here, you're going to have to beat the Niners.
To win games, you have to win the game.
No, that's pretty Trent
not lose the
Dilfer.
game.
Like, I don't know.
You're going to have to beat.
Really.
You're going to have to beat them. They're not going to give it to you.
It's Trent Dilfer, and I'm not talking Memphis.
You're going to have to go beat.
Very good. Nailed it.
Where was he at? Where was he coaching at that he got fired? Wasn't it?
He was coaching at a high school.
Birmingham,
It was in Tennessee.
UAB?
Oh, was he at a college?
Too. He was at UAB, but then he went to high school too.
Oh, he got fired from there also.
Yeah.
Trent Dilfer, thumbs down as a coach. Not a good coach.
Major
he was. He's
like, what? You can't beat the hell out of players anymore? What's wrong with this?
No, he got
a society.
He got a clip in high school at a high school team where he was just going crazy. But it feels like now they could give it to you with turnovers and stuff like that. But you're gonna have to beat them.
Yeah,
you're going to have to, like, maybe not your A+ game, but you got to come with it to beat the 49ers. And I'll take my chances with that.
Yeah, man. We were talking about this earlier. If I had to pick $1,000, if I had $1,000 and I had to bet it on one team to win the Super Bowl, like, I don't know who I'm betting it on. I don't think I feel good about it no matter what. But if I'm doing that in round one, I'm just not picking whoever the 49ers are playing, whether they have to go on the road to LA or Philly or Chicago or Detroit or wherever they would have to go. I'm just not betting against them.
Yeah.
Because maybe they don't make the NFC title game, but if you told me, yeah, they messed around and they went on the road and won a wild card game, sure.
Yeah.
Man.
Look how they might not even be playing round one. What you talking about? What you talking
Closer
about?
to the 1 seed than they are to being out of the playoffs.
They might not even be playing round one. What you
that
talking
Panthers
about?
win changed everything.
Yeah, that was wild.
That Panthers win opened the entire conference back up.
That's the second part of this. Like, the 49ers playing as well as they did against Cleveland is way more ass than I thought they were. They are so bad.
Their offense is really bad.
Their
defense is
awesome.
It's legit.
Defense
more than anything, they're poorly coached.
Yes.
Yes.
Kevin
Stefanski's
gone.
Done. Yeah,
he sucks.
He's gone.
He's not even calling plays anymore.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, man. That's not a well coached team. But yeah, they were so much worse than even I thought they were. So it's not the second part of it though, is that Rams loss. The Carolina Panthers beat Atlanta, who stinks, 30-27 in OT. They scored 9 points against the 49ers, and then the following week hang up 31 on this Rams team that I thought might win out.
They forced Stafford into doing things he hadn't done all year.
Threw a pick six, threw 2 interceptions in 3 plays.
28
that doubled his interception total.
Yeah, he had 28 touchdowns without a pick over 10 games. It's wild. Yeah, and then boom, like fumble. Yeah,
this year more than any year, I'm a big believer in this. The quote unquote best team might not win, and when I think about the best team, I look at it from the premise of 7-game series. This team will win, but football ain't the best team can lose in the divisional round.
Yeah,
because it's one game.
Yep,
and I still think the Rams are the best team. I think that was just a crazy game last night. It was one of them things, they couldn't get away from the Panthers for whatever reason. So I still think they're the best team. But yeah, they can lose in the divisional round. They could, like, all these dudes could.
It feels like
lose.
Every team has a glaring flaw, I don't think the Rams do. Like you said, it's just really clear the Rams can get got. But
their defense, their secondary is, if you can hold up and get into that secondary, I think that's their issue.
Yeah. The Broncos, though, I don't trust Bo Nix in that offense.
Yep.
The Eagles. Anyone trust that?
Absolutely not.
They're just not dynamic. They haven't been all season long.
Yeah, I don't.
It's weird.
The Lions might not make the playoffs.
Well.
The Chiefs might not make the playoffs.
Well.
The Ravens might not make the playoffs. Like, it's just there's not a lot of teams that I look and I go, man, that like the Packers are not even sure about.
The Chiefs missing the playoffs is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
like
go from
you could have picked up like a lot of scenarios about them not winning the Super Bowl, not winning the whatever.
Yeah,
completely missing the playoffs that's something.
Yeah,
you backed off of that. It doesn't. You can't celebrate a pick that you changed. Oh no, I was wrong, man. That's my bad.
I didn't change.
Yes, you did.
I said I might be wrong.
You don't. You can't have it.
Pick.
You were standing.
It looks like I might be wrong.
You were standing on one side of the fence. A couple games happened, and you meandered over to the other side. Took a look at what was going on.
My proclamation is the same. I said my proclamation might be wrong.
Then you don't get it.
Yeah, then that's not.
Yo,
no.
stand on business.
Toes.
You wouldn't stand on it. No, you did not. No, you did not. You wavered on it like 10 times.
I didn't say the 49ers are going to lose to the Browns. Well, maybe they won't. Like, no, they're going to lose.
No.
Hold
what
me
you
out.
said was the 49ers are going to lose to the Browns, and then halfway through, like, looks like I'll be wrong. You didn't change. You didn't say, no, 49ers, I had them winning. It was just what you said looked like it was going to be wrong. What you said is what you said, though.
Yeah, and I was wrong.
Just like what you said was you backed away from.
No, to your point.
Yeah.
It was proven to be wrong.
I don't want to get into semantics.
What you said, what I said is what I said.
Why were you mad on the internet today?
I wasn't mad at all. Actually, the only thing that perturbed me a little bit was just how dumb people are. That can be frustrating.
I'm not mad. People are dumb though.
No, man, because what I said.
Thanks everyone for listening.
What I said was one thing that just went somewhere else. It all stemmed from last night. I'm watching the game, and actually at the game, and I was just watching in the fourth quarter. I said, "Yeah, Max doesn't look ready for crunch time."
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense.
That's all I said. In that sentence, did I say he doesn't need to be on the floor?
No.
Did I say he shouldn't be getting playing time?
No.
Did I say, hey, maybe Doug should not play the young guys?
No.
All I said was, man, Max, did I say he'll never be ready for crunch time?
No.
All I said was, I'm watching the game. I'm watching him struggle a little bit. He can't defend without fouling. All this. He's not ready for crunch time right now. Well, what about the $47 million vets? They don't look ready for crunch time. Matter of fact, what are you talking about?
Sure.
I literally just said
So
he doesn't look ready for crunch time right now. And then after all that last
very
night,
few young players are.
It's also very
Perfectly
funny to me
fine.
when someone tweets something and are shocked that it didn't go over the way that
Yeah.
well, no, I don't know if there's a shock to it. It's just people are who they are. But it's also, I followed up the tweet after everything that happened last night. I followed it up saying, like, it does baffle me the thought process that people have that if you play somebody more minutes, they will be the NBA player you think they can be. That's not how it always goes. Maybe they're just not good enough.
Okay, I get that.
And I'm not even saying one. I'm not saying that's who these guys are.
Sure.
But just the thought process of, oh, if you play them and develop them, then they'll be exactly what you think they should be.
I don't think that's fair.
Okay.
I don't think that's a fair assessment of what people. I think it's more, hey, we don't know. We were talking about this today with like Nick Clifford. I could deal with the Kings being 5-16 if I'm getting 18 to 20 minutes a night of Nick Clifford. Maybe he's good, maybe he's not, but at least we're seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
At least we're getting an opportunity to see it. At least he's getting opportunities to get reps and to foul out of some games and realize, like, okay, this is what I can get away with. This is what I can't. It's the Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers always say, like, you get better by playing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what people are waiting for. Whether Nick Clifford is an all-star or all-NBA guy or a rotational guy or just not a good NBA player, whether it's Nick or Keon Ellis or Maxime Moreno or whoever, I think people just want to see him play.
And that's perfectly fine. But then you, once again, this is just, and I have, that's why I say I'm not mad. Like it's whatever. It's Twitter, it's conversation back and forth. But then you have people who like Soren, who I rock with Soren. I'm rocking with Soren.
In the chat.
Yes. He says, so the right way is don't play them at all. Who said that? Did I ever say that?
No.
So why is that even coming up?
But I think because if you're pushing back on people's frustrations about them not playing, you're inherently
I'm not even
saying
pushing
that
back
it's better
on it.
to not play them.
I'm not even pushing back on it. I'm pushing back on the idea that if you play them, they will for sure be the player that you think they should be.
That's what people are
that's
saying?
not how
So
things
can I
work.
play devil's advocate?
The devil doesn't need more advocates.
That's a good point.
Why the devil being Kenny's Twitter followers, I guess. Maybe their point was Kyle's in that we're not saying they're going to be these high stakes NBA players, these all NBAs, these all stars. We just want to know what they are, and we can't see what they are right now. And we know because if it really boils down to, this is a bad basketball team, and it might be a bad basketball team no matter who you put out there. We know Zach is not a part of our future. We know DeMar is not a part of our future. You could kind of go on from there. Maybe we just, we're bad with them. Maybe we just be bad with Matt. Yeah, Max is cringy sometimes. Like it's tough, but I want to see him play. Like we
100%.
knew James was, you and I, KC and I, we got probably a little too much Kool-Aid after the summer league where it's like, put him out there. There were scenarios I really wanted to see Maxime Reynaud, and then we started seeing him in the league, and it was like, aha.
Like, ooh, boy.
Maybe James was right. Maybe we hold off on this. Neek is a little bit different. I feel like Neek genuinely just needs to play, and we'll figure out what he is. But I think the idea might be we're bad either way. Let's just see what these young guys are. Maybe they're bad too. Sure. But we know this is bad.
Right.
Give
me something different to look at.
Give me a different type of bad.
Can I real quick?
Mm-hmm.
You're listening.
Almost.
Ooh,
man,
we'll fix that. We'll fix that in post.
That post vacation. Lord. Come on.
You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
Ooh.
So the
Basketball.
Oh, we'll talk about that too. I was listening to the start of the show. We'll talk about that. But once again, and it doesn't, I tweeted it, so it's fine. Like I'm okay. You guys see I'm a big boy. I'm fine. But
I was worried. Touch and go.
Where in that did I say do not play him? Nowhere. So why are we even talking about, but just play him? Sure. I don't care. I don't care maybe that's the difference too. I don't care if they play Zach LaVine 35 minutes a game. I don't care if they play Nick Clifford 35 minutes a game. Their fortunes this year aren't changing either way.
Okay, great.
But
We've
maybe
landed on
people come
something.
to you because they think you do care.
Right.
Because like you covered a basketball team
But-
the way that you do, and it's like, well, KC is locked in.
So okay, that's really interesting what you just said, because I think it represents a different portion of the fan base. I think the vocal fan base, you said that you don't care whether Zach LaVine plays 35 minutes or Nick Clifford plays 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a large amount of people, I'm one of them, who does very much care.
Mhm.
And it has nothing to do with wins or losses this year. It has to do with, hey, they're 5 and
Just see.
16. I would like to watch something different.
Mhm.
I want to see the Kings, whether it's in service of wins this year or next year or in 2027 or beyond. I know Zach LaVine's 35 minutes aren't in service of anything. Nick Clifford's might be.
Mhm.
Maxime Reynaud's might be. Whether it's about this year, and I don't think it is for people. I think it's about 2026 and 2027.
Yeah, this year is sailed.
Yeah,
Like-
and so why not put these young guys out there like, hey, let them play, let them develop, and maybe something pops, maybe something doesn't, but at least they've done it.
Neek is what I'm about to say. I think Neek can be a part of. I'm just asking you guys' opinion. Nobody knows. I don't know.
Okay.
Nobody knows. But let's just say in a perfect world, the Kings turn into the Oklahoma City Thunder, right? Like that level of team.
Okay.
Do you guys believe Maxime Reynaud will be a part of that? Be playing 25 minutes a night?
Oh, it's possible. I don't know.
Well, I don't
Because-
think we know.
But I'm just saying because I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like if
I
they
don't
get
either.
to where they're.
I don't even know if he's a rotation player.
I just don't think that today.
But what are you basing that off of?
Just watching him play, he looks a little soft. He doesn't rebound enough. He's not a great defender.
Okay,
The
so I
one
think
thing that he does that he did great that really excited me and had me excited during the summer and watching him in college was shoot the ball. He's not shooting the ball well from distance right now, not being a stretch five. So today, based on what I've seen,
21 games into his career.
I don't know what he's going to be. I'm talking about, I'm just giving a feeling of how I feel about him today. That's it.
So I think the argument would be he doesn't get better at any of those things sitting on the bench.
He doesn't, but here's the concerning part. The lack of rebounding and the physicality is not something that just started when he got to the Sacramento Kings.
No doubt.
Those are the knocks on him.
No doubt.
He can improve. I hope he does improve that.
Mhm.
I think he's a skilled player, and I'm not looking to write him off in the first 21 games of his career. I'm just literally asking a question. Like, you didn't have to. I'm not saying this is the same type of guy, but you didn't have to ask this with Paolo Banchero, right? Like you
Well, yeah,
you
he was
saw
our number one overall.
yeah,
pick.
you saw him even SGA or any like you
Mhm.
saw him as like, nah, he got it.
Mhm.
Like that's what I want to see. And that's where I think Neek is like a little bit on the in between. Today, Maxime right now, like if the Kings ever turn this around, I don't know if he's going to be part of that turnaround. I haven't seen something that says no, he's going to be a part of that.
Well, I'd also tell you too, like one of the problems that Max has, specifically Max, like we can talk about Neek, but like the Kings don't need a stretch five right now because they don't have Domas, they don't have Valanciunas.
They don't have a regular five.
Their backup center is 6'9".
Yeah.
Max has to go in the post and play a different brand of basketball than he was probably brought into the league to play.
Mhm.
Like the question is, can you play alongside Domas? That would be like the pathway for him getting more minutes than 12 a game. But for right now, they have no choice but to run him up against a 7'6" Zach Edey, because the only other two dudes on the roster that are playing are 6'9" and 6'8", and Precious and Drew Eubanks. So like I don't think we're getting to see who Max should be at the NBA level because of the structure of the actual team itself. Now, Neek, on the other hand, he just looks like a guy who needs to get comfortable, because when he does play more and he starts to get comfortable, we start seeing the offensive game come out. He won't do anything offensively unless he's been in the game for like 5 or 6 minutes. He's just not there yet where he's ready to go out and like jump on the court and be ready to shoot right then. And that's something he's got to get through. But you can see it on the defensive end. He's been nothing short of like he's absolutely phenomenal. The advanced numbers are saying that he is an elite defender. Now, whether that's going to translate on 35 minutes a night or something, or whether he can ever get to that, he's going to have to show more. But I think what we're at with this point in the season is we have to stop looking at points and rebounds and maybe not rebounds, but points scored and field goal percentages with some of these players, because guys like Neek are impacting the game way more than the guys that are putting up points. He is. I mean, he's impacting the game in a totally different way. And it's the same thing with Keegan. Keegan is having the biggest impact on this team, and it doesn't matter whether he's scoring or not.
Nah, we can't do that. We said last week we're not doing that with Keegan.
I don't know, like 5 of 12 last night, but he had 5 steals and 3 blocks.
We're not doing that with him.
That can be your opinion, but
I'm not doing that.
You can correct yourself.
I'm not
there.
doing that with him. Like,
yeah.
That's why I talk. Like, for what we want him to be, like that's not good enough. It's not good enough. If we're talking about old Keegan, like rookie year Keegan, yeah, it's a good game. He did his thing. If you guys want him to be more than that,
he's been good enough.
I need more than that.
I'm typically with you on this, or generally in general with you on this. I'm willing, because he's okay. He's been better, a little more aggressive. You like to see it. Not a good game last night. I'm not gonna be like, oh wow, Keegan stinks.
Oh, not
like
at all.
like I don't think that his trajectory is now altered in some way because of last night.
No, and this is
he's 18-7 in the games that he's played.
This is me.
Been better.
This is me in general. I don't go one way or the other on one game. Keegan had 26 and 15 the other night. Cool. I love that. That didn't make me say I feel different about Keegan. Keegan had 11 or 13 last night. 12. That didn't make me feel one way or another about Keegan.
Sure.
I need to see things over a sustained period of time. Maxime Reynaud had what, 16, 19 the other night?
Yeah, but 13 of them came in the last minute and 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, but
it was something like, I think
the first 36 was crazy.
Deuce said that to me. We were sitting courtside. He's like, yeah, I mean, Max did put up like, I think it was 13 the last minute 30.
Yeah.
You're like,
but the whole point of it is like, he had a good game there. He was spotty last night. I'm not changing how I feel about Maxime Reynaud. I need to see more. Like, I still like his potential.
But that's it. I need to see more. So let me see more. They're 5 and 16. You did. You said you hate Maxime Reynaud and think he shouldn't be playing. That's what you said.
People listening. That's why you can't say
that.
Clifford, that's my whole point.
Kobe Jones.
That's my whole point. I never said don't play him. I never said don't play him 30 minutes. I sure play him 30 minutes. That's cool. Like the Kings need, and then maybe this is my premise. People talk about big picture and all this other stuff. The Kings need so much more than Neek Clifford and Maxime Reynaud to get where they want to get. I'm not going to lose sleep over these two playing 30 minutes or only playing 15 minutes. They're damn near the Raiders. They are so far away. They need so much more than those two. I'm not, all right, cool. Like there's some bigger issues, multiple bigger issues they need to get right before I worry about whether or not they got these two right. They got a second-year player on their bench that's just sitting there on their bench. They can't trade him. They can't play him. What are you going to do with that?
They didn't even play him in a blowout.
And they picked up his option.
What are you going to do with that? How are you going to rectify that situation? That weighs on my mind more than Maxime Reynaud. And when I watch him and he looks a little awkward in the crunch time, it's just simple. Oh, man, he looked like he's not ready.
Here's the other thing, too. Because there's the internet conversation and there's how people actually think. And on the internet, I was talking about this earlier with the 49ers in the first half, and the assessment of their first half. And like everything on the internet is like so narrow cast to this very specific thing and this very specific conversation is he taken out of context. I don't think there's anybody out there who is like Neek Clifford and Maxime Reynaud minutes are the only thing I care about. I think it's a big thing at this point because they're 5 and 16. None of their lineups are working. And like James and I were talking about earlier, hey man, you're just at this point. You needed 20 games. We got it. They're not good. They're boring and they're uninteresting. At least Neek is like, all right, let's see what he's got. Maybe they remain boring and interesting, but at least they're doing something.
Mhm.
Maxime Renault, maybe he's just not going to develop, but at least we've seen it now. At least they've done something. They've given me some reason to lock in and something to look forward to, some potential silver lining to this year.
Mhm.
But I don't think anybody's like, oh, if Maxime Renault doesn't play, this is a failed season.
No, but I'd also tell you that if they put him down in the G League, he's going to average like 25 and 10.
Oh yeah,
I kind of want to see that. Like you talk about playing games, just like I kind of want to see him in the G League.
Sure.
Like I think to a certain degree, I think that might be a better way to develop him this year. Is let him play
you guys
down
remember
there.
Dylan Cardwell?
But they don't have. Here's the
fun
problem:
take.
they don't have another person to play.
Right.
Like you can't when you can't send a second round pick to the G League because you don't have a third center and your star center's out. And like, what are you supposed to do? Like, it's tough, man. This is brutal. I like, you can't even waive some of these guys. You have no roster space. You have no cap room. Like, it is what it is. You kind of got to play it out and hope that Max continues to get better. And maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But I certainly think like everything he's learning right now, just like when you talk to him, he is so incredibly intelligent. Like he's a basketball player or a smart kid at Stanford that played basketball. And you're like, holy cow. I mean, he's super, super smart and he's processing everything. But we have to give him like the regular runway here. He's got to take his lumps in his rookie season. Then he's got to hit the offseason and he's got to get stronger and he's got to get more physical. He knows that already. And he'll come back next season a better player than he is today. Is he going to be an NBA, like real NBA player? I don't know. But I at least see an outline of something that, you know, you have to at least investigate at this point.
For sure.
I agree.
For sure.
Is it time to trade Keon Ellis?
Might as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
If teams want him, like, why not?
Yeah, make the call. Like every insider, every NBA reporter is saying, yeah, teams are confused. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Calling. I mean, I guess there's nothing to be confused about. Like, Doug's not playing him. Call. Yeah, if it's that confusing, call. Like, I know, you know, make your best offer. Oh, what's it going to be? Problem with that is he makes $2 million. Like the parameters make the trade. Like now we're talking picks. Like we're not really talking players.
Yeah.
You know, what are we really talking a trade looking like? It's like Keon's going to wind up being involved in some other trade that's happening. Like someone wants Keon Ellis. They have cap space, and it's like, well, you're going to take Zach LaVine too. It's like Keon Ellis playing the role of like a first-round pick or something like that to take a contract off. And I wouldn't even do that for Zach. I do it for Domas, but I wouldn't do it for Zach LaVine. This team feels a way that perhaps other general managers don't, and certainly this fan base does not.
Yeah.
I don't know if the idea. I don't know. I had an extensive conversation with Matt George about this for his Locked On Kings podcast. It's going to drop later today after our show, and it's just I don't know what you do at this point. If I'm Keon's representatives, I'm not coming back here.
Hell no.
Unless there was a conversation had, which is what I thought before the season. I told Casey, I thought I'm confident they had a conversation. Hey, look, this is what we're trying to do. We don't have the cap space. You know, we're trying to remain as flexible as possible, but you're a part of our plans. Then the season started, and now it's like, oh, he's not a part of what they're doing. Like he's not getting play. Like he didn't even play bad last night, and he never got back in the game. And it's like, all right, I'm not coming back here.
Yeah,
I'm not. No matter what happens this offseason, I'm not signing in Sacramento.
Yeah, my sources too. Like, come February 9th, if he's still on the roster, the Kings intend to like pursue a contract extension with him. Like, if he's still on the roster,
absolutely. For what?
That's the question. Like, okay, is it so you can trade him?
Well,
I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen a situation like this.
I can tell you what it could be. They're firing Doug.
No.
That's what it could be, and we're going to put Keon Ellis with a different coach. And what? But see, the reason that math doesn't work for me is everything that we're told about Keon Ellis, everything that we've seen in glimpses of Keon Ellis. That's a Doug Christie player.
Seems like it.
So
Just in theory.
what isn't real? Because something's not real.
Yeah.
Like what our perception of him, his perception, their perception of him. I don't know what it is, but yeah, you guys can pursue. I don't know if I'm Keon's agent. I don't know if I'm encouraging him to take that, unless I know for a fact that dollar figure that Scott just put in front of us is not on the market.
Yeah.
So if money is what's important to you, here it is. But if that dollar figure, if I have even a hint that something near that dollar figure is on the market, I'm not signing it.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
be pretty
weird.
surprised.
All of it's weird.
Very, very strange.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think
we're running out of things to say about this. Like it just becomes more and more confusing.
Yeah.
And what I was saying on Twitter, like I said, yeah, all right, everybody got something to say about Keon Ellis not playing, like across the league. Make your best offer.
Yeah.
Whatever that best offer is, whatever his market, it could just be I don't even know if these things exist, a conditional second rounder. That could be the market. Fine. Make your best offer. I want to see what it is. Maybe if 5 or 6 teams are going after him, maybe one team says, man, we'll up that to 2 second rounders. You know what I mean? Or
sure.
Like yeah,
bidding war action.
Little bidding war action. Make your best offer.
But is this again?
How much do you really love him?
But and this is my question: are the Kings sitting here? And James, you might know this. Are the Kings sitting here going, we're getting those calls? We'll do it if we're blown away by an offer. If some team offers us an unprotected first, then yeah, we'll do it. But we still view him as part of our future. He's not playing right now. And we got all these guards in front of him. He's just can't get him on the court. It's really, really tough. So we're not accepting these offers because he's still part of the future. He's just not part of right now. And yes,
thank you. Yes, hi, longtime listener. You can get him on the court. You're choosing not to.
So let me ask you this.
That's the part that I'm stuck on.
Right, which is why if you're a team calling, I don't understand why the Kings aren't like, yeah, here, sure.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So here's the other question.
Okay.
Is management telling Doug not to play him?
I can't.
Because that's what we're talking about.
My perhaps naive line of thinking wants me to believe that the front office does not interfere with that.
I've been told very specifically that they brought in the players and Doug coaches players.
Because to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, or give me an example of where I'm wrong. That's the sign of a bad organization to me. If the front office is telling the coach who to play and who not to play,
that's a coach's
that
job.
Doesn't feel like a functioning organization to me.
So
a properly functioning organization.
If that's the case, then we should just be talking about Doug Christie, right? Like it's not.
And that's why I proposed the thought. The front office is just letting this go. They'll go with James's scenario that he just presented because they know they're firing Doug.
I mean,
since that Memphis blowout, I can't get that out of my head. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, wasn't that the case last time with Keon? Allegedly, that was one of the miscommunications between Mike Brown and the front and Monty.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
I have no idea though.
Monty and them wanted Keon to be playing, and Mike was playing him when he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you hear. Like, I heard like ownership wanted Mason Jones playing, like over Keon.
And at the end of the day, Mason Jones never played. Like, so it was on Mike. Whatever was going on was Mike Brown's decision. Same right here. Whatever's going on, if we believe that organization is not telling him what to do, this is Doug Christie's decision.
Yeah. So if I guess that's right. So if the organization went to Keon and said, "We got you. Here's what we're doing. We're having this conversation. We're maintaining flexibility. We got you next summer. We got you." But the question, then he's not playing. Those two things are at odds with each other.
The question should be why. Like if it's Doug Christie's decision, like Casey just said, if it's Doug Christie's decision, why did Doug Christie make that decision? Why did Doug Christie make the same exact decision that Mike Brown made? Why did the two coaches make the decision to not play Keon Ellis?
Yeah.
And I'm not smarter than any coach, much less two of them. So I would love to ask, I know Mike has volunteered information, some of it off the record, some of it on the record about why Keon. I don't know that Doug has ever volunteered that type of information, but I would love to ask both of them, what do you not see from him?
Mm-hmm.
Not in front of James, where it goes on the Kings beat and ESPN immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, just help me so I know how to talk about Keon Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Why doesn't he play? Like, what are his shortcomings?
Yeah.
Call Mike in New York.
I would love to know.
What is it about Keon that just doesn't compute?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, even like what we've seen from him this season, I mean, he's a 42.8% shooter from three for his career, 43% shooter. And last night, the Kings shot 8 threes in the first half. They were 3 of 8 in the first half. You got a guy who plays defense on a team that doesn't play defense, and a guy who shoots threes on a team that doesn't have enough 3-point shooters, and he can't get on the court. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think one of the answers is you keep waiting for this moment where Zach LaVine looks like Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan saves the day, and you keep waiting for these moments, and they show you that they might do it, and so you're like, oh, well, I got to go back to them because they're my stars. And then you just keep getting to an end of a game and looking at the box score and going, oh my gosh, I played the guy 38 minutes. Like, what was I doing?
Yeah. A side note to what I was listening earlier today. Today Insiders, my favorite show. And you guys were talking about the end of the game yesterday, and now it turned into ISO ball. And I just went and watched.
Pass the ball.
I just went and watched all the shots taken. And they took 23 field goal attempts in that fourth quarter by my count. And I was very critical on like, how many dribbles did he take? I don't know. I'm very critical. Yeah. 14 of those were potential assists.
Man.
And there were 4 from DeMar DeRozan that were straight ISO. And he went 3 for 4 in those situations.
Yeah.
So
you make the argument he should play ISO ball the whole fourth quarter the way
so
he was
this
playing
is it. But I also said, so Damien, you were talking about this with Keon Ellis. And like you'd love to sit down with a coach and be like, take me through why Keon Ellis doesn't play. Let's turn on the tape and you take me through this. I said the exact same thing about, because Malik Monk is the one who brought up like, hey, the ball just at the end of games, ball gets sticky and we can't have that. And then when asked to follow up, how do you fix that? He said,
pass the ball.
And so that's where that comes from. So I would love to, they've had games with 32 assists this year. I would love to know on a game-to-game basis, is it just missing shots? Is it how defenses are playing? I would just, I don't know. I don't know what enough X's and O's. I would love to know, like, all right, Malik, what made you say that? And maybe he's saying that off the top of the head, and once he gets into film, he'll go, never mind, it wasn't that bad.
And Malik, my guy, I think he took 2 or 3 of those non-assisted shots in the fourth quarter. By my count.
Said that too.
Yeah,
he might have thought it's the only chance I'm gonna get the ball.
He said part of it was on me.
I didn't in watching that game. I didn't think there was any difference in how they played to get back into the game, offensively at least, in the end of the third quarter, as opposed to how they played at the end of the game. They just kind of missed shots. We talked about this after the Minnesota game, and it was like, oh man, they passed the ball and they trusted. It was the same stuff. Whether they were passing more than we expected or they were doing the ISO. Like, it's what they do at the end of all these games. They hit the shots at that game. I think.
Yeah, maybe they're just bad.
Well, look, one of the things that I would turn the attention to is, what is the offense supposed to be? Because
pass the ball.
These guys are passing the ball to a certain degree. Like on those shot attempts, and Will Z could tell me 14 potential assists in those 23 shot attempts, where four of those other shot attempts were ISO ball, and he went 3 for 4 in those situations. Like, they are having potential assists. It's not just dribble one-on-one every time, but are they put in the right positions to have easier shots?
Right.
Or easier plays where they're creating for others. And that's something I don't know. I don't know if they're being told something and they're going against what they're being told. I don't know if they're doing what they're being told offensively and it's just not a good game plan. I don't know. These are the things that's going on. But last night, like I said, I just went and looked at all the shot attempts. 14 of them were potential assists. They were 8 of 23, I think, in that fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They just missed shots.
In like 5 minutes without
yeah.
scoring.
Man, maybe that's just what it comes down to.
After the end of the third quarter, the 17-3 at the end of that third, like everything is in their favor,
Mhm.
and then stops.
Tough.
Sure is. D'Lo and KC are next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. He'll, of course, be on with D'Lo and KC. James and I back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Till then, drink water. Be nice to people. See you. See you, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
Goodness gracious. What's up, baby? Drew Down, what's happening, baby? Rob Dub, what's good? Young Sab, what's happening? Young Sab talking about Raider Nation. Ugh. Man, my hair looks high. It's going to be a crazy. I couldn't get an appointment for a couple weeks.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. welcome back from the holiday, man. We are thrilled to be with you here on this Monday, first day of December edition. And me, you know what we missed last week? It's my fault. I wasn't ahead. I guess I was just looking forward to the days off or whatever. We missed episode 1320.
Oh, snap.
We are on episode 1322, but we missed episode 1320 last.
I said I would have been Tuesday.
I think that would have been Tuesday. Yeah. That's my bad.
Tuesday, if I have this correct, we were excited. I'm putting up quotation marks because of the Timberwolves game. That was Monday, right?
Timberwolves game was Monday, yes.
So Tuesday would have been episode 1320,
yeah.
but we weren't even looking at the numbers.
I think we played Light the
excited.
Beam. Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe we played that damn song.
Oh, that was fine. There was nothing wrong with that. There was nothing wrong with that. There was nothing wrong with that. You know what's funny? We always have this realization, right? And we absolutely have this realization every time we go to a game, right? Every time we go to the game, I'm including myself here and all this other stuff, the Chatty House, the King's Twitter community, we are the Lunatic Fringe. Was at the game last night. Scott Fresh, as we're tipping off, and this team, there's just no vibes like from us, Lunatic Fringe. Who wants to light the beam tonight? Yeah, let's go. Yes, we're the minority.
Well, to be fair, he could have also said, "Who wants crumble cookie?" and would have gotten the same reaction.
Because people just want to be happy.
That's it.
They want to smile.
People just want to be happy until they walk out of that stupid ass arena, look up, and just see the sky. Then you're in the saddest place on earth.
Point being,
it's like showing up at Disneyland and they're just like, "Nah, we're closed today."
That would be awful.
That's
Save
what
some
going
money
to,
though.
That's what going to a camp. Well, the difference is you spent the money. The difference is you spent the money to just get to the door. You think you're going to rope drop, and all of a sudden they're like, can't let you guys in today. Come back next time. The Wizards are here. Don't show up.
Don't ever show up. No, not close to Christmas either.
Nope.
The moral of the story though is that day, most Kings wins. The majority of people do just want to be happy. Miss Mac-10 was like, play the song. Just want to be happy. So you did the right thing.
I don't think
just playing the clip. We ain't got to get the whole thing. Did we play a whole verse?
We played a verse. We played a verse. And then the second he said, "Tell them to light the beam." That's like, all right, Zell, stop. That's enough.
People were happy. Let them be happy.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
We got to replace these at the end of the year. Come up with something fresh, something new.
I like mine.
All right, he's Kenny Caraway. Does he still say this?
I don't know, but it goes back to a great time. I mean, they had a PLE that I don't know nothing about this.
Jesse, you threatened to watch. Did you do it?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to. And then my friend's like, "Hey, you want to hang out?" I was like, "Yeah, let's go do that instead."
I have a question. How many people were at your Thanksgiving gathering?
Depends where. At my house?
Your dad.
Just me, Crystal, and my dad.
No, okay. Your dad had a video of something else. He said your dad had an Instagram
Was he
story.
on Saturday?
Maybe.
On Saturday, he was in Tracy with my other family. I didn't go to that one.
There were like 700 people.
That was probably it then. Yeah.
It looked like WrestleMania 3.
Yeah, no,
that's
how
how
my Tracy fam. Shout out to the DLTs. It was probably them.
I think if Mr. Tapia said 93,173.
Yeah, because Friday was just us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Wherever Mr. Tapia was over the weekend, it looked hot. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside executive producer. Yes, indeed. And we are happy that you are here with us, even if you're not happy to be talking about the professional basketball team in the area. There's going to be some good stuff to talk about today. Most of it, though, is centered in the NFL. What an incredible weekend it was in the NFL. The Broncos lead the AFC. The Bears lead the NFC. The 49ers are knocking on the door of the division. The Cowboys are hanging around. The Chiefs are gone. The Jaguars lead their division. The Texans are back.
The Colts are sweating.
Man.
Everybody's favorite Colts are sweating it out now.
What a weekend it was. What a weekend it was, man.
This is business picking up. This one I love the NFL. Business is picking up.
This is good stuff right here. Raiders, nothing to report for you guys. So, the Kings played 3 times since we last saw you. They went 0-3. It's no one's fault but our own. We are to blame for those 3 straight losses. A stunning. The funniest part was I kept thinking, why did Kenny and I already talk about this? Because we were together Thanksgiving morning, the day after the Phoenix game. And it's like you have those 2 wins, and whatever you thought of them, you still had them. And you're 5 minutes into the 3rd game. You're 5 minutes into that game with Phoenix at home, and it's like, well, that's over. You just kill it. Even if excitement level was at a 0.002. That 0.002 got eliminated in the first couple of minutes of the Phoenix Suns game when they somehow found themselves down by like 50. In all seriousness, I think they were down 20-something
25
right out the gate. And then they kept trying to fight to get back, and just couldn't do it. And it never really got better after that. They were competitive yesterday. The game went back and forth for the most part until the 4th, where Memphis just kind of put that one away, man. But I'll be like anyone who listens to this program with any consistency, I am floored at this 5-16 start. Even if you're one of those, oh yeah, you said they'd win 41 games, like, it's fine. No, I'd take the Vegas under. Okay, 36. What's up? 30, 32, 3, 4. They're on pace to win like 19 games, man.
Tragic.
And there is no sign of this team getting better. No sign at all. And here's the interesting thing about the schedule. They play twice this week. That's it. They play Wednesday versus Houston. I think both of these games are on the road. They play Wednesday versus Houston and Saturday at Miami. That's the schedule for the next like 5 or 6 days. I don't know. Maybe practice helps. I have no idea. But 5-16 is a stunning start to the season.
Yeah, I didn't see this coming at all. Once again, like you mentioned, wrong. Okay, wrong. I didn't think they'd be abysmal. Like, I didn't think that. They've had injuries, all this other stuff, cool, but to just be downright awful for the better part of 20-21 games, didn't see it coming. Didn't see it coming at all. So, but it is who they've shown themselves to be, this group of guys this year. It's who they've shown themselves to be. And like you said, I don't see it getting any better. Like, as far as wins, losses, like how you feel about it, what you see from rookies or certain players or whatever might make you feel a little different. But yeah, I don't see it getting any better anytime soon, if at all.
Yeah, they were down 25 most of the first half against the Suns. They trailed for the final 3.5 quarters against the Jazz. Yesterday was a little bit different. When they took I think they got up by 5. I think Malik hit a 3 that put them up 5. And I kind of thought, all right, they might get, it's not the best, but we'll take a dub at home, see what happens. And that was not the case at all. They went ice cold in the fourth quarter after a strong end to the third. And so many like Russ and Drew Eubanks were just awful yesterday. And then you factor in how bad Keegan was. Three
Keegan
fifths.
picked it up in the second half.
I feel like he picked it up late, like mid. Yeah, he did. He picked it up in the second half. But you had 3/5. I don't know if that's proper math. Dreadful for your in your starting lineup. Dreadful for the first 3 quarters and some 2 quarters and some change. And Russ and Eubanks essentially didn't really get back. He didn't really get a lot of run. Russ never snapped out of it. It was just bad.
Yeah,
it was just bad.
Yeah, they couldn't get shots to fall consistently. They couldn't stay close. And what I mean by that is they would get close, took the lead or whatever, then it'd be a 10-point game. Then they'd have to fight back, get to a tie game, or they take a lead, and then it's another 7-0 run, and they're down 6 or 7 or something like that. It was they could never, to use a football term, they could never stay ahead of the sticks yesterday. You know what I mean? And
it feels like they never can.
No, they're always trailing.
Yeah. Right.
Always trailing every game. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's 5 or 6, but they're always trailing. That's just who they've been this year.
Man, so frustrating. What an incredibly awful start to this season that shows no signs of getting better. Fans are fighting on social media. Fans are arguing with players. There is just so much happening right now that is all bad with this basketball team, and everyone is just really anxious to see what's next. And the sad reality is it's probably nothing. Like, what's next is likely nothing, because we want next to be right now. Next isn't going to be right now. I don't know if the Kings make a trade. I certainly don't think they make a trade. It's December 1st. I mean, we can do the 2-week countdown if you want. You talk about setting yourself up for disappointment. We've done this before. It's disappointing as the start of free agency was this past offseason. It's like, all right, guys, it's December 15th. Like, we want to wake up like it's Christmas morning and there's presents under the tree.
Yeah.
Instead, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
And we just like, okay, well, at least we can start now. And I mean, the one thing I think that's most interesting for Sacramento is there are going to be teams, and this is the difference between trading in the offseason and trading during the season, is there are teams that are going to be frustrated. There are going to be teams that are disappointed. There are going to be teams that are starting to feel a tinge of panic and feel like they have to act. The 2 teams I'm thinking of the most are the Bucks and the Clippers are at the top of the list. The Clippers have you think the Kings' future is bleak? Go take a look at the Clippers. And what the Clippers got going for them is Los Angeles and what's it called? The Bomber Dome. Into a Dome.
Yeah.
That's what they got going for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is they're still the Los Angeles Clippers. And you have teams like that might be a little desperate. The other side to that is you might have a couple of teams who feel like, hey, we're a little bit better than we thought. Maybe the right move here can put us in a certain position. And you have to hope one of them convinces themselves that the right move is Malik, who I don't want to see traded, but DeMar. Maybe Domas. The Warriors conversation comes back into play. Does Domas make sense for them? I'm not sure, but that's the benefit to trading in the off season trading in the in season versus the off season, is it might open things up for you a little bit.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, because of that, like, ain't nothing going to change. Like we talked about on the handoff, you see Neek and Maxine play a little bit more. All right. And that's good. Maybe that's what a lot of people want to see. it's not going to lead to wins, I don't believe, but it may lead to more hope. And maybe that's what you have to look forward to. So it is.
Whew, looking forward to hope, boy. That is
it's about to be cold for a long time.
I mean, if we're being real about it, I feel like we're past looking for wins this season.
Oh yeah, those aren't happening.
Yeah, if you're playing Neek and
that.
Max, it's just a matter of, I guess, progressing towards seeing what you have for the future.
Yeah, playing Neek and Max to go back to that slightly tense conversation is just to see what it is.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like, are they good? Nope. Are they good? Yeah. Great. One way or another, find out. It's kind of, it was the scenario that Kyle was, where James was like, well, I've been told the Kings, they're going to make an offer when that date comes for Keon Ellis. And Kyle presents the scenario of, hey, we've been able to get rid of some of this depth at the guard position. We've been able to get some of these older guys out of here. You have minutes, you have a role here, and we want to offer you a contract extension. Here it is. We haven't been able to play you to this point. And at 5-16, my point is you can play him. And I'm not of the belief that, this will probably be the running thread throughout the day, is making changes to what we see on the floor and who plays. I'm not in favor of a big, hockey lineup substitution here where Max, Neek, Keon are all of a sudden in the starting lineup. What I would like to see, though, is Neek Clifford in the starting lineup and Zach LaVine not.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, I would prefer DeMar DeRozan remain in the starting lineup and Zach LaVine exit. If that's not the route that the franchise wants to go, then go DeMar out and put Keon, Neek, whatever you want to do there. I feel like you're in a better position for competitive basketball if DeMar stays in the starting lineup and Zach LaVine comes off the bench and you start running Neek with bigger minutes. But that's where I'd like to start. Mm-hmm. I don't think you have to swap out 4 guys or 3 guys or something along those lines. I think you could just make one change. And you as an organization can prioritize who that is. Maybe the priority isn't Neek. Maybe the priority is, in fact, Keon. Mm-hmm. Maybe the priority, for whatever reason, is Malik. Maybe that's what you do. But give me something, because I didn't listen to Doug last night, so me. But far too many times we've heard about effort questioned. We've heard about the start of games questioned. We've heard the start of games being criticized. Like, okay, make a change then. Whatever change you want, just make a change and see what that ultimately looks like. Mm-hmm. And then go from there.
I just, my little daughter, shout out Ryan, happy belated birthday to my baby. I don't know where she got this from, maybe one of these YouTube videos or something like that, but she goes, aha. She puts her finger up, she goes, aha. Aha, like when she figures something out or something happens. And hearing you talk and processing what you're saying and thinking about, what is my premise? Like when I'm on Twitter and the things that I'm saying, it was like, aha. You know why I don't care as much? Like, you can do whatever you want. You can play them. You can not play them. You play the veterans. You can do all this. You know why I feel that way? Because they can all go. They can all go. I love Malik Monk. I like him. So that's why, I want him around. But outside of Malik Monk, they can all go. The whole damn franchise needs a cleanse. So that's what made me think just now, oh, people are so passionate about the minute. I'm like, I don't care. Play them. They can go. Mm-hmm. They don't have nothing here right now, in my opinion. They need so much. And they need to change so much. To me, a lot of what you do right now with this roster this year just doesn't matter that much to me because I need so many new players on this roster. And I know that's not realistic. I'm just speaking.
I hear no, it's fine.
I know it's not realistic, but you need so many new players. Do whatever you want with this group.
Mm-hmm.
Do whatever you want. Because when I have the chance, Keegan, Malik for personal reasons. I like Neek. I like Maxine. So maybe those two. But when I can, they're all gone. If it's up to me. I don't see anything redeemable with this group. And that's as you kind of broke it down, I realized that is what I'm feeling.
That's and I think the other side of that coin, because I think there are probably a lot of people who agree with you, but the other side of that is in the play the young guys crowd is, which we'll again, I think this is the thread throughout today's show is like, I think I'm on team play those guys.
Young guys.
Yeah, I didn't like the sound of that. I said it in my head. I didn't like it. So I don't know. I mean, kudos to you for deciding you're going to say that out loud, but definitely not the verbiage I would use. Well, let's be sure then, because Kenny might be right. And I don't think anyone would be super sad if that wound up being the case. But let me be sure I don't have something here in Neek as best as I can. Because I also think the idea, and this is where I feel like some nuance in this conversation gets lost a little bit, is Neek playing with a bunch of other guys at or around his skill set doesn't benefit him. Whoever you want to be a part of this franchise moving forward needs to be better than Neek Clifford. And that's why I'm of the belief, like, let's not do this hockey substitution thing.
Right.
Let's do let's make a change. A single change to the starting lineup and then work from there. And it doesn't have to be the Zach LaVine change I suggested. I feel like that one is best suited for everybody involved except for Zach LaVine, but I feel like it is best suited. Well, with the Zach LaVine rumors going around, maybe it's not the worst thing for the franchise to do that with him. And we'll get to that too as the day rolls along. But do something to where it's like, you know what? I'm going to prioritize seeing what my first round draft pick looked like. Because you talk about there is nothing redeemable. We saw this in a very negative way in I guess it was Oakland when Gruden took over. He wanted Reggie McKenzie's guys out of there. He didn't care if it was Khalil Mack or he tried his damnedest to get Derek Carr out of there while he could. He flirted with every quarterback that was imaginable. But this was going to be his football team because he wasn't going to live through what he lived through in Tampa Bay. And that's everybody saying the exact same thing. And that's John Gruden won a championship with Tony Dungy's football team. And obviously this team is nowhere near a championship. But I wonder if Scott Perry is like, I'm not going to lose with Monty McNair's basketball team. And their first round pick last year is a joke. We've got untradeable players because of them. I know the one guy I'm in charge of right now is Neek Clifford. I'm going to try to run Neek Clifford and see what he has. He's taken an L on the Dennis Schroeder thing so far. And Dennis, and let's I want to be careful with that a little bit too, is Dennis being out the last 3 games is a big deal. Dennis has been really, really good coming off the bench since Doug Christie made that switch.
Yeah.
So I don't want that to get lost. Obviously, Domas is missing, but Dennis has been out, and that's been really big given the way that he's played with the second unit. There's a lot to talk about, both in the NBA, both around the Sacramento Kings, and a ton in the NFL. So we'll get to all of that. And I know your DM. we'll get back. We'll get to what happened on Wednesday. Thank you to everybody who sent us that clip. I have seen that clip and the subsequent IG reels and the interviews more times than I care to acknowledge. We'll talk about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Sure, Paulie Walnuts. All right. Do that. Sure. Whatever. If that's what you think people are saying.
I'd be careful. Paulie Walnuts is absolutely in the mob. I'd be very careful. Sorry, Mr. Walnuts. My partner means no.
Oh, man. Sure.
It's facts, though, John Paul. That's major facts right
man.
there. That's major facts right there.
I was at the game last night. I had Reese with me, and I think it was at the beginning of the second half. It was just funny how it happened. It was like at the beginning of the second half, and they were warming up or whatever, and he looked, and we were where the Kings were warming up, and he looks and he goes, "Oh, there's Devin Carter." Just like he hadn't seen him.
He said, Devin Carter?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because Devin was warming up, and he goes, "Oh, there's Devin Carter."
What's he doing back in town?
That's got out.
Dad, why is he here?
That's how it sounded.
Back for Thanksgiving too?
Oh man. I said yes, and he's on the team. Yes, he's there.
That's funny.
Oh. Bot Brown, little man, just wants attention. Little Bam Bam, whatever the fuck his name is. He just wants attention.
So last night at the Golden One Center, it was just a sandwich of bad losses at the Golden One Center as they took a trip to Utah in the middle of all of that. But perhaps the most noteworthy incident occurred on a Wednesday following, or not following, but during the game against the Phoenix Suns. Again, a game in which the Kings trailed by 25 for most of the first half, tried to fight back a little bit in the third quarter. But the clip that circulated, not just amongst Kings fans, but it really did dominate social media until the football games got going on Thanksgiving.
And when he says social media, he means national social media.
No, I'm talking because I don't spend much time on it was on Instagram, it was on TikTok. There were multiple angles. There was like a multi-angle. I don't know how the person, I should have sent this one to you guys. I don't know how the person did this. It was they must have accumulated all of the videos that they found, because it was like a multi-view camera angle of the incident with a fan behind the Kings bench, who we know is Delvin Carter. He's the good one of the two D Carters in Sacramento. and Zach LaVine. again, it was all over social media. It was the most dominant conversation at Run to Feed the Hungry on Thanksgiving morning. And I'm not sure exactly how many DMs we've got with the video being forwarded to us, the subsequent response being forwarded to us. And the first thing that I thought when I saw the clip was, well, this is probably the most indicative description of this fan base's feelings towards this particular basketball team at this moment in time. I just want to stand up and yell at them. And Delvin did that. Delvin just stood up and started yelling at Zach LaVine. Now, there's various accounts of what happened, and Delvin talked to our man Matt George. Of course, he posted his own explanation of what happened on his social media account. And yeah, man, social media ate this up. And most Kings fans are ready to put a statue of Delvin up at the Golden One Center.
Yeah. It's funny. So I had a busy week this week. I was at that game on Wednesday too. And you
took the trip to Utah also, didn't you? Goodness gracious.
I don't think I'll ever be in Utah. Nah, well, at some point. I just don't know when. I don't know when I'll be in Utah. Kings, Jazz,
and he's a big fan of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives or whatever that show is called.
Kings, Jazz in the playoffs. I'll go to Utah.
But can you imagine another reason having to be in Utah?
No, I can't. But Tony Jones says it's a nice place. Lived there. Covers Jazz says it's a nice place.
First impressions are everything. I was in Utah once, and it was the only place when driving across the country that we felt unsafe and left. That's the honest to God story. We pulled into that hotel. It was like, something doesn't feel right. That guy was casing our car. We need to leave. And we left.
Get out of here.
That's the shoot. Like, we absolutely left. Drove right out of there.
But I was somewhere in the third quarter or whatever the case may be. This Phoenix Suns fan who have been up and kind of boisterous for much of the game. He was intoxicated, you could tell. He just kept doing more and more. Like, security and the people behind him were like getting more and more agitated and talking to him more and more. And eventually, I tweeted, I said, hey, there's a disruptance, behind the Suns bench. I would keep you updated. Like, it doesn't it looks like it's developing. It was like a 20-point game. So
there's a disruption behind the Kings bench. I'm Kenny Caraway live from the Golden One Center, and we'll keep you updated.
That's exactly how it was.
Reporter Kenny.
So then he ends up getting thrown out, and I was like, oh man, update. He got thrown out and got a little physical at the end, but he got thrown out.
Physical's
got a little aggressive at the end, whatever. So then I go and see my guys. Shout out Bo. Shout out Scott Greer. They're up in the Sierra Nevada. I go check them out because the game is looking like it's done or whatever. And I'm talking to them, and we're not even at the edge, so I don't really see what's going on with the game. So then I go back when I leave them and check the Twitter. They're like, nah, that wasn't a Suns fan. That was a Kings fan, man. He had a Kings jacket on. I said, no, I know that jersey. It's the little City Connect Suns jersey. It said Booker won. That was a Suns fan. No, you had it wrong, man. That was King. I said, what are you talking about? Then somebody shows me the video. I said, somebody else got thrown out. And then I looked. I said, oh, no, Delvin. Oh, wait. Delvin always there. He's in the building all the time. I don't know him like that, but I've met him a couple of times. I'm like, wait, what happened? And, you see the video, you see what happened, you see how it went down. And then the next day, he talks about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I was of the belief, I said, you know what? I think both parties were well within their right. Play on, nothing to see here. Because if you're Delvin and you're a Kings
fan, is it Devlin? DEVLIN?
I could be wrong. I thought it was Delvin.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. You have the right to voice your displeasure with how your favorite team is playing. As long as it's respectful, it's not disrespectful, calling people out of their name, using profanity. You could do that. From everything that I can see, that's what happened. He didn't call anybody out their name, or at least initially, or nothing like that. It was nothing like that. Like, yeah, it's fine. And if you're Zach LaVine or anybody else on that bench, you can tell him to go home.
What else can?
Well, only select few can.
Well,
not everybody can.
Yeah, not everyone can.
It's Devlin, by the way.
Devlin, my bad,
yeah,
my bad,
yeah,
Devlin,
yeah.
my bad, my bad. Yeah, you can tell him like, yeah, kick rocks. Once you open up that line of communication, it's a two-way street, baby. It's a two-way street, and that doesn't give Zach the right to be disrespectful back. And his response, I didn't think was disrespectful. I thought it was perfectly fair on both ends. And, Devlin, got animated and got after that happened. Like, it was one of those things like, yeah, come on, man. If you're not going to calm down, like, yeah, you got to go right now. Once again, and I'm glad it didn't happen. Doesn't mean you're gone forever, but go cool off. Like, if you go cool off. I thought everything about that was it was unfortunate, but I thought everything was fair, both sides.
Well, it was unfortunate that it had to happen.
Everything about it was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But I thought it was fair play on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think the important things is Devlin would never called a man out his name, never talked, out of pocket. Zach didn't either. I don't love interactions like that between fans and athletes.
Neither do I.
That's just me though. If you feel that's the way things should be and can be, then like salute. I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. That's probably just maybe a hypersensitivity to it. Like I get virtually everyone is frustrated and annoyed with the way this basketball team is playing. I think a very healthy majority of this fan base, both on social media and in arena, might be a little frustrated with Zach LaVine. And when you sit in seats like that, you're a fan, right? You're locked in on the team, like you're locked in on that game, and you know what you're watching. Again, it's not how I would do things. It's not something I genuinely like appreciate or respect, but he didn't say anything out of pocket, disrespectful, because I think part of it is you always feel like that stuff can lead to something else. And both people are at like there is an invisible wall there. And there are fans who know that and react in certain, or act, I should say, in certain ways. And there are interactions that often happen between fans and athletes. Like, depending on who you believe, DeMarcus Cousins might have been traded from the Sacramento Kings because of an interaction that he had with a fan. Again, just on what you choose to believe. But there's moments like if Zach responds a certain way, he gets fined. Devlin got, escorted out. Like, no one's going to win in this situation. Maybe it was good for business. It created a social media moment. It's not good for social media because it genuinely made the Kings look stupid because no one went, that guy's out of line. He was basically like, hey, look, one guy spoke for an entire fan base.
Nobody here said that. Nationally, and people kind of like you and me, we're like, yo, these people bugging. Talking about fans. Like, y'all tripping. And like I said, I rock with Devlin, but I don't care how much you pay to sit there. I don't care. Like, that doesn't give you carte blanche. That don't give you the right to say whatever you want or whatever you think. I think locally, because I saw it on both ends. Locally, yeah, people like, yeah, he's right. Statue for him. Outside of Sacramento and outside of King's Twitter, people are like, yo, these fans is wilding.
Yeah, I didn't really see a lot of national media commentary on it. I saw it hit national media
and it wasn't national
accounts.
Media, it was like national people outside of Sacramento Twitter accounts. That's,
okay.
That I know and follow,
yeah,
that have a lot of following. So it wasn't like It wasn't like Ryan Clark saying something.
Got you.
about it.
Got you. Again, it's not my way of being a fan. And there's obviously, consequences to it. And I'm sure there have been conversations had. Was he there yesterday?
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
He was back in the seat.
He dap up Zach?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
We'll come back, man. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll get to the 49ers victory as well. The 49ers just quietly winning football games. And, man, what a shakeup it was over the weekend starting on Thursday. It was a great week in the NFL. We'll touch on all of that. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino.
Steven, I think East Coast fans be bugging sometimes. Like, what you want to say, like, let's be like Philly? You know what I'm saying? And the way that they behave and the way that they act? Nah. And that reminds me, when we come back, I meant to preference this, but yeah, there is a clear realization for a number of different reasons with the Sacramento Kings that I want to talk to. But yeah, I didn't think that Dev did anything wrong. Everything afterwards, like when they were trying to get him, that was a little much, but I don't think he said anything crazy.
It's a good question, Michael. That's actually a great question. Should we check on anybody? Just check on everyone, man.
I told my man Reggie, saw him last night.
I'm sure he was happy to see you.
Oh yeah, he was showing me his little stupid watch.
I'm sure he was happy to see you.
But I told him, I said, look, man, you guys do what you need to do. I think one more gets the job done. One more ass whooping next year in the horseshoe gets the job done and gets his bum ass out of here.
Oh, I see.
Just one more.
You're talking about one more for you.
That's right. Yeah. One more Ohio State beatdown in the horseshoe next year. Gets more out of Ann Arbor. Gets him out of here. Because he's not it. He's not good enough. Good recruiter, really good recruiter. He's brought a lot of guys in there. Stole Bryce Underwood from LSU. That's a good look. But he's just not a good football coach, or at least a good head football coach. He needs to go. Maybe he can stick around and be, the top recruiter on the staff that's coming in when he leaves. But wait, they ain't never winning nothing with him as the head coach.
Sorry to hear that. J Toy 50
what?
1520. That's what it says.
Hey, bro. Hey,
what you
do?
Oh, you was talking about Team Young Guys earlier. I can't say the man's screen name. Man, a little out of control here. A couple of quick notes.
Some of your guys' names are out of control.
Well, I don't think that's their fault entirely. Like, there's some weird things going on over there on Google /YouTube. This Wednesday, December 3rd, you could join Dusty Baker at the Nugget Market in Granite Bay for a wine tasting, an autograph signing, a photo op, and just a hangout time. He's going to be there. Dusty Baker is going to be there from 5 to 7. And you can just pull up in the store, grab a bottle of wine. These bottles of wine, I cannot express this enough. They'll make an incredible gift for a baseball fan.
Yes.
The wine with the Dusty Baker autograph on it and we've seen them and we've seen them. We have given them out. We've handed them to people. It is spectacular.
Yeah.
Just absolutely. It's perfect because of the baseball stitch on the logo. So you can have, grab a great bottle of wine, one to keep sealed and in the commemorative autograph bottle, the other one to drink. It is a absolutely terrific gift, and you can accomplish all of this by showing up at the Nugget Market in Granite Bay from 5 to 7 p.m. This Wednesday. Dusty Baker was going to be there. I'm going to make my way over there once this show wraps up and get some things done here. Spend some time with Dusty, so you can come through, man. It's a great time anytime you can spend time with Dusty Baker.
Absolutely, man. And like you said, man, a great Christmas gift. That 715 and Hammer and Hank joint,
man,
755. 755. Excuse me. That's the one that you get one to drink and one to keep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you get them too. Whoever you're buying it for, whether it's yourself or it's a gift, you get two. You get one to just kind of sit there and be there as a keepsake, but you absolutely want to taste it too, though.
Oh yeah. Pause. It's on point. It's on point. Can we get that sound isolated for your boy real quick? Dusty Baker, 5 to 7 p.m. this Wednesday at the Nugget Market in Granite Bay.
Shout out Filthy McNasty. Bake your wine.
No,
let me go ahead and get that.
That's not even a
that
thing.
Up there.
Yeah. It's not even a thing.
Filthy with his first win of the season.
No, shout out Filthy. Shout out Filthy. I think he ordered a sweatsuit this past weekend over on DeLoandKC.com. Just a quick note, I did put up a Cyber Monday discount because the discounts is going crazy. It is like your boy is out of control at my house right now. I'm taking advantage of Cyber Monday right now. It's no good. When Black Friday hit, I was like, they're gonna throw 10% all of this on Monday. Sure enough, they did. Because of the way these new sweatsuits are made and priced, the best discount we could do for the site is 20%. I know we've done 30 in the past, but the best we could do, because this is super high-end stuff. You don't have to put in any code or anything like that. You can go to DeLoandKC.com, add the stuff to your cart. It's 20%, just like that. I think you guys will love this stuff if you haven't ordered yours yet. It's pretty amazing. It's great to see Zay and Jasmine out at Run to Feed the Hungry. They always got their Dealing with KC gear. We saw Cud and Pete and Alfonso and a whole host of others out there as well. Many rocking Dealing with KC gear. So we appreciate that, man. Thank you guys so much.
On that Cyber Monday, man. I gotta hop on that.
Well, the sweatsuits are on point. You do have a discount of a different variety, but if you want to purchase yours that way too, you most definitely can. Yeah. Go ahead.
So we were talking about Devlin. For those who heard me say it wrong earlier, my bad to the brother man out there doing his thing. Devlin and Zach and their interaction on Wednesday night. We were talking about that before. And one of the things that I came to the realization of is Zach LaVine needs to leave. Now this,
wow.
Now this is in part, like, everybody's going to agree with this.
Yeah.
Right. But number one, he needs to leave because it's just not working out. Number two, he needs to leave because he is the poster child of everything wrong. And that's not fair. Like, that's not fair. Like, people will talk about Zach LaVine don't play no defense. While Zach, James Ham, who hates Zach LaVine, Doug Christie, all these guys will say Zach has competed his ass off on the defensive end this year. Like, he's worked hard. He's a better defender than we gave him credit. Everybody will say that, but guess what? Nobody cares, because for whatever reason, maybe that's the guy that Vivek liked. That's what we got traded for. People will continue to look at him as why everything is wrong. And his demeanor doesn't help either. Like, he's a guy that's really even keeled, doesn't really get up or down either way. And that could fairly or unfairly be perceived as somebody who doesn't care. I'm not going to put that on him. I've known people close to Zach. I've heard he's, kind of full of himself or whatever. But I've met him once. He seemed like a nice enough guy. Don't really have a problem. I don't know him. That's the whole point. I don't know him to see him and say he don't care about nothing, or he's not working hard. But none of that matters. People look at the Kings right now, and it doesn't matter what Zach is doing on a night-to-night basis, on a play-to-play basis. It's all his fault. He stinks. He's the reason why we're in the predicament that we're in outside of Vivek. Nothing good. And Kings fans are fantastic. We just had this, but they hate this man. Nothing good will come of him staying here. He needs to go. I mean, we even got to the point now, and I'm not going to say these are Kings fans, but this is what I will say. When you applaud behavior like Devlin and say, like, I would have done the same thing. He speak for me. It's a gateway. It's a gateway to the things that happens to Zach LaVine's wife on Instagram. When you say, like, no, this is cool, it's a gateway for the lunatic fringe to come in there and do real disrespectful stuff. That's not cool at all. So he'll never get the benefit of doubt in the city. He needs to just go.
Yes, he does. He absolutely does. So this is it's not this. It was never going to work because of it was never going to work because of how he got here. Like if Zach had gotten here in some other form or fashion that didn't involve De'Aaron Fox, maybe it wouldn't have worked, but I don't think he would have. If this is a video game and you have, 4 lives before the game's over, 3 were dead. He basically had one chance, and he had to be perfect to get through the whole video game. You had to beat the final boss with this one guy.
No lives left.
No lives left. You had to get all the way through it, or you were gonna die in the eyes of the fan base. And obviously he wasn't perfect, and he did die. And that was last year. That wasn't even this season. This fan base was not happy with this trade. They were not happy with how last season turned out. They're certainly not happy with the way that the offseason went. And all of that is leading to this situation where this team is dreadfully bad. And that is a flawless explanation. Zach LaVine is the poster child of it. And everyone is going to have an opinion on the way that the De'Aaron Fox trade should have been handled. And some of it is rooted in reality. Some of it is rooted completely in fantasy, but they know the outcome we got is not acceptable. And Zach has never, it was clear really quick. I think it was clear really quickly last year. Zach LaVine didn't have a chance here. He was going to be a part if this team had any type of success this season. He was going to be a reason why, and the fan base was never going to care. Turns out that's not going to be a concern this year.
No, don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry about that at all.
Don't worry about that. But I just, because I'm not saying anybody else doesn't. I'm not insinuating that. But sometimes when I see things like I did with the insiders, when they're like, oh yeah, I just went back to ISO ball in the fourth quarter. I was like, well, let me go watch and make sure that's what happened. I don't think that's what happened, in my opinion, from what I saw. Same thing happens when you talk about Zach LaVine not playing defense and doing this and that. Not a perfect player by any means, not a defensive stalwart by any means. But you just kind of go back and watch him out there. I mean, I think he's working hard on the defensive end. I don't feel like he's mailing it in on the defensive end. I don't think he's perfect. I don't think he has great instincts or uses those instincts all the time on the defensive end like you would want him to. But I see a lot of the times when he's out there trying. He's trying to be the best defender that he can be. And that doesn't matter.
But yes. I think the problem with that is the best defender he could be is probably still bad. And it's the line that you and Jesse love to use all of the time about you're getting excited over a single, the line from Little Big League or whichever movie that is. I think that's what Zach LaVine's defensive effort is.
I think
I shouldn't say effort. I'm sorry.
But that's what happened. Not that you just did it, but that's what happens. People look at him, his best being, I think, has been average this year. His best being average, and equate that to him not trying or not caring.
Yes, it's not his effort. I think it's his ability. The way it should be phrased is his defensive ability, and it's his best probably still isn't very good, or at best, as you just said, maybe it's average. And that's when he's engaged. And I think what led to the moment on Wednesday wasn't engagement. It was like attention. There's plays where it looked like he didn't know what was happening on the floor, didn't know where the ball was.
Mm-hmm.
And social media will be quick to go through a game and start pulling together clips of a low light reel, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it was those low light reels from that Phoenix Suns game and Zach LaVine, because of what happened with Devlin, was all over the place. Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to find it, you could find it. In fact, if you didn't want to find it, you were going to see it. It was Complex put it up on their page,
right.
Not DJ Complex, Complex the magazine.
Right.
It was on ESPN. It was on Bleacher Report. It was on every Instagram account, TikTok account, Twitter account, I'm sure. And he just was never going to win. And
a lot of people have hated Zach LaVine's from the moment he got here. And some of it, not even him. It's like how he got here or why he was here and all this other stuff. But they were just waiting for the moment where he ain't going to be here no more. And in the meantime, they just pick apart everything he does, pick about all the negative stuff that he does on a consistent basis, and go at him for that. And like I said earlier, Zach LaVine doesn't do himself any favors because he's, once again, just real nonchalant, real cavalier attitude towards things. And that comes off a certain way.
I think sometimes Kings fans, and I think that's the true story of what happened with Devlin. And what is it? Is it SIA Collective?
I've always said SIA Collective.
SIA Collective.
But I don't know if that's exactly. But I've been following them for almost a decade, and this is stuff, man. So I've always said it that way.
I think the reason that people reacted the way that they did to him in that clip, or I should say Kings fans, the reason that they reacted to it is because sometimes you just want somebody to throw something and show that they care, right? And he was a representative for a lot of Kings fans. It'd be a stretch to say all of them, but a lot of them. And I think with Zach, and perhaps with DeMar too, they want him to they want the Denny Green, slam the table, throw James's microphone. Just get asked a question and like be angry, show like an emotion. And that doesn't, in the end, what does that accomplish? Absolutely nothing.
Right.
It accomplishes nothing.
To me, that's not sensible.
No, it's absolutely nothing. There's nothing sensible about it. There's nothing sensible about any of this.
You're right.
There's nothing sensible about any of this. But it's like he cares. Oh yeah, he cares. It's like it's like De'Aaron. I'm not gonna yell. That's not me. Like, I'm not gonna fuss and scream and yell. Like, I talk to the guys. Like, we talk. And it was like, De'Aaron, he took leadership as yelling and like, grabbing guys. Hey, we got to do it this way. And this is how it has to be. Look at your boy in Pittsburgh. What's your boy in Pittsburgh? He ripped apart his team yesterday. That's not leadership.
Right.
There is nothing about what he did that's leadership. There is nothing about yelling that makes you a leader. And we said that when De'Aaron used to say that, years ago. It's not what we're asking you to do. Mm-hmm. That's not what we're talking about. There is nothing about flipping a table over at a press conference that equates. That doesn't even mean you care.
Right.
It just means you showed a bit of emotion. And I think sometimes, well, at this point, that ship has sailed. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think Kings fans have, do you have a pulse? Like it's like the, oh, you do this a lot, but I think a lot of people echo your sentiments. After the 5th layup, you're not getting a 6th. Because you're going to feel this next foul. This is going to be a full-on Russell Westbrook foul. There's no chance that ball is getting close to the rim. And fans will applaud that, but not because it's malicious or it's dirty, but it shows that you're aware of a situation, you're frustrated, you're as frustrated as they are, and you're acting on it. No one on this team outside of Russell Westbrook is doing that. Zach's not doing it. DeMar's not doing it. Domas isn't doing it. Even the beloved Keegan Murray isn't doing it. Keon Ellis isn't doing it. Oh, Keegan Murray will foul you on a 3 and it'll go in, and then Doug, he'll get benched. That'll happen. But you want a foul to be felt? Better call Russ. Yeah. I think he's the only one on the roster that's going to do it.
Yeah.
And people find and the point in all of that was it's a physical reaction that will get you an emotional reaction. And sometimes you just want an emotional reaction to be positive with this basketball team in the midst of all this negativity. And that's what Devlin was.
Mm-hmm.
He was a physical reaction. To outsiders, as you pointed out earlier, it looked crazy. What is wrong with this man? He's at a professional basketball game in which he obviously paid a lot of money to be there, and he is losing his mind. Every single person who follows this basketball team was like, yep, that's my man right there.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you knew who that man was before Saturday or not, that's your man today. Mm-hmm. And he gave you the reaction that Kings fans have wanted.
The ironic thing about that is, to a certain degree, Zach showed what people want him to show. Somebody was talking crazy, said he talked back. He stood up for what was going on. Mm-hmm. That's what people want. They just want it on the court, and they want all this other stuff. But yeah, man, like what you said is spot on. It's spot on about just wanting some type of reaction. A lot of the times when I see that, I look at it as fake hustle. I don't want your fake hustle. I don't want you to throw something or yell just to do it. Even when I talk about hard fouls and all this other stuff, almost immediately I'd be like, all right, but that ain't gonna change the outcome. At the very least, a hard foul might change the outcome. Whereas if you knock somebody down, you might make them rethink about coming through there again.
Mm-hmm.
They might be like, Russ is crazy. I ain't gonna just go through the lane no more. Maybe I'll do this pull-up jump shot.
Side note, Russ's face during that whole video.
That's a meme. I already got it saved in the phone.
Nobody in the league creates better memes than Russell Westbrook. But the fact that they have isolated still shots and videos of Russ during that entire exchange is hilarious.
Oh, man, that was some classic stuff from Russ. But it's just like, all right, man, like I just want you to play better. And here's the other thing. Me from my seat yelling at you isn't going to make you play better.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, you going to play better or not. This is what it comes down to. So the whole moral of the story is like, yeah, Zach LaVine, for a number of different reasons. It's almost to the point. It depends on what you can put up with for $47 million. I was going to say it's almost to the point where, I'd at least have the conversation about even picking up this option. Like I would just want to be gone. I would just want to be gone. Like this is a bad situation for me. And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault or nothing like that, but I'm just, if I'm him, this is just a bad situation for me.
It requires a conversation with Rich Paul. But we talked earlier both on the insiders on the handoff and then here about I'd like to see a change to the starting lineup. I don't need to see a wholesale change. I don't need to see Maxine Reyno in the starting lineup. I don't need to see Max and Neek and Keon all in the starting lineup, but I would like to see one of them, and the one that makes the most sense to me is Neek. And in that regard, especially with the way that you just outlined the situation with Zach LaVine, moving Zach LaVine to the bench and starting Neek and playing Neek starter minutes, and I understand if you're Doug, that is essentially that's waving the white flag on this season. It's saying we're probably going to do things a little bit differently moving forward. And Kings fans would be like, well, that's fine because what you're doing really isn't working. And amazingly, they're falling further and further back from the play-in. Even when it was bad a week ago, like, yeah, they're like a game out of the play-in. It must have been the right combination of winning and losing, because now it's like they're 3 games back, and that feels like an insurmountable deficit for this team right now. But I'd call Rich Paul, Zach LaVine's agent, be like, hey, we're going to do everything we can to trade him, but we're going to have to start taking this season in a different direction. Again, we're going to do everything we can to do right by you and right by him, and I give you full permission to work with any team out there to help us orchestrate a trade, but this is what we have to do moving forward. Scott, this is to me, we're entering the waters that I think are the biggest difference between this front office and the previous front office. I don't believe those conversations could be had by the previous front office. I believe those conversations can be had by this front office and maintain relationship with Rich Paul and other agents around the league, that it's just, this is how we're going to do things moving forward. And, Chris's message on YouTube immediately catches my eye. Kings don't owe Rich Paul a damn thing. Chris, you do not understand how this league works, my dearest brother. No, they don't owe him anything, but Scott Perry is a good enough general manager to place that call to Zach LaVine's agent and tell them what they're doing moving forward and allow Rich to explore options for his client. Because in the situation you just presented, and here's a scenario that I don't think a lot of Kings fans realize, you might want to trade Zach LaVine. You might even say, we'll take a bad deal to trade Zach LaVine. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to. So if Rich is allowed to do his due diligence above board from here moving out, the idea of Zach LaVine not picking up that player option next year, that's significantly more in play. And if Zach walks away for nothing, not a single fan will care. And that all that will happen will be is, what was De'Aaron Fox traded for? And the answer will be very literally nothing. He was traded for nothing.
2 first-round picks.
Isn't it? Didn't one convey immediately to a second rounder?
No, well, that would be 3 because one was Charlotte's. They got,
but wasn't that the one that turned to a second?
Yeah, but they got San Antonio's.
So it was for a first-round pick.
Yeah, and they got Minnesota's
from the Fox trade.
Yeah, 2031 Minnesota first-round pick. And they got 2027 Spurs first-round pick, and then the other one was one from Charlotte that conveyed to the seconds,
like immediately, right?
Yeah, at the end of the season. I believe I got that right.
I always thought it was the one plus the Charlotte one, but maybe that's correct. In any event, I feel like those are steps you can start taking. But it's tough for Doug because this is his chance to coach in the NBA, and it's not off to a great start.
Right. And
it's not off to a start that even promises a second opportunity.
And I would, just trying to put myself in Doug's shoes. Yeah, you can, the only way to guarantee future employment is by winning.
Yeah.
You could have a conversation with Scott Perry and say, no, we're all aligned and we're trying to build this thing. And, it's okay if we're not good. We're going to stick with you. We're going to stick beside him. We're going to stick beside him. We're going to build this thing out together. But you don't know that's what's going to happen. You could have the number 1 pick or whatever, or be that bad of a team. And after everything that's been said over the course of the last 8-9 months privately, he can come to you in June and say, you know what? I know what we talked about, but it's just not really working out. Your record was just a little worse than we thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't. So that could happen. And
Yep.
if you're Doug, the only way that you can kind of have that stability in that position is to win. And the second that you say, okay, I'm going to let go of the reins and not worry about winning no more, is the second you give away control on your destiny.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy for guy in the chat or guy on Twitter to just be like, hey, just do this. This is this man's career. This might be his one shot. So, you just never know. You never know. So I hope whatever's going on there, they're locked in and Scott stays committed to that, but you just don't know.
Let's talk about something that'll make you and perhaps us a little bit happier. And it's the fact that the 49ers keep winning football games and the NFL is heating up. We'll talk about all that. Lots of different storylines. James Ham will be with us at the top of the hour. There's so much more ahead. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Securing the Carter, I don't know. I don't know how to answer to that. I don't know. That just could be the reality of the situation. Don't make it right. Y'all stop dealing in fantasy land and dealing in reality, and you'll start to understand these things a little bit more. The only thing that I saw, Ron, I don't know. Sorry, Jesse. You know what I mean? Sorry. I'm over the scene of retirement. Let's just get to main event, please.
Well, now that I know, no, Jesse said it 2 months ago it was going to be Gunther. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to watch on Saturday. It didn't. And I was like, oh, I'll just go back
Is
and
it
watch
this Saturday?
What?
Is it the you thought you wanted to watch, right? Oh yeah.
I don't care.
I saw his, the reason why I brought that, I saw his, that's what I did see. I saw his intro for Survivor Series. And I just kind of sat there and it was good. Look, hey, maybe a legend, man. Let him go out how he wants to. I was just like, man, is this over yet?
So it's going to be Roman Cody for WrestleMania?
I did see that, yeah. I wonder how that's going to go. That's got to be a Cody.
Sense.
It's got to be a Cody heel turn, huh?
That makes sense.
That's my first thought. Cody heel turn, maybe align with somebody. Because it doesn't feel like it makes sense to turn Roman heel again.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all. Soren, it was fine. It was fine. Are you a Elf on the Shelf family?
Oh, yes, Elfie and Ellis are now wandering the house.
Okay,
shout out Elfie and Ellis.
So today, I'm learning today's the big day, right? It's the 1st of December. That's the day that it starts.
We started the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
maybe
know
that's
what the formal one is or not, but I know.
So maybe that's the thing. It's just okay. So today's a big day for. Okay, that would make sense if it started the day after Thanksgiving. The girls weren't here since Thanksgiving Day. Today will be the first day, and there was Katie ordered something and it wasn't the right thing, and like we had to get an elf quickly. So the only one that I could get delivered in time was the Snoop elf on the shelf, but there's a Snoop elf on the shelf.
Oh,
yeah, there's a
Snoop Dogg or Snoopy?
Snoop Dogg.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like some of them. There's one that just has a gold chain. There's one that in this one I can't quite figure out. It's got a blunt, but there's
Merry Christmas, kids.
Yeah. Hey, don't misbehave. But I guess we decided to just run to Target and get one and get it set up. And so I guess now the next 24 days are getting the
elf on the shelf. They're gonna get.
I don't
crazy?
know the name of the new elf either.
Are they gonna get crazy? Like, find them in the cereal box in the morning and stuff. You got to do it daily.
Yeah, I mean,
you have a knife.
I think I don't think we'll do that.
Well, they got to be crazy.
Well, I don't know that we need to have the little elf have a knife, but we'll try to come up with some scenarios that are good for everybody. But yeah, I was told, okay, this starts. This is a big deal.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
And now we were just kind of like on our way out of this whole thing, and now we got one that's just starting. Ellis is the new one. Ellis is Ryan's. But we were on our way out because Reese is 13.
Oh, okay.
And now we've got the 3-year-old who's like, oh, look at the elf.
And
now we got to do this for another 10 years.
Reese clearly doesn't have traditional Christmas beliefs.
Does he know the game yet?
If you
I believe he does.
So he understands kayfabe.
I believe he does.
Okay.
If I ask him right now, he gonna play stupid and be like, "No, of course."
But he knows.
That's what.
When did you sense he started to know?
Maybe about 2-3 years ago.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know.
That was my guess.
I used to hold out so I could still get double presents.
Yeah, this is.
Like, no, yeah, I still believe.
I didn't because Audrey's about to be. She's going to turn 12 in 2 weeks, which has created a whole gift giving situation. But she's going to be 12, and I asked, like, hey, how much longer do we think we go along with this? And I don't know. Like,
as long as the kid wants to, I guess.
Yeah, like she's she has a younger sister, so she's not like, oh, that's not real, and I don't think she would ever do that.
Yeah.
But I am just trying to figure out how to navigate all these waters.
Yeah, I wish I had answered.
So 2 years ago, he's 13. So that's about. I mean, she's 11 right now. She's going to turn 12 in 2 weeks. So that's about the time frame.
I mean, my guess would be 5th, 6th grade. Everybody starts talking. Even the people who don't. Who are in class with them and they know what's really up, they'll spoil it for others. They're not their brother and sister, right? Like they'll be like, no, this is what really goes down. That would be my guess.
I don't want to say too much because, just Santa shut out. But my brother was talking slick one time and my mom had to let him know what it was.
I now, having seen all parties involved, I can envision it.
Yeah.
I can absolutely envision
He was talking crazy. He's like, all right, you want to know what's going on?
Look. And look, there's a good number of people. Maybe everybody does, but specifically from my community, who will let you know off the top. No, it's me.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I'm not giving this person the credit for what I do.
That's kind of how it went between my mom and my brother.
So yeah, like some people ain't never grew up with that. They're like, no, this is what really happens. 2-year-old. This really happens.
Get that white man no credit for what I've been doing all year. I do love, like, we have presents under the tree right now, and I think that's pretty dope. Like, we got pretty far ahead on this. We had lists and apps and all of this stuff. So everyone, and our thing is like, okay, we can add gifts as we get them, but it has to be one for everybody. So it can't be, because we have wrapping paper for each person in the house.
Okay.
So it can't be, well, this person has 4 gifts down there and this person only has 1. It's like those, they have to stay stashed away until it can be a reasonable number. Like it could be 4 versus 3 or 3 versus 2 or whatever. It just can't be, 5 and 1 or something like that.
Right.
But it was cool coming downstairs this morning and just saying, oh, this is dope. There's already a bunch of presents under the tree.
Yeah, we didn't get the tree up yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got the tree up, but no lights or ornaments yet. Been a busy time. You reading the text?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like paraphrasing, but yeah.
That's great. Jesse can't read what Mama Tapia said, but Lord have mercy. That's terrific. Absolutely terrific. Well, Santa doesn't get credit for the way the San Francisco 49ers are playing, but goodness gracious.
Look, this is one person who should get credit. I'll let you break it down, but no,
Go ahead. Let's go with it. This your bag.
No disrespect to anybody. First and foremost, it's the players. Players, this is on you. Players, this is on you. But
good paraphrasing of the little badass kid who shouldn't get any presents
not
this
a
year.
damn thing. I wonder where he's at now. That was probably about 4 or 5.
I was gonna say he's probably what, 14, 15?
Probably coach himself now.
He's probably closer to graduating. Because I would say
you think that kid was 14 years old?
No, I think he was
at least 13.
Yeah, I'd say 11 or 12. And that was when we started.
Yeah, that's
the show.
how old is that clip?
Let's just assume it happened when we went on the air. That's
5 years ago. Yeah.
Give it,
okay.
yeah.
I give it junior, senior. I get okay.
Might be buying beer by now.
McLovin.
You wouldn't strike me as someone who's watched Superbad.
That was one of my favorite movies.
Really?
I
It's a
love
classic.
Superbad is
funny. It's funny.
It's hella funny.
It's probably the funniest of that crew's movies.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. Look, a lot of people will talk about Robert Saleh, and rightfully so. He's done a masterful job. But you can't have somebody getting all the blame when things go bad. And when things go right, look to give the credit to others.
Mm-hmm.
It's not how it's supposed to go. Kyle Shanahan is the reason. He's the boss. He's the captain, El Capitan. And the reason why this team is tougher than a $2 steak, the reason why this team is tied for the most wins in the NFC after everything that's gone on is because of young Shanny. Now, you know me, when things go bad, I'm like, well, it's not like Kyle Shanahan got his faults, but it's not all on him. There's this reason, there's this reason, there's this reason. And that's the same way that I feel when things are going good right now. Yeah, Kyle is a great coach, but this is going on. The players are doing this. Give them credit, all this other stuff. But no. If we're going to blame him when it goes bad, he must get all the damn credit when it's going good.
Mm.
And that's where I'm at. It's Kyle Shanahan. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
I was thinking about something for just later in the week. Kings don't play tonight. They don't play tomorrow. They don't play till Wednesday. It's like we're like a quarter way through the season. We could probably think about like NBA award type stuff. Like, what's it look like right here? I think one of the most fascinating conversations to have right now is Coach of the Year. And obviously you have Mark Dagnall and the 20-1 team. And I was just kind of like looking and I thought, man, Eric Spoelstra. Is there a conversation to have? Talk Eric Spoelstra win Coach of the Year. You know he's never won it. Eric Spoelstra's never won Coach of the Year.
Not even on the Heatles. Wow.
Eric Spoelstra has never won Coach of the Year. And I thought, and as I was looking into that, like I immediately forgot about the NBA awards segment and started thinking about the parallels between Eric Spoelstra and Kyle Shanahan. How often is Eric Spoelstra referred to as one of the best coaches in the NBA?
Yeah, they say the best a lot of the time.
And he has been for years. It has been Greg Popovich and Eric Spoelstra at the top of every list, regardless of who was winning titles, who was breaking records. I've never heard that, and I don't mean this in any sort of slight. we've gone through a dynasty, and I have not heard Steve Kerr referenced in that conversation. And again, constantly, Eric Spoelstra has been the one coach bigger than Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And I got completely fixated on, wow, the similarities between there's some similarities between Eric Spoelstra and Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan regularly referenced as one of the best coaches in the NFL, never acknowledged with the award as the best coach in the NFL. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm perfectly fine in Kyle Shanahan having all of the credit. I think anytime you navigate multiple starting quarterbacks, like the fact that they had the season that they had, going from Trey to Jimmy to Brock, and no one blinked an eye at what Kyle Shanahan. Most teams can't survive a quarterback change, much less two of them. I don't think any team in history has survived two quarterback changes and then found their franchise quarterback in the third. Now, there's hindsight involved in that, but I think a lot of people, you included, felt very confident about moving forward with Brock Purdy after that first year. Minimal credit to Kyle Shanahan for that. Certainly not the ultimate acknowledgement. This team has been decimated by injuries on both sides of the ball. You have this bizarre Brandon Ayuk situation that was hanging over your franchise for about the first the 11, 12 weeks of the season. I kind of feel like it's more, now that it's out in the open, it's just kind of out of play now. And you lost the heartbeat of your defense. You lost your best pass rusher. And here you are with...
You hadn't even had a bye week.
Right. You're going into your week 14 bye week.
I thought they stopped bye weeks 2 weeks ago.
Arguably playing your best football of the season. And yeah, he deserves a lot of credit. I want to make sure, is this the last bye week?
It has to be.
Right. There can't possibly be a week 15 bye, is it? No, it's not. The 49.
Come on, man.
The 49ers, Giants, Patriots, and Panthers have the last possible bye week.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the
Patriots and Giants tonight, though.
Yeah. Shout out Jay Gayden, going to be in the building.
He will.
Yeah. The thing about, and I'll talk about the game last night real quick. Oh, no, I did want to say this. And this isn't fair. This isn't fair because everybody's plight is their own plight. Like, it's doesn't mean like, oh, you're not going through tough times because you're not going through what I'm going through. So I want to, not trying to make that comparison, but you know how much I scoff and roll my eyes when I'm watching a football game, an NFL game. And this happened on Friday when I was watching Bears Eagles. Great job. That was a great placement for that game. Black. I'm a big fan of the black.
Oh, that was
game.
that was
fantastic.
that was a good look.
Yeah.
That was a good look.
But you know how loud I scoffed in the living room and rolled my eyes almost like the Undertaker.
Oh.
And they're like, whoa. Whoever the Bears defensive corner, whoa, he's just had to deal with so much. I mean, look at the notable guys who have been hurt this year. And it's like 3 of their starters. Oh, just, man, he's done a fantastic job dealing with so much and so much. Please, goodbye. Goodbye. Do you think I give a damn that you lost 3 starters? Goodbye, Al Michaels. Shut the hell up, Al Michaels.
Jeez.
Deal with what we've had to deal with this year. And then
D'Lo and KC?
Yes, because
Okay.
you've had to deal with me being frustrated.
That's facts. That's facts.
So like Jim Calhoun once said, get the facts and then come back to me. Nobody want to hear that, Al Michaels. But once again, look, their plight is their plight. I'm sorry. That was just me venting. But nobody want to hear about I don't want anybody talking anything about injuries for the rest of the season in football. Please. Ain't nobody hearing that. We doing work.
Okay.
with the injuries.
Jesse, get the memo out. No NFL teams or announcers are allowed to discuss injuries moving forward.
Thank you. Also,
You're welcome.
remind me, I bookmarked Coach Spo. I bookmarked that. I get something about Coach Spo. But
Okay.
back to the game, to the 49ers.
When should I bring that back?
Maybe
49ers segment or after the 49ers?
After the 49ers
okay,
segment.
got it. All right.
Because I got a question.
Okay.
But the game yesterday, man, that was a good win.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to win the game.
There's no
but
bad wins.
I understood
at this
Kyle Matson's thought process when he said he thought the 49ers were going to lose to the Browns. That defense is nasty.
Yeah, defense is bad.
That Browns defense is nasty.
There was a little bit of time in that game where I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm watching the game, right? And this is how good the Browns defense is. The Niners will like get a first down on second down, maybe, run the ball, pass for a first down, or that might happen like once or twice, right? And in my mind, I'm sitting there like, all right, here we go. We moving the ball, big dog. Let's go. And then I look, and they're on their own 28-yard line. Hadn't gone nowhere on the field. I'm like, damn, we got forever to go. This is crazy. But they found a way. And I thought at the end of the first half, Brock Purdy, 3 big-time passes. One was a third down to, I believe it was Juwan Jennings for a first down. Well, yeah. Can we cut that? Because that's a drop. I do have that meme ready.
Yeah. Can we get that, Jesse? Can you get that clip pulled up?
Somebody say something crazy. I'm playing it.
Yeah, that was and strangely,
just the first 3 seconds. That's all you need.
No, we got to play the whole clip.
Yeah, play
first.
the clip, but clip that when we have.
And
it
I
ready,
think Juwan was the second person in sports to be called a hoe this weekend.
Oh,
the first one's on our TV right now.
There he is, man. Reporter should have got. If he would have got slapped, it would have been okay.
Well, he said that's not what he said. The report. That's that's what the reporter said. That's what the reporter said.
He lying. I saw the clip.
Okay.
He said he quoted 3-6 Mafia. He made it clear to say I'm quoting 3-6 Mafia. And then he said, yeah, like they said.
Sorry, was 3-6 Mafia the first person to say that?
I don't know. That's where he got.
I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you 3-6 Mafia weren't the first person when people say turn a hoe into a housewife.
Yeah.
Too Short comes to mind immediately.
I saw his little podcast because somebody clipped it up. They're like, no, you absolutely. He's clear as day. Just like Jamar Chase. Like, bro, you literally said this. You say, yeah, when it comes to Lane Kiffin, like 3-6 Mafia said, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. All right. I'm gonna see you.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna see you.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about that. But
yeah. Hey, let's pull this up real quick. Here for those who haven't seen it. Here's the clip we're referring to.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's some, like, he says some things that you should not say to another man. He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's some, like, he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But like, I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known.
No, you can't say that. You can't say that part. Oh, that's funny.
I forgot he said that.
That's funny. Oh, good find, Jesse.
Oh,
he's a hoe. Yeah, we'll put that on the board.
And I want him to know that. Just stop right there. He's a hoe, and I want him to know that. Oh, that was some funny stuff. But Juwan Jennings, big third down catch at the end of the half. Brock Purdy. I thought that kind of gave Kyle and the team a little bit of reassurance that no, we're good, we're here. Those 3 passes before the half to get into field goal range, get the field goal, go into the half with the lead. I thought that really swung the game. And then obviously you had the turnovers and bad fourth down calls by Stefanski. That helped as well. But maybe it's just me watching the game. Maybe it wasn't for the players as well. But I thought those 3 passes at the end of the first half kind of settled everybody down and allowed the Niners to get back to work and go win that game, man. That was some good stuff. That was some good stuff. I think the 49ers absolutely can go to the Super Bowl. Absolutely, they can go to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
100%.
The problem is, I think a lot of teams can go to the Super Bowl.
That's facts.
A lot
That's
of
facts.
teams can go to the Super Bowl
But
right
I say
now.
that way because there was a belief, and I understood it. You know, Fred Warner goes, that was a knockout blow. Like, you can't, like, yeah, you might be able to win some games, and maybe because of what you've been able to do so far this year, and speaking at that moment, yeah, maybe you can get to the playoffs, but you can't make a run. And I disagree with that. I think they can get to the Super Bowl. Are they favored? No, I want to be clear again. They're not the favorite, not even the second favorite, nothing like that. But I think they can go on a run in the playoffs.
There's no team that I don't feel like they can beat. I mean, you know, the Rams got brought down to earth quite a bit yesterday by the Carolina Panthers, and it just like it's the fast. I mean, I know it's the league in general. It's every year, but this league this season in particular, it feels like it feels like the league can shake up week to week, and the Rams loss was huge. That put the Bears run in a whole new context right now, because the conversation about the Bears, oh, are they for real? Can they make the playoffs? Oh, the Bears, is this for real? Can they win the division? Now, all of a sudden, how long this lasts, we'll all find out together. But the Bears are the top team in the NFC. And they're going to have to earn it if they wind up finishing there, or even, you know, as the 2 seed. But you've got Philadelphia spiraling down. You've got Dallas essentially eliminating Kansas City while keeping their playoff hopes alive. And when you talk about you talk about the record-wise, the best teams in football, it's Denver, New England, Chicago, and the Rams. Let's run this again. It's Bo Nix, Drake May, Caleb Williams, and massive outlier, Matthew Stafford. Yeah, I feel confident the 49ers can beat, especially those last 2 teams that we named, the last 2 quarterbacks that we named, Caleb Williams and Matt Stafford. You could throw Jordan Love in there. You could throw, I mean, shout out to Tampa Bay. I don't know what Tampa Bay is going to look like moving forward. Again, don't tell me about injuries. Don't tell me about losing 3 starters. Go look at what Tampa Bay has been dealing with this year. Seattle's a team I don't quite understand. That's not a I don't understand the Seattle football team.
Yeah.
But if you said Sam Darnold, how many people are going to pick Sam Darnold in the quarterback situation?
Not a lot. But you talk about the Rams changing everything, and we talk about the Bears, and you're 100% correct. Dog, the Niners could be the 1 seed. The Niners
absolutely
could be the 1 seed and have a bye. They play the Bears at home. They play Seattle at home. 3 of their next 4 games are at home. And now, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying nothing like now. The one game everybody was afraid of that they got to go on the road is starting to look a little different. Indianapolis on a Monday night is not looking like it was a month ago.
That's right.
I love this time of year for football. This is akin to when you get to Thanksgiving. This is akin to September 1st in Major League Baseball, where it's like the dog days of summer, August, like the season is just too long. Like for the NFL, it's like October is like that, right? But when you get to Thanksgiving, it is September 1st in Major League Baseball. Like they all matter. And it doesn't matter if you're put in baseball terms, if you're the Giants and you're 2 games back, but you're playing the last place Pirates, I promise you it's going to be a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners taking on the Titans in 2 weeks. Nah, you better be ready to play.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Because that second win is right around the corner for them Tennessee Titans.
It doesn't matter. Everybody plays, it feels like at least, everybody plays a tough game, a high intense game for the final 4 weeks of the season. What was James talking about being team 1 year? The final 25 games of the season.
Yeah.
That's what we're in right now with football. And we saw a fantastic weekend of football from the first game on Thanksgiving all the way to Sunday Night Football. It was great. I can't wait for December football. It's great stuff.
We'll talk about this more in just a few minutes, but Lane Kiffin has been the LSU coach for about 20 hours, and he looks 10 years older than he did a week ago.
That's why Lane over the week. Lane was the baby boy.
That's right. Yeah,
he's
an
older man.
Yeah,
now.
He's absolutely an older man coaching football now. By the way, the Tennessee Titans, who are striking fear in the heart of 49er fans right now, a negative 158 point differential with that's clearly the worst. The second worst. 29 points better.
Oh boy.
It is your Las Vegas Raiders.
I knew that's where you were going to go.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the NFL in the grand scheme of things before we shift our attention back to the Sacramento Kings and the NBA. That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. These trade rumors about to go crazy in the next 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, it's that time of year. Mm-hmm. It is that time of year. I want to ask a quick question. To the chatty house. How many, I don't even know how to gauge this. Just say yes. Just say I don't know. But how many of you, oh no, hold on. Hey, hold on. No, look, this is friendly fire. It's friendly fire. I'm gonna save it. Just relax just a second. I'm just save it for a second. Dr. David, though. Yes, we'll talk about that. I'm gonna talk about that on Wednesday. That's a big time fight. I can't wait for that. It's gonna be some good stuff. But just by show of hands or show of say you're, how many of you guys would want to come to a 49ers watch party? If you would want to, just hit me with a yeah. John Pauls is in. I look up and okay, who is Jazzy 5102? Oh, that's not nice. That's actually pretty disrespectful. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stephen, I will have you escorted out of the establishment like Devlin. if you tried to show up to a 49ers watch party, they'll just call you Stephen Devlin. I will have your ass kicked out of there. So
walked back into the studio. Kenny was kicking people out of watch parties.
no, they're getting kicked out. Like more like the Suns fan, not even like my boy Devlin. It'd be like the Suns fan.
Did you post that video? Was that did you record that video you showed me?
No, somebody else did because they came to my defense, like because everybody's like, "No, you're wrong." I said, "No, I saw the Suns fan getting kicked out, but I didn't even know the Devlin stuff had happened."
The guy sounded like he almost certainly sounded like, "I want to watch basketball. I love this game. I love you, officer. Please stop." Please stop throwing me against the guardrail this way.
The end of the video sounded like he said, Devin, I love you, big dog. What? You're not gonna support me, Devin. They yanked him back.
Yeah.
That was some good stuff. Got him out of here. But no, I got
also drink responsibly. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, please do. Well,
the guy looked ridiculous.
Thanksgiving Eve, he ain't have nowhere to go. No
boy.
Tomorrow. Next
Man,
day, he said, "I'm up."
You talk about we were talking about this. I think on Wednesday, how that Thanksgiving Eve was an event.
Oh yeah.
It
still goes like that.
Oh yeah, it still does. It still does.
Still goes like that.
Yeah, man.
Now, okay. Like, I don't want to do this.
That's probably a lie. I don't know what you're about to do, but I think you're lying.
I really don't want to do this. And remind me, I got to get to Coach Spo in just a second. Just a tidbit. That's all. I don't want to do this, but I'm fair. I'm fair. Jesse knows I'm fair. Dame, you know I'm fair. Sir, you cannot come in here talking about Michigan basketball jumping to three, huh? No, man, you got to address the class, bro.
And the sir you're referring to is at Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, man, you gotta address. I'm definitely. Yo, let's fix this name situation.
That's tough.
I'm just gonna put it on there. You gotta address Cody.
No, say it.
No, I'm not. I'm
they
not
won.
Gonna say
they won. Say
No,
it. They won.
Right.
They won. Say it.
As
They
punishment.
won they won the game. Say it.
Yeah. What's
Say it.
Cody's handle?
He's the winner. Say it.
That's your punishment.
Yeah.
His name is. It's Cody Bucknuts.
Michigan down bad. I don't know who's worse. You or those
It's
guys
tough.
trying to clean off
that's
the
tough.
Ohio in the end zone.
It's tough.
Those guys were on all fours just trying to clean that
should
up.
have been moving,
Yeah.
man. Furniture should have been moving, man. Don't be doing that. But yeah, no, Michigan, my brother, you can't. All right, man. You got to at least talk to that man first before you talk about Michigan basketball. And then he ain't mentioned nothing about the Colts. Every time the Colts was winning, he was talking about, "Oh, Coach Jesse, what you think about the Colts? What you think about the Colts?"
And it's
So
funny.
they
He
looking
always
funny.
asks Jesse, like Jesse's a Colts fan.
Well, no, because I think I was just more forward with the Colts are frauds.
Well, believe I was worried about the end of your game yesterday.
Brother, so was
Oh
I.
my goodness.
I
caught. Yeah,
I don't think I've seen an onside kick work
we survived.
in years.
The dream is still alive.
Hey, what happened to your boy? Why did he just move?
Wait, you talking about the onside kick?
Yeah.
Dude, we're the Miami Dolphins. We don't do anything right.
He had the ball. He said, "Oh no, I'm not touching it."
We escaped the
Still
mighty
wild.
Saints with a win, and now we have a chance to beat the Jets and go a game under 500.
Well,
And you guys are still alive for the playoffs?
Yes, we're in the hunt. We're a game behind the Chiefs.
Now, hold on.
Oh.
Don't let all of this distract you.
Tua sucks, by the way.
No. Oh,
Oh,
we
I want
know.
that. I want that out there. Like, he sucks. He's
We know.
terrible. He's like horrible. Like, he's a great guy, but he's really bad.
He's a hoe, and I want everybody to know it.
I didn't say all that.
No. Hold on. This is my fault. Don't let this all. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm done. I'm finished. There was nothing else
Well,
to say.
so
I
are
just had
they.
to talk to Michigan Wolverines about that, and now it's done. We don't need to pile on the situation.
I don't.
And he's right. Michigan basketball. Did you know?
Oh,
during
look at
Feast
you.
Week,
Yo,
they
you're a
beat
hoe,
somebody
and I
by
want
40.
everybody to know it. Stop it. Ain't nobody talking about Michigan basketball.
They beat somebody.
Who cares?
They beat Auburn by 40. They beat San Diego State by 30. And then they beat Gonzaga by 40.
Michigan, Ohio State was cool until you realized, oh, Michigan's not going to score a touchdown. And they're just going to kick field goals. That's as good as it's going to get.
Coach is sorry, bro. Coach is yo, I've talked about this a little bit before, and you're 100% correct. I don't know if I defended it, but the way things played out last year, it still worked as far as rivalry weekend and all. Actually, rivalry weekend last year was insane. Have you seen that clip of Rivalry Weekend from last year? Like there was flag planting. It was insane.
Oh yeah.
It was crazy. It was so heated last year, all across the country. This one was bad. And it's because of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's what we were afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
This one there was no juice to this rivalry weekend this year. It was all bad.
There
you can Alabama, but that was about it.
You can find stakes for a team in the game. It's hard to find stakes for both teams in the game. Like Ohio State had no stakes in this game.
Do you still buy the whole? Oh well, this is the most like. Isn't that kind of the stakes? Like they all kind of plan for this game now.
Yeah, but
is that still a real thing though?
It doesn't. What, that this is the most important game?
Yeah, like there's no stakes to it, but
no, like if the national championship last year had been in its previous form, Ryan Day probably would have been fired. You can't lose to that. Like the game is important in that regard. But I said this on Wednesday during a commercial break. I might have said it on the air at some point. The next time Ryan Day loses to Michigan and loses the national championship, he might be fired. Now, I thought if it had happened this year, he would be fired. Now, if it happens next year, you know, if they lose to Michigan, it might not happen because it looks different now because he's finally beat Michigan. But there was real conversation last year that was not far-fetched about, could Ryan Day lose his job after winning the national championship? And the fact that he didn't is probably an indication that that won't happen. Yeah. And you can lose one, but you can't lose both. And there'll be stakes for, you know, there'll always be, I don't mean to, like Sac State, UC Davis. Like it'll always have an importance to it. It'll always have a feel to it. Like Bama and Alabama and Auburn are always going to be two of the bigger schools. That's always going to have a thing to it
in that
but
place in that region.
You used to like one of the greatest football games ever. I think it was Troy Smith. What was it, like 52-49 or something like that? Michigan missed the national championship because of that game. Right. Like they could not play for the national championship because of that game, where arguably they were probably the second best team in the country, but they lost the final week of the season to Ohio State. They didn't get an opportunity to run it back. And so Ohio State went out there and got their ass kicked by, I think, LSU that year. But that'll never happen again.
No.
It'll never happen again.
The only way that you get some type of energy is if you can end somebody's season.
Yeah.
In those, like Auburn, Alabama wasn't the same, but if Auburn would have won, they would have knocked Alabama out of the college football playoff conversation.
That's what I mean. You could find stakes for one team.
Right.
It's hard to find. Like Michigan would have made the playoff if they had beat Ohio State. They absolutely would have made. Yeah, Ohio State ended their season.
But like, for instance, the Big Ten championship game, which is going to be a great game, like it don't mean nothing. Indiana and Ohio State 1-2 doesn't mean anything. Both teams are going to the playoffs. Like, sure, I mean,
Ohio State will get a bye, right?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, they both might end up with a bye.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. Like, but if Indiana loses, how many teams get a bye?
4. So, like, if Indiana,
well, no, because they're the conference winner.
It is, but I forgot. I thought they changed that this year because remember how confusing it was last
and it was
year?
So bad last year.
And they just went to like the top 4 teams this year get the bye. I think that's how it is. You might be right with the conference championship thing, but I think because it was so confusing last year, it just went to the top 4 teams. I don't know if Indiana loses to Ohio State, they'll be 5. They might just go as far as 4.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I felt that this weekend. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Wasn't good stuff.
Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Guess what's happening tomorrow?
What's that?
Insights to Excellence returns to NBC. Guess what Michael Jordan discusses in this riveting conversation tomorrow?
I'm on edge.
His love of basketball.
Let's go. Let's go. Y'all can learn something.
Y'all
can learn something.
I wish I had that clip on the board right now. This man says nothing, and y'all get excited.
Y'all can learn something. Y'all can learn something. Listen to my man. He's gonna be talking.
What have you learned from Michael Jordan so far in his 3-minute interviews that were probably filmed 4 years ago? I'm convinced all we're watching are outtakes from what was the show called? What was the thing called? The Final Shot? The Last Dance.
Last Dance.
Yeah, we're just watching outtakes from the Last Dance. That's all we're watching.
I learned that Michael Jordan hasn't played basketball in a long time. Okay. And he's done with it. But I also learned
he got nervous shooting a free throw with a bunch of kids.
He's nervous.
Those spoiled ass kids.
Yeah, he got nervous.
Don't ask Michael Jordan to shoot a free throw.
And he asked, you make it? Of course I made it. And there's video evidence. Yeah, of course he made it, bro. He ain't missing that. We talking about. Then Mike also said, I used to play for that guy up there in the 220s. In the 220s. I used to play for him because I knew he was talking crazy.
What are you pointing at?
Up in the 220s.
You ain't never been up in the 220s. I don't even know what you're doing.
I was in the 220s last night.
I saw that Instagram video. No, you weren't. You were in the company seats last night.
I went. I didn't say I stayed up there long. Yeah. I didn't say I stayed up there, but I was in there for a quick second. I had to say what's up. Yeah, but I'm tapped in tomorrow. Jordan, let's go. Let's go.
I'll just watch it on Instagram when it's inevitably released in its 2.5 minute form.
That's facts. Hey, we mentioned Coach Spo when we were talking about the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and Coach Spo being a great coach and never winning Coach of the Year in the NBA. Last week, sometime, he won his 800th career game with the Heat. He's been with his whole career, 800 career wins. They showed footage of Coach Spo going into the locker room after the 800th victory. And he goes in there and he's like, all right, guys, about to give his speech. And then they all pour, hey, let's go, Coach. Hey, they pour the water, they get him soda. Hey, let's go, Coach. And then Spo comes up, for what? What? What was that for? What? Do you believe him? Coach Spo is saying he didn't know that he had just won his 800th game. In the video, he goes like, oh God, what was that for, guys? What? For what, guys?
Hey, first of all, I don't believe that Eric Spoelstra sounded like
that's
that.
how he sounded.
That can't be.
That's fun. I'm telling you, that's an 8. That's an 8. If you can find the clip, that's 8. He goes, for what? For what, guys? For what? What's this for? What's this for?
Okay, if that's it, he's absolutely kayfabing the thing. Okay, there it is. I got it. Hold on. Let me get it on the screen. Just a second.
So he's saying he had no idea it was his 800.
I will make my determination on whether he's telling the truth after I see his reaction.
And I'm saying my reaction to Coach Spo was an 8. I'm putting it out there right now. You guys tell me what it is when you see it. Once again, I'll do it again. For what? For what? For what, guys? What's this for? Okay, what's this for?
Okay, hold on. This is the Miami. All right, hold on. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Going to add the screen. Oops, wrong button. Going to add the screen right here.
Because I find it hard to believe he did not know.
Yeah, that seems like something your staff would tell you. But maybe I don't know. Let's see.
Bring it in. Come on.
Hold on. That's not okay. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. So, okay, immediately. Okay, we're gonna break this down. Immediately, I'm saying this is a word.
All right, bring it in.
Watch, here he comes. Okay, look at he's already smiling. He's already smiling. The guy's got the bottles in his hand. He never stopped smiling. Yeah, that's a word. Look at Davion. Davion doesn't care. Look at Davion. Davion, like, whatever, man.
That's an 8 for your boy too, by the way. That's an 8
No
for your
way.
boy. For what?
So
For what?
look at right here. He's okay. All right, bring it in. Look at and here. Look, he's smiling. He sees the bottles. Yeah, this. Yeah, Spo working. Spo working. Spo is absolutely
he
working.
Knew the whole time, man.
He's
He
absolutely
knew, man.
working.
That's hilarious.
Shout out to Eric Spoelstra.
Congratulations to Coach Spo. Did you see that the guy, I forgot his name, was talking crazy to Klay Thompson for Miami, and like just on the sideline, like Klay was in the game
Where he said is that the I don't know because Klay seems
been
to
a lot.
have been in some
Yeah, it's
scuffles
been a
lately.
lot the last
was it
2
the one he
weeks.
said you can't even sit at my table or
He
something
might
like
have,
that?
But he was like, we don't even know who you are.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It was that one. Karan Butler got the guy and made him go apologize to Klay Thompson.
Oh, shoot.
He said, show some
Karan
respect.
Butler.
He said, show some respect.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with that.
Yeah. Klay
I'm
was
fine with
he
that.
said his little piece back to him or whatever, and he just kept it moving.
Why? What is going on with Klay Thompson right now?
Somebody had a theory on Twitter, but I didn't dive into it. But it probably stems from Meg and the young boy specifically challenging Klay.
Little hate.
Potentially.
Okay.
Meg cooked looked like at the very least a very good Thanksgiving dinner for Klay and his family.
How was your Thanksgiving?
It was great.
Yeah.
I ate good.
Good.
I ate good. I was on the road for a lot of it, but it was still good.
Yeah. Okay.
Good times. Leftovers great. It is the thought process is 100% on as great as the food is on Thanksgiving, Friday and Saturday. That same food elevates. The leftovers elevates.
How were your Thanksgiving?
I was just gonna say, do we want to ask that question?
You want me to go first and then you can go after? How do you want to do
Yeah,
this?
why don't you go? I'll figure out the right words.
Well, my Thursday was great.
Yep.
Went to Crystal's grandparents' house. They well there, and then Friday was a big win for the non-Thanksgiving food Thanksgiving. We had crab boil, mac and cheese.
Okay.
Some tamales. What else? And then some dessert stuff. So we had good on Friday.
There we go.
So, Dame, how was yours?
Thursday was the one where we went to Katie's house. It was John Poles asked how the green bean casserole was. I didn't.
Jeez.
Was there at my Thanksgiving on Thursday? I didn't grab it.
I did not have that. So you know what the biggest difference is? It looks different. Like the food actually looks different.
Looks like
I had a little. I ate a little, and it was all fine. Like shout out to Emma. Emma made some mac and cheese that was fire.
Okay.
Okay.
That's where I was going first. I was like, yo, what's
Yeah, Emma.
that looking like?
So Emma at on Thursday made mac and cheese, and my niece made mac and cheese for their Thursday dinner, and she saved me some. Both of them on point.
Yeah.
Well done. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Other than that, nothing really stood out on Thursday. Just
you stick to what you know.
Just a small little plate kept it moving.
Forgive my, I mean, no disrespect. Forgive my ignorance if it comes off that way.
Yep.
Were greens made?
Oh, sweetie. No.
I didn't know. I didn't want to assume. That's why I wanted to ask the question. I had my thoughts about whether or not they were made.
No.
But okay.
No.
All right.
I think that
I think I got some at the crib if you want some.
I think that's where the green bean casserole comes into play.
Oh, that's the substitute?
I think so. There was a salad. There was a salad made with like apples. They didn't have any greens.
You stuck to turkey, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, and stuffing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
You grab a couple plates of that, you're good.
Nah, I didn't grab a couple plates.
Oh.
I just a little bit, and then that was that.
How was the apple pie?
It was store bought. It was store bought. Sadly though, the dessert that I made for my family in San Carlos, like I don't think it hit the way I hoped. It was this like Oreo. It's like an Oreo cream pie. Like it was like a chocolate. I thought it was really rich. So maybe that's where my miss was. It was really rich. It was eaten in small increments because it was the chocolate hit hard. That day though, my niece was like 100% in charge of the food, and she made a seafood boil that went crazy. I mean, she had shrimp the size of your cell phone, crab legs. I think there were not clams, but mussels in there.
Okay.
Potatoes, corn. She made the sauce herself.
Yeah. See, now y'all gonna make me.
Did not miss. Just had that with some salad and bread. Bruh. Fire. Absolute fire. I don't know where she learned that, but she bodied it. Absolute bodied it.
I like that.
Yeah, we ate. Oh my God, we ate so good on Friday night.
Make me send a text.
Mhm.
I had an inkling just now.
Yeah, we
Probably gonna
ate.
be like, get a hell no, but
We ate so good.
You can ask for a crab boil tonight for dinner.
You can always ask. I mean, worst thing she could do is tell you to go to hell.
trying to think, when am I getting home tonight?
Yeah, you know what sounds good?
Yeah, man. Shout out my niece Claire.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
she did that. She
But
did
the
that.
dessert sound good. I mean, the Oreo.
I loved it. I thought it came out great. I could have done a little bit better of a job of, I should have melted the chocolate a little bit more, and I should have blended it a little more to make it a bit more creamier than it was. But I thought overall, I thought it worked, but might have been a miss on my part.
Shout out to the wife too, because she knows one of my pet peeves. Don't like my food touching, and I'm big on, I don't need the settle down, everyone. I don't need the juice from the greens just all over the plate, getting on the bottom of the stuffing, getting on the bottom of the mac and cheese, all this other stuff. Relax. Drain the greens. Just let me get the greens. I don't need the juice.
No,
put the greens.
No, I don't know.
I told you
it's a flag.
Also, just put the greens in the bowl. Put it in a separate bowl.
I mean, I would do that, but that's not being like, that's kind of wasting dishes. Like,
hell no! To make my greens perfect, put them in the bowl. Because I'm with you. I don't want all of that. I don't want that all over the place.
No, what?
Yeah, what?
Over the
Yeah,
place.
come on. Play the game. Gosh, play the game.
But yeah, she made sure everything wasn't there. Everything was nice where it's supposed to be. I had me a couple plates. Then
good.
It was dessert time. A lemon cake in the house.
Oh man, Cheryl and Elk Grove.
Yeah. I fell asleep.
Is there any left?
We left
Oh
it down
man, it's
there.
been like 5 days. There ain't no cake left.
No, I mean, we left it down there too. So.
All right.
So how bad is this food can't touch thing? Like, if your turkey touches the mashed potatoes, is this ruined or what?
I actually
No,
know
that
a lot
one
of
don't
people
bother
who
me.
are like that.
Really?
Yeah, I know a lot of people that are like
I want
Casey.
my food to touch.
I don't hate it, man. Like, get to know each other, I guess. I'm gonna eat you all.
Know each other.
Nah, they're like my brother, who he's coming this weekend. He does not like no one makes his plate for that reason except for me, because he does not like his food. There needs to be
over there.
there needs to be there. Not only does he not like it touching, there needs to be some distance between the food.
Social distance.
Yeah, it is COVID times on his plate, man. 4 feet back, dog. 4 feet back. 4 feet back. Well, good, man. I'm glad everybody had a solid Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's next year. You should introduce greens.
Yeah, I think there was a brief discussion about Christmas dinner. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing. I think you're right, because now that we know Emma's got the mac and cheese thing down, just slowly start incorporating things like greens.
Do they have Yams?
They did.
Okay.
Yeah, they were.
I
Those,
don't really like yams either. But
they did a good job with those. Those were really good. They were sweet.
Cranberry sauce. That's.
Yeah, I don't eat that.
Did they have it though?
They did.
Okay. I don't either.
I feel like it's pointless. Like, what is the purpose of this?
Yeah, I don't eat it either. But yeah,
that's not my thing.
I know that's a staple.
I also don't pour gravy on anything. I feel like if you.
Oh, I don't eat mashed potatoes.
Yeah, but people pour gravy on all of their food, and I find that bizarre. They were doing it. Well, let's come back. Let's talk football again. Let's talk about the Kings. Let's talk about anything other than this. We'll come back. It's we'll touch on a couple of things that happened in the NFL, and James Ham will be with us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, the Raiders 79, I think, or 77. I think I'm with you, man. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. My daughter can make some great desserts. Oh, that's good. I'm a bad baker. Yeah, I that's a trait in the kitchen. I've kind of fumbled a little bit. Shaka Zulu, thoughts on Zach? Which one? Zach LaVine or favorite meal to cook? I like it's steak on a grill. Like, I know that's not a meal, but steak on a grill, make the potato salad and all that, because I'm think that's heavy on my mind because I know I'm gonna have to do that this weekend. Maybe some cornbread, something like that. Yeah, we'll talk a lot about Zach LaVine, Shaka Zulu, but go ahead, Jesse.
No, that's nothing serious. Michigan officiating is horrible in every game in the history of every sports game ever, man. That's what it is. I've never left a game like, damn, that was a good officiated game. No disrespect.
Oh, Leezy, Crumble's really good.
This is facts, Trumbull. Ham is better than turkey. I don't know why people lie about turkey. Either it's fine. Like, it's good.
So between me and you,
yeah,
that turkey.
Yeah, it's fine.
That turkey Thursday was so dry.
Grab a couple pieces, eat it, and then go about your business.
That turkey it's tough to make. Like, if you can't miss.
What were you saying?
All I was attempting to tell my brother off the air
is that the Kings have not been playing well. They've been playing dry lately.
That's right. The Kings have been the equivalent of a dry turkey. That's what they've been lately. Turkey is easy to mess up. Like if you miss, if you overdo, yeah, you could be in tough shape. And
KC's a turkey truther.
I'm okay with turkey. I'm okay with it.
I don't know. You're kind of like the turkey guy.
I mean, I saw a lot of people talking the way that you guys talk. Like we can get rid of turkey. I saw a lot of
turkey I had this year was fine, by the way.
Yeah, I'm okay with turkey though. I'm okay.
You and what I was saying to Jesse is like you really do have to cook it perfectly.
Yeah,
like you I mean, you have to what's it called, brine, where you soak it in a bag. Like you need to do that. That goes miles for making the turkey better. What are you in there laughing at?
What?
You're in there laughing
What's
at
your
something.
problem? Nothing. You were just close to a flag. And I was like, no, we'll just play on. It's fine. What is your problem?
I see.
Hey, my man's flustered over there.
No, Jesse laughing at something over there.
Look, I'm fine with turkey. When it was time for seconds, when it was time to have some the next day, I definitely went to the ham before the turkey. I mean, that's just what it is. I'm not gonna.
Do you agree ham is better than turkey?
I agree. That doesn't mean we have to just leave turkey in the dust forever. We can still make it.
I guess. Grandma, if you want to make it, that's fine.
I think the way to go is to put that that turkey on the smoker and just leave it there all day.
That could work.
That's where I've gotten success.
We should fry a turkey next year.
fry
Yes.
a turkey?
I feel like I've seen enough videos this year. Where it's like it's safe now.
You think you could do it?
You just got to be slow. You can't just dump it in there.
Nah, people get really they do a lot.
Like there was a time, maybe a few Thanksgivings ago, it was like, yeah, everyone's just burning their house down because these.
How long does it stay in the fryer?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that either. But I did see a lot of videos, a lot of safe videos.
And is the okay.
Say what?
I was gonna ask if the meat was juicy. But
Oh hell no! Not on this show. It's not.
Oh
Nope, no sir. It's a double tech. He's out.
Never mind, man. I don't care about
Yeah,
fried
Kings.
turkeys.
Devlin Barling out here. Jesus. You have to go tonight and think about what you said.
Insane.
You're not banned or nothing like that, but you got to go tonight.
Got Reggie escorting me out. Shout out Reggie. He's probably listening right now. OHIO.
Okay. Well, that was.
Oh, also, sorry. I apologize. We'll mention this. There's absolutely nothing to talk about as it pertains to the Las Vegas Raiders. That's a terrible football team, and and good for them because this is probably the best thing that can happen. They've got 2 wins, and there's a cluster of bad football teams at the bottom. Don't mess this up like you did last year, and they might not have a choice. Like they need to do everything they possibly can to wind up with a solid draft.
And then fire Pete Carroll at the end of the season.
That Ian Rappaport's report about the offense and Chip Kelly was low-key hilarious.
I didn't see.
Well, my guess is Chip Kelly called Ian Rappaport and said that wasn't even my offense.
Chip was coaching against his will.
Yeah,
Basically
that's
Pete Carroll's offense.
That's exactly what Rappaport's report was framed as.
There was things in the report about how teams would prepare for old Seahawks plays when in Pete Carroll's last season coaching the Seahawks, just going back for reference to those plays rather than stuff Chip Kelly was doing with his teams. So yeah, Pete Carroll's got too many fingerprints on this thing. You got to fire him.
It's tough.
Crazy. That is
tough.
Crazy. Another new regime.
Offensive line is just the worst in the league. His kid is the offensive line coach, I think.
You keep mentioning that. You keep, and I don't mean that in a negative way that you keep bringing it up. I just mean, would you not fire Pete Carroll? Because I don't know if a regime is in change, but I think a head coach might be.
Yeah, I'm not firing the GM.
Yeah, Tom ain't firing the GM. That's his guy.
I don't know if I would keep Pete or not. I think a lot of people are like, nah, he's got to go or whatever. I'm not.
It doesn't
put it to
feel
you
like
this.
you have a future here
If I
with
feel
this
like
group.
if I feel like there's nothing that Pete Carroll can offer me moving forward, I wouldn't keep him around just to save face.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I feel like, nah, this is cooked, he's done, he can't provide anything for this franchise moving forward, then you do what you have to do. You do what you have to do. And that's something that only they can kind of figure out or feel. But to answer the question, like if I probably would.
If it was one thing, it's like, all right, that's tough. We can work with that. But if it's reports are true, like, yeah, like this is your offense, and Chip Kelly couldn't even really run his own thing. That's one. And then the offensive line is horrible. Family connection there with the coach. That's two. And then the quarterback is your guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's three. It's like there's a lot of the Raiders that just can be probably tied back to Pete Carroll at this point.
Tough for Pete Carroll.
Yep. And tough for the Las Vegas Raiders, who are just dreadful. And you've got to find a way to move on from Geno Smith.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit more difficult, but there's got to be a way that you could do it.
They feel like they have no hope every week. Every week, they just feel like they have no hope.
The Chargers were a disaster yesterday, and it still felt like they had no hope.
we
Like Herbert was coming in and out of the game at the start. He had Trey Lance at the quarterback position.
Didn't even matter.
Shout out Trey Lance.
Wasn't
long ago you were playing for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Shout out Trey Lance. Shout out to him, man. He's maybe he's the next project that Kyle Shanahan could take on.
That'd be hilarious.
Sam Darnold, Mac Jones, Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Could happen.
Do it for the content.
And the Raiders were eliminated from the playoffs last night too.
Officially.
Yeah, officially. The Raiders, I saw this last week, and I think their loss coupled with the Jets win kind of gets them a little bit more in the clear.
Mm-hmm.
The last week I was looking at like a mock draft. The Raiders had like the 8th pick. That's how many bad teams.
Yeah.
That. It's like, damn. Now, when you look at the NFC specifically, and I think it's in the AFC as well, but when you have all these 9-win teams, that means there's a lot of bottom feeding teams too. And Raiders got helped out with that Jets win.
Best thing going for the Raiders, though, is that the Titans, I think we all assume, is not going to draft a quarterback. The Giants won't draft a quarterback. They're 2-10. And then the Saints are there at 2-10 as well. They might. They just drafted Tyler Sog. I think that's you say his last name.
Man.
Just lost to the hottest team in football, by the way. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. But yeah, the teams that are kind of ahead of the Raiders right now, like I don't think they're teams that'll be drafting quarterback first round.
Oh, that's a good call. Like, who's the quarterback to be drafted though? Because it's not the guy we originally thought. By the way, I think I got the Raiders because you mentioned the Jets, some things that have happened. I got the Raiders right now. I think at 4.
Okay.
With the Titans at 1, the Giants at 2 ahead of tonight's game, the Saints at 3, and the Raiders at 4.
Like Fernando Mendoza's the guy right now. Quarterback for
Indiana. Yeah.
That's the name I keep saying.
They've got the Raiders. They've got the Broncos. This is an interesting schedule. The Raiders got the Broncos ahead of them, the Eagles, the Texans, the Giants, and the Chiefs. I mean, that is that's conceivably one win, right?
Yeah.
One win you desperately want to try to avoid.
The Raiders knocking out the Chiefs out of playoff contention officially the last week of the season, and also knocking themselves out of a chance for getting a real quarterback.
Yeah, they go from drafting 3rd to 9th.
Seems the most likely.
Because the Arizona, New York, Cleveland, Commanders, all 4 of those teams have 3 wins. Then you have 3 more teams that have 4 wins.
I will say this, and this doesn't change the people that made deal or trade their pick, but I'm looking at NFL Tankathon right now. And
to be honest, I didn't know that was a thing.
I didn't either. But I think you can get to I was gonna say the 8th pick with the Cardinals, but really the 7th pick.
So I
think the Jets would take a quarterback.
So that's what I was gonna add. The Jets and the Cardinals.
The Cardinals, now I want to be clear because people we talked about this, we've gone through it. The Cardinals will take a quarterback, and Kyler's not going anywhere.
Right, Kyler's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
We've seen the money. He's not going anywhere. At least not by being waived. What about Cleveland?
Cleveland will take one.
Cleveland will take a quarterback.
Oh,
yeah, you better.
Their third quarterback in the last 2
That
years.
would
I didn't say
a disaster.
no. If you're drafting that high, yeah, you take a quarterback.
No, I think if
Are we firing Stefanski?
Yes.
Yeah,
So we're
hell
forcing
you're
yeah, get him out.
absolutely.
So we're not
firing
going to let the next head
Stefanski.
coach get his guy.
Not the quarterback. No, I'm not doing
You have to draft a quarterback if you're Cleveland. You have to.
If you got the number 5 pick, you're gonna draft another quarterback.
I'm going to draft I'm going to go with draft a quarterback at the top of the draft here rather than. I mean, you can see what you have with Shador, but I drafted Shador in the 5th round. Like you have to draft a quarterback.
I'd go give me small O-line help because you're not that far.
Are you
away.
in on Shador then?
I am. I don't know if the new guy is, but as far as like putting a certain team around Shador, I am in on that. I am in on that.
All right. Not me. I'm drafting a quarterback. I feel like you have to if you're the Browns. And let them battle. Let them battle to first round.
Am I seeing this right? Is Atlanta's pick going to the Rams?
Yeah. Top 10 pick.
Jesus.
Top 10 pick going to the Rams.
Jacksonville's pick is going to Cleveland. Does that change your mind at all? Right now, that's a late round. It's a late first round pick. Jacksonville's a 4-loss team, I think, at the top of their division. So you have 2 first round picks if you're the Cleveland Browns.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe, depending on who's on the board. If I'm picking at 5. But here's so
the Rams having a top 10 pick is spectacular.
Here's the problem as I look at this Tankathon mock draft. They have the Raiders taking Ty Simpson out of Alabama at 4, the quarterback at 4. In passing, and I can guarantee you this would not go over well in Raider Nation circles. They have them passing on Dante Moore at Oregon, the quarterback at Oregon. I would not pass on Dante Moore to take Ty Simpson.
Where's the kid from Indiana?
He's number 2, going to the Saints.
Oh, the Saints.
Now, the Killers, I'm not sure any of these guys are that good. I like Dante Moore better than both of those guys. I like him better than Mendoza. I like him better than Ty Simpson. If the Raiders had a choice right there between Simpson and Moore and took Simpson, it would be akin to Mack and Trey Lance.
Just for fun. Really?
Who was right, though, in that one?
Nobody.
I don't know.
Actually, Mack was good.
Who's Tennessee taking?
Help for Cam Ward.
Yeah, they need to take some.
Oh, I thought you had the name in front of you.
No,
Sorry.
no, it's Ruben Bain out of Miami.
Wasn't asking your opinion.
Edge rusher out of Miami with the number 1 pick.
Okay, so they're an edge rusher, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I need to watch more Titans games because I've watched a few, and God bless it if they don't find a way to. Well, one, Cam's got to stop turning the ball over, but
did you know?
Probably not.
Tennessee Titans lead the league in sacks allowed this year, I think with 48. I think I heard this.
Checks out. That checks out. That has to be, timing has to be the last thing to come to a quarterback. Shador, I was watching, brother, just throw the ball away. Just get the ball out of your hands.
That was the knock on Shador coming out of college.
He just like in granted, it wasn't like he was sitting back there for 10 seconds. You've got, I mean, that's the position. You've got to make decisions quickly. And there were a couple of, he's getting chased. Bro, just throw the ball. Just throw it to Kyle Shanahan if you want to. Hit Kevin Stefanski in the head, like in Varsity Blues or whatever. Do that. But goodness gracious.
Hey, shout out to Shador in his post-game press conferences. This is like the questions he's getting. Hey, so Kevin Stefanski, he hates you. What do you think about that?
Right.
Also, shout out to Chargers fans because the misnomer that Raiders games down there in SoFi are a home game getting debunked by some reporters that were down there. They said, no, there's more Charger fans here.
Oh. Okay.
Can they come out the AFC?
Yeah.
No.
It's right on par for the AFC.
Nope.
Yeah, they can.
That's the one team. That's
move.
the one team near the top of the conference that I don't actually like.
You know who's making a move? The Chargers you're talking about, right?
Yeah, the Chargers.
You know who's like quietly making a move, and we have a true loser leaves town match next Sunday night.
Tapped in the Dolphins Jets? What?
The Texans are gearing up.
Texans are running. That win
Texans are
was
gearing up.
huge. That's a 7-5 team. Who is it next week?
It's the Chiefs.
Oh, did that loser leave town though on Thursday?
Oh, I thought the Chiefs left town already. The Chiefs didn't leave town. I don't know. I feel like
we. I don't know.
That's
I thought we
6-6 team.
6-6.
Andy Reid's talking about how they're gonna win out and they're gonna tickle tonsils or whatever, and it's just like,
I'm
they're
sorry.
done.
Run that back.
He said it, not me.
No,
he said
you
it.
quoted it.
He said it. I'll go look for it. But yeah,
You're gonna tickle what?
I'm not tickling no one.
Well, all right. James Ham wants famous.
What in the Sam Hill am I showing up to?
Oh, Sam Hill, things black people never say.
Even real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Andy Reid, we're gonna try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game. That's the attitude we're coming in with,
bro. What?
And you don't nobody need that.
Oh,
Andy Reid is gonna tickle your tonsil.
wow.
All right. Well, I guess that's one way to get back into the playoff conversation.
Watch out, Houston Texans.
You better beat the Chargers and maybe root for the Eagles this weekend.
Wow.
Goodness gracious. Real quick, listen to Dilo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Odyssey app.
The
Where
Chiefs,
tacos are with tonsils are tickled right here.
That's
here.
it.
not
That's
over
it.
here.
That's it.
The Chiefs, they can get to 10-7. I don't think they will. Like they're gonna have to beat the Texans, Broncos.
I was gonna say they're gonna have to, yeah.
But say this is the whole premise of loser leave town. If they beat the Texans, and I think they'll get the Chargers at home, you got the Raiders. That's your 10-7.
Well, you got the other team on the schedule is the Titans.
Yeah, but if you get
to
10-7, at that point you'll need one team to lose 3 games coming up. That's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, that's why I said you're going to have to root for like the Eagles or something this weekend to beat the Chargers.
There is, I think Matt Mayoko said it last
maybe
night.
Indianapolis is that team too.
Matt Mayoko said it last night. There's only been one team in the history since they extended the playoffs and the schedules, one team to not make the playoffs with 10 wins. Maybe
Cleveland? Or no, it was New England.
Is that who it was?
Wasn't New England the year they missed the playoffs 11-5 or something crazy like that?
Oh yeah, shout out Matt Castle, Chad Pennington for the win, and then he threw 3 interceptions to the Ravens. And
so
Jesse was
and this is what I've done with the 49ers. I put the magic number at 10. You get to 10, you should get in. Maybe this is one of those years where you don't at 10.
I don't know,
but you get to 10, you should get in.
I don't know if the Bills and Chargers do, but the Colts got the Jags, the Seahawks, the Niners, the Jags again, the Texans. There's 3 losses.
Jags might not. I mean, the Colts might not win another game.
Yeah, they're starting to get real hurt right now too.
How is he playing with a fractured fibula?
I don't know.
Daniel Jones,
because he's Indiana Jones. Shout out James.
Damn you, Jesse.
You're gonna be Indiana at home in a second.
Okay. So did you say what was the 10-win thing you said a second ago?
Matt Mayoko yesterday. I'm quoting him. I didn't come up with this. He said, I believe it's since, and the Patriots wouldn't fall in this now. That I think about it. Since they extended, they got one more playoff team.
Got it. Okay, so we're got
only
you.
one team has not
Got
made
you.
the playoffs with 10 wins.
Understood.
Because that was almost about 15 years ago, right?
The extra playoff team?
No, the Patriots.
Oh yeah, that
2008 to be exact.
That was a long time ago. Yeah. It's crazy. 2008 was a long time ago. As we welcome in James Ham. The great part about this conversation that we're having, James Ham, is we don't have to have any conversation about the Kings making the playoffs because they are Las Vegas Raiders territory. They couldn't be further away from the playoffs than they are now.
Yeah, they're talking. I mean, we're looking at how high in the lottery they can go. I mean, this team is struggling. I think the biggest disappointment for me is that, we talk so much about the schedule and how difficult the schedule was, and how when they got done with the first 18 or 19 games that it was going to be much easier, and then they go and just like don't show up for 3 games. So like really, really difficult against, soft spot in your schedule. And so now you are who you are at this point. Because again, I think we would all feel a lot different about this team if they were like 8-13 versus, 5-16. But that's where they are. It's tough.
Sorry, I was listening to you, James, and it is tough. Didn't see this coming, but I just saw the notification that Malik Monk was assessed a $2,000 fine for flopping last night, and they have a link to the play where he hey flopped. I don't know if you remember when Zach Edey kind of cleared him out late in the game, and Malik got the offensive foul call or whatever. Yeah, big time flop. Almost snapped LaVine's leg in half with how he flopped and fell into Zach LaVine's leg.
So he flopped, got the call, and he gets fined.
Yes.
It feels to me that the officials should be fined when they assess a foul for a player who flopped.
It also feels like maybe the league did not hear his post-game comments where he went through the alphabet of profanity. Just
maybe they thought we'll only fine him for one thing.
There you go.
Hammer, you had a pretty strong. Actually, let's go back to just real quick to Wednesday, because you talked about it just not showing up for 3 games after winning back-to-back games. DeMar even getting asked the question about, hey, could a game like this, the game against Minnesota, could this catapult into something for you guys? Could this be like a turning point? He's like, man, you hope so. You need moments like this. And then you get to Wednesday, and James, we couldn't have been 5 minutes into that game before I think a lot of us were like, well, this is over.
Yeah.
It didn't even stretch into they couldn't win a third in a row. It was like 1 quarter or halfway through the quarter. It was like, well, that was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, it catapulted them right into the sun is what it did. Like, I don't even understand what exactly happened to this team. You show up for a couple of games and you look really good against really good teams. And then, again, your schedule lightens, and whether Phoenix is for real or not, they're missing like 3 rotational players. So it's not like you had, like they were at full strength or anything. And like, for whatever reason, this team just doesn't seem to, I don't know if they want to play together. Like Malik talked about it last night, just pass the ball. And it seems like such an easy thing, but it's not for this group. It wasn't that long ago they had the game where they had 32 assists, and we're like, that was what they're looking for. And then all of a sudden you go through a game where they don't have a single assist in the first quarter. Last night's game where they took 8 3-pointers in the whole first half. And that's just a lack of ball movement. It's just really, it's a tough watch. And, I after the game on Wednesday, that's when the fan went crazy on Russ and Zach LaVine, right? And gets escorted out of the building. Like Zach was pretty heated after the game, and Sean and I got him in the locker room, and I thought he was pretty straightforward, pretty honest. But also, like, afterwards, he and I had a conversation, and he was just like very clear, like, we haven't quit. We just don't know what we're doing wrong. We're missing something. And if we had like the ability to just, flip a switch and be awesome, we would, but we haven't figured out what that switch is. And it's just really tough for them as a collective to look around and know what's happening and know what's going wrong. And it feels like every game is becoming repetitive and sort of the same thing. And they feel that, but also they're grasping at straws. They're trying to figure out what's happening, and they just, again, as a collective, they just haven't been able to stop the opponent from having these runs.
Amber, I'll ask you a question. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I think that the question I'm about to ask you is unfairly what's going on, but I'll let you answer it yourself. Do you think Zach LaVine is the poster boy of everything that's gone wrong with the Kings in the last 12 months?
No, I mean, I think he takes the blame for sure, because he's the guy that you got in return for De'Aaron Fox. But I don't think that Zach is doing anything. Like, are there nights where he's not getting enough shots? Yeah. Are there nights where, he's not doing things that you would hope that he would do, like being aggressive and all that? But look, I think even a scorer like Zach is finding that if your teammates don't pass the ball to you, if your teammates don't do things that help you get open too, then you're going to have a difficult time scoring. And this is something that, we've seen from Keegan. It's stuff that we've seen from other players that come through Sacramento, where it's like all of a sudden they just don't look like themselves at all. And like, I don't think that there's a way to really break it down. I think Zach LaVine has played really good defensively, like compared to what I've seen from him in the past. I think when he has taken shots, it's not horrible, you know, and like, look, there's never been an NBA player that tried to miss shots. And if there is, he got caught for betting on prize picks or whatever it is, and did it intentionally. Like, Zach LaVine is a ball player. He's a 2-time All-Star. He's a guy that knows that he can score with the best of them. And it's just something's missing with this group. It's tough.
And my mistake, I probably asked that the wrong way, but I do think he is the poster boy for Kings fans for everything that's wrong. I think it's unfair to everything that you just said. I think he's out there trying a lot of the times. I think he's playing better defense than people gave him credit for, and he's trying on both ends. But I said it earlier, Hammer, I think he just needs to leave. Like, he doesn't need to be here because he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt. People already have preconceived notion of who Zach LaVine is, and they blame him for everything that's gone on in the last 12 months. And yeah, I don't see how that's turning. Like, people get mad. Zach LaVine ain't playing no defense. You said it, Doug said it, Zach has said it. Like, nah, I'm working hard out there. And if Zach will play defense, this will be different. Bro, he out there working. But it doesn't matter to the general public and to the Kings fans. They blame him for everything that's going on right now. I think he needs to leave. I think those people would agree for different reasons, but I think he needs to go.
Yeah, I mean, do I think that like he'd be better off somewhere else? I do, but that's just because that's the way this is turned. Again, if I don't think it had to be this way, but I do think that, again, the pairing of Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan proved before they got here that couldn't work, and they're here in Sacramento together, and it's not working. And so, like, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, like, this was a bad like match from the beginning. And like, look, if they would have at some point, because you got to remember that like Zach LaVine rumors were happening for like 2 years before he got here. And it was even the year before where there was a huge amount of talk about the Kings getting Zach LaVine to pair with De'Aaron Fox. I think that's as big a problem as anything else. Like, if you had like a set star level point guard at this point that's doing his thing and setting up, you have a dynamic backcourt that can score 50 a night, that would have been different than what we're seeing right now. It's just a bad mix of players together. And again, I don't even blame any one person at this point as far as like, on the court play. I don't think that there's enough evidence of one player being so egregiously bad that it's all their fault. It's just a combination of the group, like we talk about this all the time. You can get a bunch of ingredients to make, whatever it is you want to make, but you get one bad ingredient and it can really make the whole thing taste bad. And that's kind of what I'm watching. I'm just watching something that is like ill-suited and doesn't work at all, and that's why changes have to be made. And whether it's now or it's the end of the season or whenever you can do it, this thing needs to be blown up as much as possible.
James, you did not think this team would be very good entering the season. Did you think it would be this bad?
I didn't think it would be this bad, but I've told you guys so many times that, like, when you get to a certain level of, oh, this isn't going to go well, it doesn't take much for this type of thing to happen. Like the chaos, the drama, it's already set in. And that's something that, like, you always hope that they can avoid. And, if you can keep all the noise on the outside, that's one thing. But like this group can't, they're just, whatever's happening here is breaking their spirit. And I didn't think it would be like a 25 win team, but if we're talking about, I think I put them at 36 wins, and I was even a little hesitant with that because that was the number I had before Keegan got hurt. And so I thought the number would probably go down from there. But the difference between like a 33 win team and a 28 win team really isn't that much. And this team still has, a chance to have a spot in the schedule where they figure some things out and they start rolling a little bit. But I mean, this team is
I don't think it's the schedule, man. I think it's them.
No, I think so too. Yeah. I mean, this is a sub 300 win percentage team at this point. Like, this is bad. So
I had to use the internet because I'm not good at this stuff. This is the team that's on pace to like 19 to 20 wins. That's insane. Oof. That is gross. Like 19 to 20 wins, really. There's a 20 win drop off. 20 win drop off. Man,
that's crazy.
Man,
that is crazy.
Yeah.
James, I talked about earlier, we were on the handoff, and I talked about the whole thing of like Maxine Renault, Nick Clifford, playing time. We got into it, about that, and I was just like, kind of like, that's whatever. Like, if you want to play him, I'm not arguing against that. If it's Zach LaVine and all those other guys, I'm not arguing against that either. And then we were talking, me and Damian were during the show, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. I don't care because they all can go. Like everybody here. I'm Scott Perry. Keegan might be able to stay. I like Malik Monk personally, so that's probably, he's safe with me because of that. But there ain't nothing redeemable here in Sacramento. Soon as I can, I'm getting rid of everybody. Is that too dramatic?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, I understand the sentiment. I do. And, like there's clearly no one who should be untouchable. And if there is, it would be Keegan and then nothing else. Like, I like Nick Clifford, and I think he can be part of something down the road. I like Reno, and I think he can be part of something down the road. I haven't given up on Keon Ellis, and I think he can be something. And then I would kind of kick the tires on keeping Precious Achua as well. Like, I think Precious has played really hard, and
I really like the way that he's played. And he's what, 26, 25?
26. Yeah. Yeah. The thing about Precious is, we talk about, like, in the past, I'm always looking for this style of player that so many other teams have and the Kings don't. And, the Naz Reeds, although Naz is such a good 3-point shooter, but, the Brandon Clarks, the Jared Vanderbilts, like these guys that, they play with force, they push you around. Even like a different version is like Montrezl Harrell when he was in the league. The Kings, like, they just don't go get that guy that pushes his way and is physical and does all that stuff. I think him, like the advanced numbers on him and Keegan Murray as like a 2-man combo up front are really, really good. I would like to see, again, if Max Reno can develop and become more of a stretch 5, having a guy like Precious that can go inside and hit people would be great. I think he's a guy that I would try to keep around at least for a couple of years while you're growing everybody else. He's a good dude. He's a good teammate. He's funny. He works really hard on the court, and he's doing the dirty work for you. So yeah, I like Precious. So like those 5 guys, if you're gonna like start over, they're not all 5 of them are people that I would keep around forever. But I certainly would like to see where it goes with Neek and with Max, and even with Keon, getting more minutes and just kind of start fresh. But the NBA just doesn't work that way. Getting rid of monstrous contracts is nearly impossible. And the Kings have, 2 of them that are like gigantic and are borderline albatrosses at this point. And I just don't know how you build this thing out over the next year or 2 until you start getting to the end of Domas's deal, or you are done with Zach's deal. And it's just kind of tough because I don't think it had to be that way. It's just kind of the way that it's worked out, and I don't know that you can get this thing back on its rails.
They can all
go. Well, maybe that winds up being something that's happening. The question is, can they all go? Can you move these guys? Like we talk about, oh, you can trade. Yeah, you know what? Fine, trade Zach LaVine. Yeah, you know what? Trade Domantas Sabonis. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. The desire to trade somebody might be a lot more difficult than the actual ability to trade somebody. And Hammer, it seems that there's a lot of conversation going on right now about Zach LaVine and his future, and would he potentially decline an option or his player option to sign a longer deal with a new team, with a team who is interested in acquiring him between now and February? Would they take something like that into account to keep him on their team further? It just feels like the dumpster fire that has become this season that has become this season for this organization has now led to endless speculation about the future of those high priced players that you just talked about a second ago.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, at some point you're gonna have to pull the trigger on something, and I've never been someone who says, hey, just like make a trade to make a trade. You got to make a trade because this thing's sinking, and you need to get back to a point where you have a future. Because right now, that's the biggest, I think, dark cloud for everybody is that you only have 1 draft pick coming up. Well, you only have 1 first-round pick. I don't think they have a second-round pick either. But you got a 2026 pick, and like, how fair is that? That like all of your hopes and dreams are pinned on, whether you can land a superstar with the whatever pick you have in this coming draft and build around that player, and then maybe whatever's left of the rest of this group. I'm just so frustrated that this thing went wrong like this so quickly, and that so many people are to blame for it, and having their fingerprints all over this. It just really, to me, it's such a bummer because none of this had to happen. And the only reason it did is because it's in Sacramento and this is what happens. And so it's really frustrating.
Yeah, man. It's one of those things where, I try to look at what I think the outlook of this franchise is, man. And it feels like it's going to be cold for a while. Like, it feels like Scott Perry does have the mindset of, I'm going to strip all this down. I'm going to strip it all down, and we are going to start damn near like an expansion franchise. And it's going to be cold for a while, I believe, unless some things change or he gets, aggressive and can bring some quick fixes in here. It feels like it's going to be cold for a while around here.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think we've all seen the video of the guy yelling at DeMar and the guys, but he also yelled at Scott Perry. And that's something, that I think might have been a little bit of an eye opener for Scott. Like, I know it's such a bummer that when you're a new GM and you're coming in, you're trying to clean things up, the first thing you do is ask for patience. But, when you're looking at Pete D'Alessandro and, Vlade Divac and then Monty and Wes and now Scott, and everybody asks for patience, it's like, man, that's over a decade you're asking for patience. And so that word it's got a whole bunch of new meanings. And people don't want to wait around and hear it again and again and again. and it might be someone new who's asking for it, and it might even be logical for them to ask for patience, but it still doesn't feel good to a fan base that has got one playoff appearance since 2006. And it really, like, what are we being patient for? And here's the magic question. If you're asking for patience, are you going to show that same thing? Are you going to choose a path and stay on that path and actually show the patience that you're asking for? Or are you going to show that for a year or two, and then you're going to have someone else ask us for patience again?
Mm.
And that's a problem, because we just keep getting stuck in this same stupid loop. And it's like I get it. A new GM, he should have the ability to change everything and to, tear it down. And, but I think Scott is quickly learning that, number one, nobody wants to hear patience at all from him or anyone else. And that's why a fan yelled at him. But also, like, on top of that, like, there's a lot of work to do, and it is some major league ditch digging that they have to do to get out of this. This is not a good situation. And, again, you want to be the guy who comes in with these pillars and all that stuff. It's like I said in the beginning of the season, it's really difficult to ask people to live by these pillars when they're not long-term answers and they won't be here. And so what do these players have, especially a lot of the veteran players, why are they buying in? Tell me what the buy-in is.
We'll come back. We're digging ditches here with James Ham, and this just might be our life for a little while. Digging ditches with James Ham. It's actually the new segment. If you'd like to sponsor it, please contact someone in our office. I don't know what our phone number is, but you can call 916-909-1320. In the meantime, we'll come back and talk more Kings basketball with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The Kings are now up to number 5, top 5 pick. And they got them taking Nate Emmett.
That's who I was hoping for. That's
interesting thing about him is he's like, he looked good. He looked like a good ball player, but the book on him is a little raw. Going to take time to develop.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, you can't just keep drafting like 22, 23-year-olds. Sometimes you have to take a gamble on the raw talent. And then again, if you don't have the infrastructure in place to bring that player along, what are you doing? Like, again, I think Doug would be really good with a young roster. But like, is he gonna get that opportunity? And I don't know the answer to that. I look at the way the young players are playing when they do come in, and I look at their advanced stats, and they're telling me that they're listening and they're doing what Doug is asking. The other guys are, again, just a group of individuals. It's tough.
I like Michael Brown better. I like Nate. Nate can go. He's a hooper, but I'm gonna go with the point guard to start my franchise. In this case, Darren Peterson is who I would go with. And I'd go with AJ ahead of both Nate and Michael, but they'll be gone.
Hey, cool, Raul. I totally agree. A young team needs vets, but they need vets that understand that they're there to usher in another generation of Kings. Like, again, this contrary to what I've thought in the past, I think Russell Westbrook can be one of those guys that you bring in a young player and he works with and, takes him under his wing and shows him how to play hard and everything else. I like Russ talked to Max Reynaud and said, hey, like, this is how, like, let's show you how to score at the NBA level and, help them go off for those 19 points. Like, there's a way to get this team back on the right path. But it can't be with some of the players that are currently here.
Outside of him saying thanks, but no thanks, I could absolutely see Russell Westbrook being here next year.
Yeah.
Like as a Scott Perry guy, probably not in his current starting role, but I could absolutely see him being around. Should he feel that's something he wants to do.
Yeah, I haven't started doing my draft prep on all these young guys. I kind of want to have a bigger, like, sample size than 8 games or 10 games, whatever they're at right now.
Yeah.
We're coming back, Hammer.
Yeah.
No, that's great. We were talking about the draft during the commercial.
Oh, yes, that time.
It's wonderful.
It's that time. It's December 1st, so it's a little bit more acceptable now. December 1st.
Start scouting, everybody. Some of you already have. Salute. Oh, Will Z, if you're listening, you got to start your draft prospects articles early this year, just as James does. Now would be a great time to become a subscriber over at the King's Beat. You can get your you can get your draft breakdown sent to your email box.
Right there, man. The draft power rankings. Do we have that? Draft tiers.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's Kyle Madsen. Like it'd have to be the King's Beat featuring Kyle Madsen to get the draft tiers out there. Weird kind of schedule note, Hammer. There's only 2 games this week for the Kings. One in Houston on Wednesday and one on Saturday in Miami. I don't know, man. Maybe practice helps.
Or maybe just spending 4 nights in Miami. I don't know. Get away from the game for a minute.
That'll go great.
What beach flu? We'll
could
take
possibly go wrong?
No, it's just perfect.
The Kings went like 20 years without winning in Miami. Not quite, but they went a long time without one.
Yeah, they're getting in. They're flying out of Houston Wednesday night. They will be in Miami like at the midnight or later. And then they plan
prime
on
time in Miami. That's like they're getting in just in time.
They're not leaving until Sunday, I believe, from Miami. So yeah, good for them. To be honest with you, maybe getting a break, maybe
in Miami is
stepping away is a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to tell you, watching Zach LaVine say, like if we could just knock on the wall here and come up with a solution, we would. We would just fix it and we would be right back on our way. He's like, we're struggling to figure out. And so I don't know. To me, it's just a weird situation, and maybe a couple of days in Miami is just what the doctor ordered.
A couple of days where the temperatures will be 82, 80, and 82.
Well, I know they're gonna like that.
That Saturday night will be tough. There'll be a low of 70 degrees.
Get your parkas out. Ooh, can't be mad at that. I've liked the cold.
That team's going to lose that game by 72.
They're going to run them out of the building. That's what they do. They're just going to run them out of the building.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's just kind of the quirk of the week after seeing them play so many basketball games in a row. Just a couple of here this week. Hammer, you mentioned a couple of times Devlin Carter, the fan who got into it with Zach LaVine courtside after that disastrous game against Phoenix on Wednesday. What is your thought on that type of reaction and interaction between fan and athlete?
I don't tell people how to fan, but look, that's not fanning. There has to be some basic decorum. You don't get to yell and berate an NBA bench during a timeout in the middle of a game. Chanting is one thing, making some smart aleck comments, that's fine. A little bit of jeering here and there, but aggressively yelling at an NBA bench, like because if it's one person that does it and they don't get dragged out of the building, and then the next time there's 2 or 3 or 5 or 17,000, now you've got yourself in some trouble. And so I'm not big on giving a platform for somebody. Like, I get it. People are frustrated. I get it. He spends a lot of money. But at the same time, that's not like civilized NBA basketball, like arena behavior. And, again, like I get it. You're frustrated. We're all frustrated. Like us covering the team, you're frustrated watching what you're watching, but there has to be some sort of basic, understanding that these are human beings. And again, it doesn't matter how much somebody makes or how long they've been in the league. And there has to be some standard that you have to live by within the walls of the arena. And again, if you want to yell and scream at your TV, that's one thing. But yelling and screaming at players like that, to me, it's just it's not acceptable. And so again, I'm sure he's got his point across as a fan who spends a lot of money. But that just my own opinion is, I mean, even letting him back in the building after, just like the next game was even a little bit sketchy. Like sometimes you need a timeout. And, Russell Westbrook is somebody who for years has asked security to remove people from the building. Like he's had no problems doing that in the past, but seeing something like that where it's like super aggressive at the bench, like right there, that's it. Just again, I can't have that happen in the arena.
You said the perfect word, I thought, Ham, when you talk about decorum. You know what I mean? There's a certain level of I don't know, like me personally, there's a certain level of respect for the craft that wouldn't allow me to do those type of things. I'm not telling anybody what to do. Once you, like you said, fan how you want to fan or whatever. But me personally, man, it's just a level of respect for the show that's going on and what's going on with those players that, it's not really my style. It's not how I'd go about things. Now, I come from the era, I come from the culture where, if I'm courtside and it's definitely if it's the opposing team, once again, not disrespecting anybody, not calling anybody out of their name or cursing at them, but it's one of those, yeah, let's go. Hey, sit down on that, Keon. Yeah. Like stuff like, yeah, we talk like that or anything like that. But as far as, the way that went down and the way I saw some of the stuff go down on social media and all this other stuff, it's just, I don't think it's cool. Like, I don't think it's cool. Once again, you said decorum. I said a certain level of respect for the profession of what's going on. I think sometimes we lose that because we're upset about our team or our parlay or the fact that now we have a voice because of social media. We just kind of say anything. And I said earlier, Amber, I'm not saying that the people that did that think that what I'm about to say is okay, but that's a gateway to the things that we saw, the comments that were left on Zach LaVine's wife's page. When you say it's okay to yell at this guy on the court, oh yeah, well, I'm about to take it a little further. I'm gonna go yell at. It's funny for me to say go play defense on his wife and kids page on Instagram. Like, if you just did all that from the start, maybe none of that kind of stuff will happen.
Yeah, I think just people are empowered right now, and they just want to say whatever they want. You remember with Luke Walton a few years ago, there was a fan who, like, the building got really quiet, and he screamed something at Luke, and like it was caught on the mics, it was caught on the broadcast, everyone heard it, and it was like, oh no, like a fan berating Luke Walton. That fan literally called me over and said, hey, like, can you pass along a message? He's like, I just apologize. I lost my cool. I was screaming and yelling, and next thing I know, like the whole building got quiet, and I was still screaming and yelling. And so it got picked up everywhere. And he's like, I feel really bad. I feel bad for Luke. I want to apologize. Can you pass along an apology? And it's like, yeah, that's fine. But like in this situation, it's almost like we're like glorifying what happened. Like you can be frustrated, you can be angry. Go put out a bunch of strongly, all caps tweets if that's what makes you feel better about it. But you don't go into somebody's work and berate them like that. And that's just my opinion.
You're both right.
Thank you. Clip that.
However, there wasn't a Kings fan out there that was going, man, he shouldn't have done that. They were going like, I don't know what that brother's saying, but it looks like he is speaking for me.
Yeah.
and whether we're okay with it or not, the fact is, like, I think that unfortunate, I wouldn't want to be overly dramatic, but it is unfortunate for all parties involved. That unfortunate incident is a perfect reflection of the relationship between this fan base and this particular Sacramento Kings team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like, I don't know how this team became so unlikable, but that's what it is.
Yep.
Like, I think there are players on this team that are very, very likable people and very likable NBA players. But as a group, this team has become unlikable. And, I just, it's tough to see because, I mean, I've covered some horrible teams, some teams that, again, I've talked about this in the past, but my first 2 years, the Kings traded for players that were injured and were never going to play so they could get to the salary floor. They traded for Sam Cassell so they could get to the salary floor. They traded for Marquise Daniels. They traded for Jason Terry. All of these players just so they could get to the salary floor, the basement, $58 million teams that when other teams are running $80 to $100 million teams, like that wasn't fun to cover a team that just like didn't have talent. Like the first team I covered, 7 guys were out of the league within the first year of that team, of that team wrapping up. I mean, guys like, Antoine Wright and Luther Head and Darnell Jackson and Pooh Jeter and Dante Green and Hassan Whiteside before he got back into the league like 3 years later. Like even Samuel Dallenberg. Did Dallenberg even play after he left the Kings? I don't know. But like just the way that team just had no talent, that's one thing. This team here has a ton of talent. And I think the one thing that we'll keep bringing up here is that this is a blue collar town. And if you don't act like you're putting everything out there and you're not fighting, then they see it. They see sort of the fake hustle. They see the lackadaisical way that you handle the ball and throw it out of bounds. And, just like they see it. And you want your fans to be visible and to be like, on top of your team and, love your team and cheer for your team. But you also have to represent them. And I think that might be what this particular group has done, is that they don't represent this city in the way that people in this city believe basketball should be played. And so I get the angst and the, frustration from the fan base. But I also think that there's a way to handle that and a way not to handle that.
Do you think, I'll ask both of you guys this, do you think this is the last incident we see like this from this year with this particular Kings team?
Oh, I hope so.
I hope so too.
Yeah, I don't want this.
But it's so early.
Yeah. It's not even Christmas, man.
So early.
It's December 1st.
People are at their wits' end already.
Yeah.
And the one guy who did it, let's not act like he's not being celebrated here. Like,
well, see, I think a part. You're right, Hammer, but I think a part of the byproduct, he's the first. Like I don't know that like the second guy to walk on the moon doesn't really get any love.
Yeah, there probably has been other people who have puked in the building, but they're not puke guy. They're not. That's not who they are. Yeah. No, I get that. I
Hell of a
get
point,
that.
James. But
Yeah.
there's to your point though, there's a good amount of people that, to your point, James, that don't think he did anything wrong. Like, don't see anything wrong with what he did.
Sure.
And
But
while
let's have them sit at their place of employment and have someone disagree with something that they think that they're doing wrong and have them yell at them like that.
yeah, you're right. They don't see it that
Well,
way.
Kenny does that on Twitter.
Plus, I saw Scooter talk about it earlier. They got that whole mindset of I pay for their salary, which is all right, man.
No.
Like, yeah, like your ticket prices absolutely go towards that. I don't give you the right to talk to anybody like that, just because you see fit. So like I said, I hope it doesn't happen, but I only asked that question because it is so early. And to James's point, a lot of people don't think there was anything wrong with what happened. I said earlier, I don't think Devlin said anything disrespectful. He voiced his opinion. I thought I wouldn't do it, but I thought he was within bounds initially. All the stuff afterwards, later on, like I thought that became a little too much. But the initial statement that was reported that he said, he was well within his right. Zach wasn't within his right to say what he said back. A lot of people thought all the theatrics and everything afterwards is perfectly fine. And that's where I kind of disagree. And I thought that was a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are yelling at players all game long. That's not it. It's, again, during a timeout, addressing a team from a very close location where all of a sudden you have somebody who has lost their cool and yelling at you. And, again, like as a grown man, Zach LaVine doesn't have to take that from anybody. And that's why security stepped in and removed him from the building. So, yeah, it's just tough. Again,
I want to ask both of you guys too, because I'm not sure how this works. Are the people that sit closer, I don't know if held to a higher standard or held to different rules or a code of conduct? Is that different? Is that why they have those little cards on the?
I think it's because it's in
so
earshot.
close? Yeah. So they can't, like a guy in section 220.
Yeah, those cards
start
right
cursing.
Right.
Yeah, they're not up there.
Well, yeah, like that becomes the discretion of the person working section 220. The those cards, the Golden One Center can lose discretion on that, and it becomes the NBA. It's like, hey,
well, the NBA's logo is on those cards.
Yeah, it's the NBA who could come along and say, hey, you've got to get out of here, or you have to go this way or that way or whatever.
Because there's people down there that work for the NBA.
Yep.
Not just the beyond the Kings.
Yeah, there are people you talk to every day that work for the league and not the team.
Yeah, and they can say, "Excuse me, Reggie, this guy needs to go."
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, actually, no, they don't do that. They say, "Reggie, come with me. I'm taking this guy out of here."
Yeah.
And Reggie will say, "Let's go."
Let's go.
I've been with Reggie. He's been throwing people out of buildings I've been in for 20 years.
Reggie gonna be like, "Let's go, blue."
No, that's not what he would say. Boy, you gonna get a talking to. You gonna get a talking to when this road trip is over. Yeah, he is not putting up. Reggie might call and cuss you out. Reggie gonna treat you like Devlin did Zach. Are you crazy?
Reggie said he was gonna call today too. I said, "Don't be calling here.
Reggie
I hang up on you."
Reggie ain't never
hang up
called
on you.
before.
Don't call up here today.
He ain't never called before.
You better get that little break.
For those that don't know, Reggie works the tunnel where the Kings come out, but he doesn't work like out on the court. He works like on the inside part.
Yeah.
He's been at the Golden One Center forever. He used to work sidelines when I was out there.
I know he works sidelines.
20 some odd years. I've known Reggie since 2002. Yeah, I've known Reggie since 2002.
He's a big Ohio State fan, so we talk every time.
He is a big Ohio. He just got a new watch.
I know, James.
Yeah,
I know, James. He got the stupid ass watch. I know.
Got that bling.
He showed everybody.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
A great dude. That's my man.
Yeah.
Man, I guess the prevailing. I don't know if it was Brendan I can't remember who it was, but someone tweeted the Sacramento Kings always prove it can actually get worse. And maybe that's wow. This is pretty bad.
These boys went viral Thanksgiving weekend. That was everywhere. Definitely was like you said, complex music.
Yep.
I was like, check this out, everybody.
Kings fans losing their mind right now.
Yeah. I don't blame them. I don't.
No.
Like, it's super frustrating. Like there's been a couple of games already where I'm like, do I really want to get in the car and leave and go down there? Would I rather prefer to be here just sitting here watching football the rest of the day? Yeah, I probably would. And but like you're just hoping that they figure it out, or that they care as much as everyone else does in Sacramento. And that's the biggest thing. I think there is a misunderstanding about this team. And like, do they have like structural issues and all that? So yeah, there's all kinds of issues going on here, but I do think they care. Like, walking in there and talking to them, they care. They're very frustrated. They aren't happy at all either about what's happening, and they're trying to figure it out. And they thought they figured it out, and then they lost their way again. And like, they have the, oh no, here we go type mentality, and that's the wrong mentality. And I don't know how you get through it without changes. And that, to me, is where you have to start. You have to start bringing in, you got to start trading some players and shaking up the roster just to get a different vibe in the building. Because as of right now, this place it's feeling a little wonky.
And that's the one thing that that's one of the many things that I do get a little bit concerned about when I talk about changes to the starting lineup and maybe moving Zach LaVine to the bench and seeing what you have with some of these younger guys, is what James just said. That vibe is still in the building, and it's probably worse. Because now you've got now everybody, everybody is collectively and understandably very unhappy about the way this basketball team is playing. But now you have an individual unhappy because of the way his situation is being handled. And it's not a question of whether Zach LaVine is better than Nick Clifford. We know the answer to that. It's not even a question. The statement is, this basketball team is going nowhere. We know what Zach LaVine is. That doesn't matter to us anymore. We need to see what Nick Clifford is. And Zach will still play. I'm not suggesting you send Zach LaVine home. I don't agree with that. Play him. You just play him in the reserve role and someone else in the starting role, or some form of change in the starting lineup. If you don't want to do Zach, I think it makes the most sense to do with him. Use DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, that starting lineup, the way that they got clubbed every single time they stepped on the floor last night, that was an embarrassment. And
you were very clearly furious about that. It was very, very obvious.
You've got to change the starting lineup.
Yeah. I think you're right, because the same thing happened in the third quarter.
Precious instead of Eubanks.
Precious is, and that maybe that's the answer. Precious has been. I've been really happy with the way Precious Achiuwa has played for the Sacramento Kings. And we'll have 2 more days to talk about it, because we're not going to have any games to discuss. So we appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the radio, we'll run it back. If not, we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, see a collective.
Excellent. Hit the thumbs up, guys. Do what James is telling you to do. Hit the thumbs up.
That boy, we'll talk about it maybe more tomorrow. That boy Jordan Love made all the throws on Thanksgiving. He was really good.
He was great.
He was really good on
that. Was you're right. We'll do more of that tomorrow. That was almost a Packers are back game. Almost.
Settle down.
Almost.
I said we'll talk about it tomorrow. I got all my thoughts about that game and others tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got Tuesday Tiers to talk about.
There we go. Tuesday Tiers. That'll be fun. All right, guys, we're going to end the stream. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Appreciate you as always.